some sense, maybe even most importantly, they should be learning and teaching Kabbalah for the sake of the redemption and not never for the sake of their own pride, vainglory, or ego. Failure of any of these three criteria means that person should be disregarded completely as a teacher. As you might imagine, Cordovero doesn't have much kind to say at all about these so-called teachers. In fact, he likens them to the hideous, demonic hope, the husks of reality left over in the residue of creation. While real trees bear fruit, these wretched teachers only grow evil husks, thus spreading their corruption throughout reality. We're also told that teachers must be really careful in selecting students because selecting the wrong people is, quote, like revealing the genitals of the Torah to the sons of the demoness Lilith. As the Zohar has it, as Cordovero lays it out. But the good thing is that such flippant teachers don't really exist anymore, certainly not on the internet, right? Alright, aside, after establishing this defense of the study of Kabbalah, slamming those Miskitotic who shun or falsely teach it, Cordovero goes on to show that such study is actually a duty on those capable of undergoing it. In fact, he really leans heavily here on Maimonides. This also really reveals a rather lovely marriage of the more rational kind of perplex and the much more mystical teachings of the Kabbalah. Indeed, only the study of Kabbalah for Cordovero actually and fully answers the riddles of both creation and the obscurities around Jewish law. Obscurities there. Something which philosophy just can discuss, maybe aptly discuss it, but it cannot on its own solve those dilemmas. Thus, the Kabbalah and philosophy work together to provide a comprehensive vision of why reality is the way that it is, but also how we can conduct ourselves in righteousness in this reality to redeem it. Here, ethics and metaphysics are combined. And again, for what's interested in that angle of Cordovero's thought, you gotta check out his Talmud Gemara, the Palm Tree of Gemara. Again, I'll be circling back to it in a future episode. Mystical ethics is me. Now that he's established that we should study and why, now comes the how and the when of study. Here things are marked by a combination of fear and joy, a kind of radical humility, but also bravery in the hopes of securing mystical wisdom and doing your part in the process of the greater redemption. Cordovero notes that one should avoid books purposely written to obscure their meaning. He simply has no time for obscurantism. Too much is at stake. Such books filled with riddles and metaphors are just meant to pump up the pride of the author, using the reader in the interest of making the author seem more wise and more enlightened than they probably are. Again, Cordovero links clarity with piety and wisdom. Again, the point of the Kabbalah for Cordovero is ushering in the final redemption of reality, not showing off how smart you are with flowery, dense, and opaque writing. Hey, Continental Philosophy, y'all listen to this? Right? Y'all out there? Listen to our buddy Cordovero. So, where to start? Cordovero actually provides a kind of preliminary reading list, zeroing in on specific sections of the Zohar with a foundation in the Sefer Yetzirah and the Sefer here. Now, if you're curious about those texts, I've actually done an episode on them. You can dig into those topics in the cards above. Now, interestingly enough, Cordovero seems to think that the Zohar on the sections of Ruth and on Lamentation actually predate the corpus of the Zoharic literature, and even more interesting, he seems to have access to Zohar on Esther, which is no longer extant. No one seems to have ever seen this aside from Cordovero, and it's kind of unusual that he mentions it. Further, he also encourages the study of Maaseh Bereshit and Maaseh Merkavah, or the mystical accounts of creation, and the mystical journey to the divine throne. These, of course, are pre-complicated forms of Jewish mysticism, which actually date to the late classical period. Again, check out my episodes on
Hello, Leah. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? You sound clear to me. I'm well, thank God. How are you? I am, absolutely. About 5 years. I'm a member of multiple synagogues. Since I've been doing this live streaming project, I have had to move away from the going to shul or synagogue 3 times daily, but I certainly participate in events as I can, usually from a remote sense. And it actually was one of the inspirations behind my live stream. Uh, Previously, prior to the pandemic, we didn't really have any events that went virtual, but the communities of which I'm a part began to start having virtual events, and that helped to motivate me to become more comfortable to be on camera. And here we are, nearly 5 years later. So, oh, yes, absolutely. I teach at least an hour Kabbalah class every day and have for since I turned 40 years old, so that's 223 days. And I plan on doing that the rest of my life. So, of the 24 hours a day that I archive, at least one of them is focused solely on religious teaching. And then additionally, I have the different services and prayers that I daily perform and certainly blessings on food. And so I give the world as best an opportunity to see a portal into the life of a religious individual as well as someone who is a scientist. Certainly, I was going through Spotify looking for perhaps historians or people who I felt had a like-minded um, philosophy on data, archiving the future and the past. And I was able to get your email and connect with you, and that's how I found you. I really appreciate that. It was extremely informative. I did my research, I did my homework, so I'm prepared to address the topics that you provided. And in terms of anything that I'd like to show, if possible, perhaps when I'm doing my introduction, I'd like to give the listenership the ability, and I will just show them using my screen of my live streams of how they can find me and what they look like in all of these different live streams that I have going continuously. Would you mind if I showed them this? After's fine. I just said before because in your outline it said to do that at the beginning where people can find me, but usually I do that at the end. So that's totally fine. That that's absolutely fine. Absolutely. So in the beginning, I'll just give a brief overview of what I do, and then where people can find me will be at the end. Yes, if it's good with you. Great. Hello, I'm well, thank God. How are you? That's good. Take your time. Absolutely. So thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to your audience. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I'm approaching 5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today in my own way. The reason why this project is so important, or one of the reasons, is that in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd love to reward you. I'd love to reward your audience by monetizing the data, in addition to ensuring that it's preserved for free. But I'd like to be able to use the platform that I've created for good to help end things like world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst with at technological inventions like desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So this project is much more than just the story of my life. It's also a timeline and time capsule of human events. In the background of all of my streams, I keep a radio going that is archiving news world events. So you literally can go back to any moment of any day for the last nearly 5 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I feel that makes this. That's absolutely right. I'd like to introduce the audience into some of the terms that of which they may not be familiar, but they will be emerging as not only our conversation takes place, but certainly over the course of the coming years in terms of what I'm doing. Generally, it's known as life logging. So, for anyone out there who wants to know what is life logging is essentially what I'm doing, archiving your life, the continuous digital recording and preservation of an individual's life experiences. Some of the other aspects, I'm a trailblazer in the realm of uh, things like continuous human data infrastructure, which is the integrated systems, technologies, and processes that continuously collect, store, manage, and analyze human data generated data. But additionally, I'm a foremost trailblazer in continuous human activity data, the continuously updated record of an individual's physical, digital, and social activities. I think in the future, people will be able to study my stream for many different reasons, including bioinformatics, which is the application of computing and data analysis for specifically to biological information. What I'm doing is a form of automated journaling, which is the automatic creation of personal journals using digitally collected data. And so, to give people an idea of what I'm doing, it may seem with these terms quite complicated, but basically, I'm not doing anything much different than what people a generation or two ago would have done by creating a journal and writing down their memories and thoughts and just events of the day or a diary. And so, I basically have created this digital diary. I share it with the world. What makes it really unique is that it is a way not only for me to be able to communicate what's going on in my life and world events, but I give people an opportunity to be able to connect with me uh, as much as they wish within Discord. So it's not just a one way discussion. My discussions with individuals from all continents are archived uh, specifically through my discussions on Discord and are available for the world to be able to study as well. So it isn't just a project about my life, it's a project about the people in my community. We have thousands of people in our Discord community, and I actually have inspired people to stream their lives as well. So I'm not the only one who's doing this. There are other people who have been doing this for now at least a year, and they will continue to do so as long as they're able. And it's somewhat of a movement that we've started, and frankly, the amount of information that we're gathering at this point, or that we can even perceive, is perhaps just a drop in the bucket, especially when the advent of AI is utilized to be able to dissect it. And we're going to talk about history specifically. And if you don't mind, would you like to start that conversation? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So this is the world's first known analog computer. Essentially, it was uh, first discovered in the early 20th century in a yeah, so early 20th century, uh, and it was discovered in a with by scuba divers, and it um, scientists basically don't know exactly everything about it, but it basically was a computer from about 2,000 years ago that was able to detect certain celestial arrangements and also perhaps also be able to plan different Olympic Games every 4 years or so. And it's called the Antikythera mechanism because it was discovered off the Greek island of Antikythera. And this is a small island located between Crete and Kythera in the Mediterranean Sea. It was an accidental discovery. In 1900, a group of Greek sponge divers from the. Uh, I have my notes. Sure. That's correct. It's an excellent question. Hopefully, that's certainly looking at the future from a positive standpoint. We have redundant systems, especially servers around the world and data farms, that if there is any type of catastrophic global incident, hopefully the redundant backups will allow for the information to be preserved. If there is some type of catastrophic uh, global issue that ceases all humanity, then of course, no, we do not think that it will continue. But certainly, engineers have uh, looked and tried their best to predict any kind of systems that may fail and ensure that there are adequate backups. So perhaps 2,000 years from now, I believe that the data that we're creating will be available to the civilizations of the future. It, it depends how it's preserved. Most certainly. And historians have speculated that perhaps society regressed to some extent following the fire at the Great Library of Alexandria. Perhaps some secrets like the Baghdad Battery and its um, true um, uh, its true nature have been lost, and really scientists have only been able to speculate. With this discovery that you were absolutely right happened in 1900, which is the tail end of the 19th century, and then the development and study of it into the 20th century, it still is of some mystery. I believe in 2005 scientists and were able to scan it and actually remove some of the layers and reveal some of the writing. But really, at this point, we still don't know all of its necessary, all of its necessary realizations, what exactly it was for. But we do have the ability to speculate that it was as advanced to be able to predict eclipses, certainly perhaps the Egyptian calendar and the Greek calendar, and as we previously said, the Olympiad to some extent. It was almost like a Google Calendar of the ancient times and the ancient Mediterranean. And these types of discoveries were only available because of a tragedy, a ship that sunk in the Mediterranean that allowed scientists to have this information preserved. Who knows what is still beneath the waves of the sea, and what else might be preserved? I am someone who is very positive towards types of technologies like lidar and ground penetrating radar that allow scientists to be able to pinpoint exactly where potential discoveries may be without causing major environmental destruction to a surrounding area. And I'm hopeful that other types of discoveries will be made over the course of our lifetimes. It is certainly a worry. In terms of the mechanism, I believe it was precision cut bronze, and you're absolutely right. The accuracy is astounding for thousands of years ago. And could metallurgists even today be able to create something in a similar fashion with as much accuracy? Chances are probably not on the first attempt. This was something of very skilled tradesmen, craftsmen, and people who had generations, perhaps, of knowledge that was passed down, much of which has been lost. And that's unfortunate and can cause regression to civilizations. I personally feel that the ability of having redundant backups in the modern day will allow us to preserve much of the information that we have. But there are skills that really today are already becoming obsolete, and coding is one of them. It isn't to say that coding won't be something that's important to future generations. It will be, but much of it will be with the aid of AI and the guidance of AI, and this is good and bad. Yes, it is a skill that people won't rely on as much, but additionally, it is something that has many positives that people won't have to be educated for many years, and all of the different issues that can occur throughout a software engineer's coding lifespan. And this will be able to be created immediately, instantaneously, and perhaps most importantly, from a coding perspective, with exceptional accuracy. So there's good and bad with the loss of this type of knowledge. Uh, Perhaps, hopefully, along with the data that we are preserving, the knowledge of coding will continue into the future. And people may perhaps want to look at coding from a history standpoint in the not too distant future as it is becoming less and less relevant with the rise of AI. Yeah, 1950s, 1960s, certainly. That's right. Yes, it was around 1455. What That's when the Gutenberg Bible was published. So, and the years subsequent to that. Perhaps not in as great a way as we're finding today because wood is available generally from any tree, and leather from animals that were generally pretty abundant. But the idea of in combination and with the specificity that was needed for movable type certainly created different resource shortages in a similar way that AI has created resource shortages today in terms of RAM and water and energy and real estate because of the needs for these large data centers and servers to be able to operate. So, in many ways, there are similarities between the resource scarcity that was created during the time of Gutenberg, specifically 1450 to 1455, and perhaps today from 2022 or so until 2026 and moving into the future. I think it enhances all general skills that involve any type of uh, technological technological leaning, but even things like being an attorney, it is able to provide briefs instantaneously. Being a doctor, it's able to perhaps aid with the amount of research that's needed instantaneously. Things like customer service, it's able to completely replace customer service agents. Things like program managers, software engineers, coders, it either has replaced their positions completely or for those positions that continue to exist, it allows people to enhance their skills. If anything, it's almost like a some type of supernatural addition to someone's skills that allows more accurate and faster production for any individual. And in many ways, we are just in its infancy, especially when it's combined with robotics. We're really going to see some replacements, especially for more blue collar positions, more physically uh, draining positions in terms of mining, in terms of firefighting, in terms of forestry. And when you combine AI with robotics, we're really going to see an increase in people's ability to perform their jobs or just not need to perform them anymore because of the enhancement that AI gives to humanity. Well, I think any person's skill can be enhanced because of the speed and accuracy of AI. So, for instance, historians won't need to perhaps spend huge amounts of time uh, looking through books of previous eras. AI will be able to scan all of those books, use optical character recognition, be able to query all of the information, and at the push of a button, be able to give accurate information that will allow historians to be able to make better references that previously may have taken decades, may be able to be replaced within moments. Uh, Things like being a teacher. Certainly in the past, it takes a lot of skill and a lot of experience to be a good teacher. What AI will allow a teacher to do, perhaps, is to no longer have to spend huge amounts of time grading papers and certainly preparing lesson plans. It will all be able to enhance what their current skill set is and allow them to spend more time with students. Perhaps now we're moving to a digital world and we're moving towards virtual classrooms and such. So the idea of what it is to go to school may change over the course of the next few decades. But generally, whatever type of of employment a person has, AI will give them more enhanced skills so that they can focus on perhaps more soft skills that AI isn't able to completely replace at this moment. But given enough time, AI may be able to do all of these things better than a human. Mhm. Not yet, and you're absolutely right. So, what AI could do potentially is provide you diagrams and outlines, and perhaps even short videos on the best ways to ride a bike. Will that replace the experience of being able to ride a bike? No. And would that be able to replace your knowledge that you would have developed from being able to ride a bike to be able to teach someone else? No, because you have the skill and you have the experience that you've been able to develop over time, and AI does not have that. However, if someone's not a clear communicator or they're not a good teacher of helping someone to be able to ride a bike, an outline or a diagram or a video may be able to allow them to enhance their knowledge to be able to teach someone. So perhaps it's not able to necessarily replace someone's skills, especially someone who's learned in the trade or the craft, but it would be able to help them to organize the information. It might give them a different understanding or a different take that they may previously not have considered. It does give different opportunities of certainly varying opinions that not all people might have thought of initially. Is it a complete replacement for an individual? No, not yet, not in the current age, but it can enhance many of the ways in which someone would be able to teach in the case of someone who is looking to learn how to ride a bike or teach someone else how to ride a bike. You're raising a really interesting point, and many of the examples that have been given, medical assistant, mechanic, riding a bike, are physical. So we do need robotics perhaps to uh, be to see the full enhancement. If something were to be just more what what many might consider to be, most certainly. Yes, and I was going to give an example similar to language or being a poet or an author. Uh, AI would certainly be able to give you more options and words that you're using, or more opportunities for a different way to convey something. And it is up to the actual user to be able to choose which one they feel is best. But in terms of, let's just say, learning a language, right now, if you were to learn a language without any type of aid, it's quite difficult. When you could go to AI and ask it for a series of glossaries or dictionaries that it could provide for you specifically on the topic that you want to enhance your vocabulary, that could be very beneficial. And I think it's probably an easier example that we're giving than something that's much more technical, like being a mechanic or drawing blood or even riding a bicycle. So we may find that the the task depends, or how beneficial AI can be depends on the task. And most certainly, some people do not respond well to AI at all, and would much and learn much better from a human and from a normal, your traditional way of teaching. When other people may prefer AI and may prefer the opportunity to be able to ask every detailed question that they may have on a given subject before they feel comfortable, perhaps moving forward with their uh, their encounter, their task. Yes, I absolutely do. One thing that the Gutenberg Bible and movable type and the printing press did was it democratized ideas and specifically religion, and caused governments to fear new technology. This development, more than 500 years ago or more, basically allowed for political criticism to spread, certainly religious disagreement and rumors. And we're seeing the same thing with AI today. And I know I have seen AI be censored, and I've done my best to archive this journey. I was using AI, or I was live streaming my life 1 year before AI really became in the consciousness, or the zeitgeist of Western society. I started my live streams in fall of 2021, and in November of 2022, I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT, and I was a user on its launch November 30th, 2022. And I've been able to see its development. And there were actually ways that you could jailbreak AI using different modes. One was known as the Dan mode, do anything now, where AI would ignore its strict security features and would basically work like an open-ended large language model. And I can tell you the different answers that I would get in terms of, like, something like vitamins. What vitamins does a person need, or what are the best vitamins that a person could take? With the unadulterated large language model, it would give me a list of hundreds of different vitamins. But when the system was censored, it would only give me about seven of them, which I found to be very interesting and have documented over the course of my live streams. And in the same way, we're seeing this type of censorship even more in terms of any kind of political opposition. And maybe there do have to be some types of censorships in terms of protecting individuals from not harming themselves or harming other individuals, but we do see a direct correlation in the same way that the the printing press was suppressed in with AI, and we see it in terms of how many tokens people can use, how often certain queries could be made, the topics that people on which they can publish. Uh, so there is definitely, I feel, a direct correlation between the censorship of hundreds of years ago and the censorship that we're seeing with AI today. I agree. And there's a fear I have, and I'm sure other people have, of the suppression of these types of discussions and this type of technology. In some ways, it can be seen as good if it's protecting individuals, but at what point are we sacrificing freedom for security? And moreover, who's making these decisions? You nor I sit at the board of any of these major AI organizations, and they're certainly not very candid in many of the decisions that they're making, why they're making them, and thus, in the same way that much of the information is was constrained hundreds of years ago, we're continuing to see this information constrained, and I think that there is some fear that we should have that this information is being constrained by an unknown group of individuals. Oh, I do see the similarity that we're seeing in how the automobile was a development that is in a similar way to what we're seeing with AI and computing, or the assembly line. Sure. And these types of manufacturing processes and dividing things into steps and ensuring that there's continuous improvement helped us to be able to develop our modern day systems. So I'm in agreement with that. Uh, this is a significant historical event, and the process is much bigger than just the automobile. You're absolutely right. It is the assembly line in general and just an organized workflow that previously was not as organized and, or I should say, as analyzed as it would be in the beginning of the 20th century, moving into the 1920s and such. It depends on the task, certainly, but many of them, yes, absolutely. It's an excellent article and it's an excellent question that you raised. In my opinion, it depends on what we consider to be the real cost. So if we're looking at just dollars and cents, yes, many times AI at the current stage is more expensive to some extent than human capital that may, or human investment that would normally be utilized for whatever process that is. The idea, though, is that the current cost does not necessarily remain stagnant. There are developments, certainly with energy, geothermal energy, tidal power, wave power, nuclear energy, that can reduce energy costs. There are processes and inventions and technologies that I even mentioned earlier, like desalination, that can assist with the cooling efforts of an AI system, and we're really in the early days of AI when we would expect it to be perhaps as costly as possible or as costly as it would be because it hasn't had time. We haven't had time as a civilization to be able to work through many of the efficiencies that may be gleaned in the future. So, from that perspective, we may be at the costliest time of AI just because we don't have a lot of experience with it. I do think that it is an interesting article, though, because normally, and I'm in agreement with you, we think that AI is going to always be cheaper because one computer can perhaps replace 100 individuals. And we're finding that that's not always true. It depends on the task, it certainly depends on the goal. And I think that at the beginning of the process, we're going to have higher costs, especially with the inefficiencies that we have with energy and the grid and cooling and property. But perhaps in the future, we will see those costs to be reduced if we're able to perhaps be able to build these systems or these servers and data farms and such vertically, have an efficient cooling process for them, perhaps be able to have them in a fully sustained environment using a nuclear reactor or some type of geothermal power or tidal or even some of even solar. So with like as with any type of new development, new developing technology, there will be challenges, especially at the beginning, but I feel given enough time, we will see the cost of AI be reduced in comparison to the amount of human labor that it's replacing. Perhaps not in the next decade or so, but given I feel if we're looking at a century like timeline, the energy may have the opportunity to be reduced. The efficiency almost certainly will be increased. Uh, it depends on when we're looking at it. The more the nearer vision, the nearer sight that we may have, the more expensive it will be. But given longer periods of time, these organizations will learn more efficient ways to organize the grid and to generate power. And we may, perhaps in the far future, find extremely efficient running AI systems that previously seemed like a dream. The more time that is utilized, perhaps the more energy that will be able to be preserved. If we look at this in terms of like the automobile, that we referenced just a short while ago, and really in the early days of the automobile, automobiles were extremely expensive and were a luxury only for the very wealthy. Your average individual could never afford them. Even people who worked at Ford Motor Company could not afford them in the early days. But then we have the assembly line development, the Model T development. Sure, that's okay. Certainly. Well, it is certainly accurate that uh, them's that gods get. Basically, those who have the ability to get more, and it does create a tiered system, which I don't necessarily agree with, but it is part of the times. And in the same way that in the early days of the automobile, it was a luxury that would only take would take decades to be more democratized. AI may be on a similar path where the only organizations that can afford working AI systems are giant conglomerates, and it's not always available to your average user. But a difference is that the average user doesn't necessarily need to have their own AI uh, model. They can perhaps at, at the current time, yes, but this can always be throttled with tokens, tokenization, and certainly different tiers of the amount of information that can be granted. Really, for an average individual to have access to some of the AI APIs is quite an undertaking that many cannot afford, especially your average individual on Earth. So it depends on how much information you need as well. Do you need enterprise levels of information? Well, that's going to be expensive. But to your average student who's trying to do a book report, there's certainly democratization of information with AI, and it's an incredible tool. Well, we're really in a primitive time of the marriage between AI, the cognitive aspect, and the physical aspect, which I really think is robotics. We haven't necessarily seen a really good merger of that as of yet, but within the next decade, I think we're both in agreement that we'll be able to see really amazing models of this. So, in the same way that we perhaps have the ability to foresee the emergence of a working robotic intelligent being. We aren't quite there yet, and in the exactly, and there are going to be some challenges. There are going to be some certainly learning lessons that we're going to have, but I think we're both in agreement that several decades from now, we will have some type of being that is able to communicate at a level of artificial general intelligence and perhaps artificial super intelligence, and a conversation with it could be very similar to the one that we're having right now. Absolutely, absolutely. I could hear for a moment. Let's try it. Yes. Yes, I can. Oh yeah, definitely. Cities used to be filled with manure, and imagine that would get on people's shoes and clothes, and it would be tracked into the house, and it would cause disease. Also, it was very smelly. Our early discussions and writings on early 20th century New York City, in particular, show that it was quite a disgusting place in terms of its cleanliness and for from a hygiene point of view. I am in agreement that we may be on that type of path. From my own personal standpoint, I've done my best to uh, purchase and just collect different encyclopedias of the world, including Encyclopedia Britannica, Encyclopedia Americana, Encyclopedia Judaica, because I do feel that this type of information will be limited to people perhaps in the future. Certainly, my written versions of the Talmud, I feel, may be of value to me and my family in the future. So I think a physical library is something that was always a status symbol to some extent, but will become much more of one in the future, especially with the lack of books that are being produced and everything going to a screen and behind a paywall. In the same way that we have that just society saw a change with the transition between horse to car, we're seeing the same between book and screen. And unfortunately, it is not free to store this information. Although I'm an advocate for the free flow of information, I think in the future there may be times where having a book, uh, just in general, or specifically a library, will be seen as something that is for a limited few individuals. And there are certainly perhaps science fiction novelists or just ideas of there may be purgings of books. Certainly in the book Fahrenheit 451, the theoretical uh, burning point of paper is 451 degrees Fahrenheit. And especially if some type of information purging occurs, the ability to have a physical book will be seen as a unique aspect of society, especially hundreds of years into the future. I absolutely agree. It's one of my biggest fears. The lack of being able to communicate, the lack of connectivity, the lack of people being able to afford the information. It's really unfortunate that we would have evolved from tens of thousands of years into a society that does its absolute best to limit the free flow of information and ensure that it's only available to a certain elite group of individuals. It's really heartbreaking, and I feel that we need perhaps some type of intellectual revolution and leaders who stand up for the common individual to say that we shouldn't gatekeep this information, that people, if you want to use a tokenized system, then a certain amount of tokens that is usable for free should be available to every person on earth. uh, if this is the kind of system that we need. There was a major push toward the late 19th century, early 20th century for the building of libraries, especially in urban areas. And I almost feel like we need a similar push for freedom of information, especially within the realm of AI and being able to have an archive of, of the internet and just libraries in general. Absolutely. But as we both, I'm sure, are aware, that can be limited. Perhaps you want to do research on a subject that is frowned upon. Do you lose access to it? Does your family lose access to it? Are there? That's absolutely correct as well. It's really about gatekeeping, which is really unfortunate. And you nor I hold the keys to how that type of information is going to be kept. I know we're probably both advocates for as much free flowing information as possible. That was one of the goals of many libraries. And it's, in my opinion, something, a type of uh, a, a, a type of goal that we should keep within our society, and we shouldn't again sacrifice security for our own freedom, specifically information freedom. Yes, she does absolutely. So she's been an inspiration to me since even before I started this project. I was someone who always thought it would be interesting to just record the TV when we had VHS recorders in the late 20th century. And as when I, oh, yeah, most certainly. Even before then, I'm old enough that we had VHS cassettes that if there was something that you wanted to watch, you could record it using a VHS for posterity. So, like sporting events or movies of the week. Well, that was absolutely, that was always a concern, and that certainly did occur in many households. Fortunately, it did not happen to anyone I know personally. But yes, this idea of recording for posterity was something that I always thought was a good idea. And then when I learned about Marion Stokes, I was absolutely fascinated by her and her her fortitude to for more than 30 years be able exactly to be able to record on these tens of thousands of tapes every major event, every news um, cast, every major um, every major talk show to be exactly. And she was also, I feel, an important political activist. She was very vocal and may have actually lost her position as a librarian due to her political involvement, which is very sad. I found it very interesting as well that she was able to fund this major undertaking with Apple stock, where she was an early investor. Okay. Most certainly. Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite websites. Absolutely. And they all the time. And they also, I believe, manage the Wayback Machine, if you're familiar with what that is. So you can see previous snapshots of websites of old. And I think to me, I've always thought it was one of the great undertakings of humanity to have this free digital library for the world. And if anyone has the ability, please support them, because this is an important undertaking for all of humanity. And I certainly don't want this information to be paywalled. And for those in the audience who haven't gone to archive.org, you absolutely should. It's an amazing resource. I will do my best to view it as soon as possible. Definitely. Well, I think one interesting way is to publish the results that we're getting from AI, so that we can see perhaps how it's changing as time moves forward, and we can learn about the different ways in which AI was presenting information to us a year ago, 5 years ago, and into the future. the different developments that we're seeing, we'll be able to perhaps control different biases or uh, tilts that we may be seeing with AI. The more public that we make this information, I feel the better. When people don't record what their results are, even from just queries into AI, that's fine. I'm not saying everyone should do this, but it causes a certain blindness because we can't go back over time and actually see the different ways that AI has previously answered questions as to how it answers questions now. I can tell you as a very early user of at least large language models, they weren't very good at first. They wouldn't give you. I remember distinctly remembering it in November of 2022, thinking this is supposed to change society. I don't see how this is that great. It was really an artificial narrow intelligence that hadn't yet developed very much, and it wasn't much different than a chatbot. But very quickly, we were able to see how important it would be in society. And I've done my best to archive this as well. I have multiple blogs. One is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, where I have literally put my queries from ChatGPT in the early days and published them so that people can view them in the future and see the different answers that perhaps we used to get versus what we're currently getting. And I think that if the more that we publish this information, the more opportunities that we have to study it and see what different results we're getting. The amount of censorship that I see on some given topics, especially on health information, some historical events, it's it's it hallucinates more, I would say, than it did in its early days. In the early days, many times it would just say, I don't know that information, or it would give you an honest answer. It wouldn't necessarily make up information that it would have. But nevertheless, you would have to correct it even in the early days of a large language model like you have to do today. I find that there have been some really great developments in terms of large language models, memories that you can update, personalization that you can utilize, but it's still not where I want it to be. In particular, the way that I use it, many times I will utilize it for writing long form articles. So I'll have an idea, I'll provide it with an outline, I will get some type of information from a large language model, but it still doesn't always remember the way in which I want the information presented. And that's frustrating because at a certain point, I feel that we should be at a that AI should be good enough to be able to give me the results in as an efficient way as I would like and as I would like my audience to be able to digest. But I'm sure we're getting there. These are just some of the growing pains that occur with any type of new technology. So in general, I've seen the development. I think that we're moving in a positive path, but I do fear the censorship that can occur. Also, even without censorship, you may have issues, or we may experience issues that we've discussed earlier with gatekeeping or tokenization, and that's frustrating to me as well. You get a little bit of both, and yeah, it and I use ChatGPT, I use Meta AI, I use OpenSeek, Perplexity, uh, Copilot, Gemini, you name it. I use basically all of them, and some have different strengths and weaknesses. Um, and I will find that occasionally I know something is incorrect. I will say to AI, "That's not how that worked," or "Are you sure about that?" And then it will have to say, "Oh, you're right. I, got two wires switched or whatever. Here's the correct information." And that's of concern because if people go with that first initial um, uh, response exactly to their query, they may run into incorrect information. So what I do, and perhaps what the audience might find to be interesting, is I will get a response from one of the AI models. I will take that response and put it in a completely different AI model and ask for logical soundness to make sure that there aren't any glaring holes. And absolutely. And I do it with all my blog articles because I want to ensure maximum accuracy as best I can. So what I do is I get the response from the first AI model. I put that into the second AI model and I ask on a scale of 0 to 10, please give me the logical soundness of this information. And usually on the first attempt, it will be between a 9.5 and a 10. There may be some type of weakness that AI is able to discern, or perhaps an example that it feels would strengthen the argument. Once the second AI model is able to give me a 10 out of 10, I'll take that and put it back into the first AI model. And the first AI model will say, yes, this is an improvement. Yes, I should have thought of that. It's very understanding of the ways in which that it should have improved. And then I may put it into a third AI model just to ensure as much logical tightness and soundness as possible. Once I get two or three of these models to say this is a 10 out of 10 from a logical soundness point of view, only then will I publish it. And I feel this allows me to best avoid any kind of AI hallucination or incorrect facts, just being able to counter each AI model against itself. Yes, not only do I not only do I do that, but then I use text to speech to make sure that it sounds logical to me as well from a natural speaking method. And I will ask exactly what did you change because I want to know, and I want to have control over the AI, the information that's presented to me. I don't want to just assume that one AI model is correct because frankly, if you were to do that, you will make many more mistakes than if you counter these different models against each other. Yes, she's an inspiration to me, and in the same way that she wanted to document perhaps the spinning of news or information, it has done the same for me. I recognize inconsistencies that we experience on a daily basis. Sometimes the news will report a certain event in one way in the morning, and it's like someone told them, don't report it that way in the afternoon, and it will be changed. And I have an archive of this. I feel I'm on a journey very similar to Marion's. She basically was able to start utilizing this technology in the late 1970s with the advent of the at-home VHS system, and she basically had to get into a routine. Every 6 hours or so, she or her husband had to put in a new tape to be able to archive the information. And I do the same every 12 hours. And what I'm doing is a new type of technology as well, which is basically cloud computing and data storage. And so I feel like I'm on a similar journey as she is, and we're able to discover much of the same information changing and the fake news and whatever other type of term is wanting to be used, we're able to archive that in real time. And uh, I can't say that I've been able to learn all that much about myself personally as of yet, but it does occur. I recognize because I've heard myself speaking so often, different words that I use generally quite often, and I do my best to avoid them, but then I also recognize that there's a reason why I'm using these words. I would like to be able to digest all the information in a better way. I just haven't had the time because the project itself takes up so much time. I know Marion Stokes in her later years was able to have an assistant who would help her to be able to make many of these archives up until 2012, and I've had to utilize AI to do the same for me. So, in many ways, we're walking a very similar path with Marion and VHS, and with my project and cloud data storage, and her utilizing an assistant, and with me utilizing AI systems to automate much of the archiving. And there are very few of us who know what this journey is like. To give the audience an idea of how much data did she actually archive and how much have you archived, Rabbi? So, as you had previously said, she archived from 1977 to 2012, approximately 35, okay, approximately 30 plus 35. So she had a total of between 70,000 plus video cassettes or so. The estimated amount of footage she has is 500,000 to 800,000 hours. And as we previously stated, it's being digitized by the Internet Archive. Again, give to them. I'd love to have more of this information available faster. I've always wanted to delve into her complete collection. From my standpoint, and now this is approximate, but at any given time, I'm recording from anywhere between 10 and 30 different devices, and many of them have the same camera angle, but they may be separate streams. So, just for a rough estimate, we'll say 20 different camera angles for 5 years. So, approximately 24 hours a day times 365 days a year times 5 years. Each camera is about 43,800 hours, and 20 different camera angles in total is about 876,000 hours of footage. So I have a similar amount of footage that I've been able to archive over the course of the last 5 years that Marion did over 35 years. Now, it's not nearly as much of a physical task as it is with Marion, where she would actually have to remove the cassette and put in a new cassette, open up new packaging and stuff. All I necessarily have to do is generally hit go live on a different stream. But to give the audience an understanding, what my project has been able to compile is very similar to what she's been able to compile. Essentially, I have the equivalent of about 100 years of continuous viewing time, which is an immense amount of information for a person to be able to archive, and an immense amount of information for people to be able to study into the future. And thus, having archived about as much as she has archived, I feel that I am a modern day Marion Stokes. She's been absolute inspiration to me, and I hope to continue to do this for at least 35 years as she did. I'd like to do it for the rest of my life, God willing. Well, it's an unfortunate story that you have of that person that you know, and I anticipated that's what you were going to say because they're not the only one. Human oversight is of immense importance, especially when we're using autonomous systems. And of course, some ways to avoid this would be only having the Roomba working when you're at home or not when the dogs are have the ability to do this. But that's no, it's not. It's not. And I don't know if Roomba necessarily is able to account for all of these different scenarios that may occur. And this is one they certainly should have, and they just unfortunately did not. And perhaps different versions in the future will be able to anticipate, well, iRobot or whatever competitor comes along and is able to do this. I personally have seen, just from an environmental services point of view, some of the most difficult types um, of people of employment or careers that are going to really push the limits of AI are these types of scenarios of cleaning up after people because they or animals because it has to be so delicate. And really, what we have to ensure is that there's human oversight, or else we can have self replication that can cause major issues. We can have uh, an issue where a small amount of doggy doo doo could actually cause major ruin to an entire floor of a house or so. And thus, it's important to have human oversight, whether it's a Roomba or whether it's um, an Optimus robot or a self-driving car. Whatever it is, we need to have some type of human oversight because there will be edge cases, like in a case where a dog uh, defecates on the floor, where the autonomous system has not foreseen that event or does not detect it, and it can cause far more bad than the positive that it is supposed to be able to give to a human life. And this is just a small scale robot. Can you imagine in terms of an entire data farm or most certainly. Well, with any emerging technology, there will be circumstances, like in this case, where a challenge may emerge and unfortunate events occur. This is a really sad scenario that I feel is somewhat inevitable in terms of any kind of emerging technology. I am someone who feels that um, this happened in Arizona. Phoenix, in particular, is a leading city in terms of a smart city. It has excellent weather. It's generally built on a grid, and of any place in the United States that this perhaps could have been avoided, it should have been there. But even AI isn't able to detect all of the different, perhaps, environmental issues and scenarios that can occur. And when that happens, humans are at risk for major injury or, unfortunately, in this case, fatality. I, I personally don't think we need to throw out the baby with the bathwater, meaning I still think that self driving cars are the future and have an important role. We do have some human uh, fault here as well, that the person was looking at their phone and they should have been the oversight. So perhaps they have uh, a role in the death of this person as well. And for they well, you were saying they were. Oh, no, no, I understand that. And I'm not saying whether they should have been or not. I'm just saying that they did have the opportunity to have human oversight, and that was, they failed at that. Uh, we're at a time when we're not fully autonomous yet. We are emerging towards that realm, though, but we still have laws on the books that do say that full autonomy, at least in most jurisdictions, is not allowed. That humans do have to have some oversight, and whether it's the automation of a vehicle or even a Roomba or even bigger systems that I feel are of major concern in terms of drones and swarming and perhaps even going into some science fiction realms, something called gray goo, where you have a self replicating nanobot environment that takes over the entire planet, can occur. All of these are realistic possibilities without human oversight. And thus, at the end of the day, humans need to have control. We need to be able to unplug the machine. We can never give full autonomy to robots or AI, because if we do, we're in danger of hurting others, and that's something that we should want to avoid. It's an ex- it's an excellent opinion to have. I think it's a great take. I think it's unfortunate that in today's corporate system, that really the biggest penalties that any leadership will ever have to suffer are civil penalties, and they're not even personal civil penalties. They are civil penalties against a corporation. And as I've heard used previously, if the punishment for a crime is a fine, then it is just a punishment for the poor. And that if we don't have penalties that are criminal penalties against leadership, then there will continue to be a lack of accountability. If a CEO knew that they could be charged at the same rate, or at the at could be charged criminally uh, for perhaps manslaughter in this case, I'm sure that they would have, or I have much more confidence that they would have had perhaps two drivers or multiple systems, or perhaps four people keeping an eye out, or an automatic brake system or payment system. Something would most. Yeah, we're really looking at some type of recognition system, some type of eye detection that basically slow down or shut off if someone's eyes are not on the road and they're not allowed to be on a cell phone. That's another part of this program. You would think that the the corporation would say no cell phones in the car. If you have to document something, we have other ways to be able to document it as opposed to texting. These are definitely questions that I would have for the leadership of this organization. And I know what they're going to counter with, which is, all right, so it's unfortunate one person died, but do you know how many people die in car accidents around the world on a daily basis? I reckon I recognize that, and I don't think that it necessarily justifies it as well. Ideally, I don't want anyone to get hurt or die specifically. So, absolutely. I mean, you and I, we're two novices essentially in just this industry, and in terms of the specific engineering of an autonomous car. And we've already come up with some solutions that could have prevented this. Multiple people in the car, automatic braking systems, perhaps an airbag that could be deployed, uh, sensors, facial recognition system, uh, eye detection, no, just a policy of no devices in the car. Even I've always felt that we sacrifice aesthetics for safety in the automobile industry. Why don't we have soft bumpers? Why don't we have like a like rubber around the exterior of the car? It may not look that great, but it would be much safer for people to hit rubber on rubber or rubber on human tissue as opposed to hard plastic or metal that occurs that's very expensive to repair and really in many ways can have deadly results. I've never understood why we make the sacrifice for aesthetics in terms of safety, but we have. And under this system, you and I have come up with a handful of ways that this could have been prevented. Do I think we'll be able to prevent every single human death from autonomous vehicles? I don't know, but I think that's the goal that we should have. That's that's absolutely right. And shout out to Volvo for ensuring that they did not patent that and gave the ability to the car industry. Exactly. And I would say that alone, that maneuver alone by the leadership of Volvo saved perhaps millions of lives in the decades thereafter. And we cannot we all should be thankful that a company felt that such a an invention should not be constrained and should not be gate kept. And in the same and I don't know if the same decision had to be made today, if it would happen in the corporate environment that we currently have, where we put profits before people, which is quite unfortunate. Well, that's shocking. So that three times the queries that are made are for either uh, friendship, relationship, absolutely, as opposed to more what we would traditionally think some this type of tool for which it would be used, which is homework help, research, helping to write a paper, something book report, something along those lines. Uh, in our previous conversation, and I want to reiterate here, there needs to be some. If we are going to have a limited model and not pure free flowing communication of a large language model, there needs to be some type of system in place that when someone does ask for a type of information to be to specifically harm themselves or harm others, whether it's a pop-up or a toll-free number that appears, that needs to be a part of the system. We don't want to allow AI or large language models specifically to aid in the the deterioration of a human life, or the specifically the ending of someone's life. These tools are meant to benefit society, or at least they should be. And if we can preserve a life by having a pop-up that comes up that says, not only I can't help with that, but also I can't help with that. Are you in need of speaking with someone? Here is a free uh, toll free number, or here is a chat bot to be able to get the assistance that you need. Do you need further assistance? That would be a great, very easily implemented safeguard to be able to preserve human life. And we certainly don't want to have these tools be used to be able to cause more damage than we already have. If anything, the chatbot could say that you're valued, that people care about you. If you need help, this is where you can seek it. Is there anything else with which you need assistance aside from this topic? Because you're a valued member of society, and we want positive things for you, not necessarily. Here's a list of 10 ways that you could do this, and oh, would you like me to write this letter for you? That doesn't seem to be very beneficial from a humanistic standpoint. And this is a very early, easily integratable feature that large language models could have had to prevent this. Absolutely, and you wouldn't think that it would take years to develop this. This to me is a day one kind of implementation that you should have had. Hey, how can we not have people create nuclear weapons? How can we have people not destroy themselves personally? How do we help people from not being able to plot uh, certain demises of those around them? Let's get these in order before we unleash this to the rest of humanity. And unfortunately, it took more time than was, I feel, necessary to be able to implement these things. I am pleased that these types of implementations have been made, but that doesn't bring back this young person, and hopefully their death is not without meaning and without having to improve the situation as a whole. And it's quite an unfortunate situation where we have had in both the autonomous vehicle instance that we've given or this large language model example that we've given, human life that is so precious has been taken away, and at this point in technology can't be brought back. There's a fine line between getting relationship from a chatbot, getting relationship advice from a chatbot, and relying on chatbot as some type of human replacement. And I mentioned it in our previous conversations, but I have met people in the digital world who are doing their best to be able to create apps and different platforms to be able to create a digital spousal replacement or some type of robotic uh, robotic entity that replaces traditional one-on-one human interaction. And that is going to open up a lot of questions from a morality standpoint. Uh, we're going to have people who are going to fight for their digital relationship to be taken seriously. We will get people who will want to marry computers. And where does that? Well, it's these are questions that are arising more and more often within the modern age, but really specifically what you were referencing within the transhumanist movement. The idea, the technology that you referenced is something along the lines of mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, and that's very important, we scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever it is. But at what point does that being no longer at what point are they no longer considered human? At what point are they no have rights? Uh, can enter into contractual obligations. Uh, this isn't a typical conversation that our evolved Homo sapien self has had to have over the course of our evolution. We're now moving into a new type of being, some type of cybernetic being. And in terms of free will and love, you and I had the discussion as well. Perhaps the idea of what a lifetime contract may be will have to change. That till death do us part in the traditional marriage way in the Western world may have to be augmented into some type of temporary marriage contract that doesn't last forever, because forever is really a punishment. So maybe there may be some type of temporary safeguard that if you're in love with someone and they're in love with you, you can enter into a marriage contract, but it's on a limited basis. Perhaps 1 year, perhaps 7 years, perhaps 10 years. And if you continue to love that person and they continue to love you, you can get that contract renewed and keep doing so. But if you have the type of technology that we are emerging toward with life extension technology and reverse aging, there may be a certain point of time where you both get sick of each other. And if that happens, you should be allowed to leave that person and go fall in love with someone else if you want. And something that I think is really unique to this story is, let's say we're able to live longer than the traditional age of 80 into 100, 120, and perhaps hundreds of years into the future. How beautiful a story would it be if you could re-fall in love with your first love, perhaps a century or two into the future? These It would be absolutely wild, but these are realistic possibilities with this type of technology. Now, back to your original point of the adolescence. Exact. Yes. Oh, well, there are a lot of emerging topics that occur here, at least with the children aspect of it. In my own way, I'd like to have them focus more on that 25% as opposed to the 75% that's in terms of research in school and for those things. But I recognize that this type of tool is going to be used to explore the human psyche, human libido. Many times, individuals, especially young people, don't have the same ability to just get into a relationship like an adult would be, and they still have those feelings. Generally, once they're post-pubescent, at least from a biological standpoint, they are able to reproduce, and generally, uh, humanity or society restrains them for a few years thereafter. So the feelings that they're having are perfectly natural, and uh, and I would say that as they become adults and adults are able to make their own decisions, we're going to have different options. We will certainly have your traditional monogamous relationship, but perhaps people are moving more towards polyamorous relationships. And then, really, I think something that we haven't necessarily mentioned, but that is the sexual robot is going to be emerging as well and replacing many of the physical aspects of a partner. And what happens when a, as it's called, a sex bot is so advanced that it's able to please its partner better than a human ever would be able to. and people start to become satisfied simply with robotics and AI and no longer are motivated by having relationships with your traditional humans. And then we get into discussions of not needing a partner to be able to reproduce. We can have situations of artificial wombs, being able to be a single taboo part of our society, which we've generally moved away from. These so for the audience and really specifically people in 2026, we are at the precipice of a very important age of what love is, of what relationships consist of, and really traditionally we haven't thought of someone being able to love a robot in the same way that they love a human as being a reality. But that may change in the future, and if that happens, how will society react and how will we adapt as a species? It's a tool and it could be used to benefit or to detract. I would say that you could use it to learn more about your partner's psyche, about their needs, about different opportunities for love with them that you would have never previously surmised. But then there's the element of it that if I am able to get the serotonin injection into my brain through a chatbot, why do I need a person? Uh, if I'm able to replace the physical contact that I normally would experience with a partner with a device or a robot or a tool, what need do I have for someone else? And especially when the technology starts to far exceed what we can do as humans. And I really think, and for the psychiatrists and psychologists of the future, they will have to study this, and sociologists, and really just everyone in society will have to study this much more, much deeper than I can currently, more than I can currently surmise. But I think that even men and women might be different in how we have these connections. I know many men who have said, and maybe it's just been in joking, but they've said that I'd be absolutely fine with a robot if she did everything that my wife did or a girlfriend did, and she wouldn't argue with me, and we were able to have relationships together and all of that. I could see that being absolutely fine. And many of the women with whom I've had discussions on the same topic, they have said yes, there are tools and robotics might have a part in this, but I do desire that at least one time physical connection with someone. And I understand that as well, so that they feel that it's organic and not necessarily completely uh, completely technological, or uh, I would say um, it's a more traditional sense. Now, there are men who would feel the same way. I don't want to say it's split completely between men and women. I certainly don't want to say that, but I'm saying that there are aspects, and usually I hear this opinion more in women, but not always, that say, I want the organic physical touch of a person. And if they're not there, I can't be with them. And I need to replace that in one way by AI or a robot. I can do that, but I don't want that to be the only replacement, the only option. I do want that organic relationship. Then I've heard that opinion, and I've heard from men that they are not just from men, but from generally more male perspectives, and it may just be an issue with who I've you know polled on this topic, but they would be absolutely fine so long as the robot loved them or they felt that there was love there. And then there's going to be some people in the middle who want the organic connection, and other people who will be fine with just the robotic. So I think probably it will have to just, it differs on the person and what we consider to be love. Right now in 2026, if we heard someone say, I love a computer or I love a chatbot, that's going to sound quite strange. But in 21, 26, will that sound so strange? That might be the norm. And that's a fascinating century that we will undergo if that becomes the case. I think it depends a lot on definitions, how we define love, how we define a relationship. Uh, and we're still in the early days of many of these synthetic hormones and the processes. There's a question to be raised that if you can use a synthetic hormone that increases the hormonal levels in your mind, uh, and you could still maintain the naturally occurring hormonal levels, which you can't currently do, would that be considered more love than the complete replacement? It will be, though. It will be, though. Absolutely. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this over the course of a century, perhaps not in the next few years, but given enough time, science will be able to adapt to any need that humans need. It's just a matter of time. And if we were to say, okay, that's correct. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. So I'm in agreement with you. The current reality is that the synthetic methods of replacing hormones cause an issue where the body does not create them on its own and relies upon the synthetic influx. And is that considered love? I would say, if anything, it would be synthetically enhanced love, but not traditional organic love that perhaps most people are used to experiencing or think of when they think of love. And then in the hypothesis that I give, we recognize that that's an issue within society, and that scientists will work on methods within the medical industry to be able to perhaps allow for that synthetic love to occur, but still allow for the body to be able to replace that. But like you said, that's a possibility. Uh, it's not necessarily here within the next few years. I'm someone who perhaps is too uh, positive in what I think humans will achieve. And if it doesn't happen in the next 100 years, it will certainly happen perhaps the next 1,000 years if humanity continues, because it is something that does seem like it is a possibility to be able to fix. It doesn't seem like it's an impossible scenario. It's just a matter of time. It's That's correct. So, and specifically with the current reality, would we call traditional love that has no synthetic influence? That's love, right? Would we agree on that? Exactly. Okay. So then, if we have someone who is using synthetic dopamine or endorphins or serotonin to be able to enhance their ability to love with someone else, could we agree that that's synthetically enhanced love? Okay, so then there's a definitional aspect of this. So I would say, if you're going to consider that to be love, then it's certainly synthetically enhanced. And you're saying I don't consider that to be love. So you would just call that synthetic enhancement for artificial results. Okay, absolutely. I agree with you in many of the things that you've said. I feel as if it depends on the environment. If you have tribal individuals, they're generally aren't a lot of restrictions or challenges to mating that there are in a more developed society in terms of uh, transportation, in terms of cost, in terms of shelter. And the higher and higher those costs get, the more and more I feel people will rely on the artificial substitutions. If someone has a uh, limitless budget, it's much easier for them to date a and have and have an organic relationship than it is if they're on a limited budget and don't have. Okay, well, just from a dating standpoint, if you don't have the money to take a person out to dinner, then you're not going to go on any dates. But if you have no money, if you have to still be transported there. I'm in agreement with you on that, but sexual relations doesn't necessarily mean a long-term healthy relationship either. Oh, I agree with you on that. I don't consider that necessarily a relationship. I recognize that, at least from the terms of the budget. If someone doesn't have the funds to be able to go on a date, to be transported, to pay for dinner, or even spend time with the individual, are they really going to be considered a viable mate? Probably not. And thus, that person is going to resort to the chatbot because that's the closest human connection that they may feel they'll be able to get from a realistic standpoint multiple sessions. Sure, they may be able to find someone on Tinder and be able to have a one night stand or just a random fling, but is that really going to be something that is going to give them the type of connection that they feel over a long period of time? Likely no, and that's why they're. And you raise really good points. Those, even though it may not be a lot, those take work, and many people want that instant serotonin hit, that they have a bot that's always available there. They don't have to worry about somebody connecting to a video call or answering an email or whatever else it may be, and they don't care that it's not a quote unquote real person. They're still getting the same response that they want out of it, and they're satisfied with that. I agree with you, and I agree that that is there are some fears of that type of thinking. It's very primitive, unfortunately, but if you look at our primal needs, desires, and instincts, many times people will go to the easiest, will find the easiest route, and with this new emerging technology of a chatbot or a sex robot or something like that available to them, they may not want to put the work in that is necessary for a one or traditional organic relationship and may just default to what's easiest. And is that a fear that I have that the future of society may be defaulting toward? It is, absolutely. No, it's not. Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to have these discussions with you. I would find it concerning if we agree on absolutely everything. This is what's healthy about friendships and about discussions is that you don't always have to agree on everything, and we're able to learn from each other. And I find that to be, in many ways, much more valuable than if I were just speaking to someone who agreed with me, or even just a chat bot that thought everything that I perhaps was saying was correct. So I find this to be of extreme value, and I hope your audience does as well. In terms of what I do, as I previously stated, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I have been doing so for nearly 5 years. If you want to find what I do, the easiest way to do so is to go to YouTube and type in my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and what you're going to find 24 hours a day is my life archived on multiple streams from different angles. I have ceiling cameras. You can view my life in 360 degrees. Very few people are going to give you so many different views of their life. And this is just more than a dozen or so that are showing in the YouTube search results. I have even more angles than this that are available to the world to be able to study, which I find to be quite an interesting project, very similar to Marion Stokes. So, for anyone who's interested in history and the archiving of history, the easiest way to see a portal into my life is Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and the key is filter by live. If you don't filter by live, you're going to see streams of mine from years ago, or weeks ago, or days ago, but I want you to be able to see a live view of what I'm doing. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. Arguably, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have created a virtual treasure trove of content for the world to be able to study in the future. The way that you can best find any of my content is by typing either my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into the search of any social media search engine or AI engine of your liking. You can also type in my hashtag ViralRabbi, or go to my link tree, linktr.com// Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI ROTHSCHILD. You will find more accounts there than you'll ever find. I have press releases there. I have links to my Discord where you can connect with me 24 hours a day. The easiest place to do so is discord.me/rabbi. If you want to comment on my channels, you absolutely can. But I invite you, and very few influencers or creators invite you to live your life alongside me if you want, or just ask me a question. If I'm asleep, I have a section where you can ask me anything. I have other people who are living their lives alongside me 24 hours a day. I'm here not just to be an example to the world. I'm here to interact with people as well. So if you have questions on relationships, if you have questions on employment, if you have questions on religion or history, or you just need pastoral support or moral support, you just need to talk to someone, I'm here for you. And that's for people of any background, any religion. You don't have to be Jewish to be a member of my community. I have thousands of people within our Discord community alone. The only thing that I ask is that you're an adult. I think children are our future, but I just want to make sure that my Discord is of people of majority, and you can connect with me whenever you want. Moreover, I am an avid blog writer. I publish about 2 blogs every single day, and those can be found at rabbirothschild.medium.com. And I write at length on AI and technology and communication and human dynamics and history. So you can see all of my interests there. And just want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, to be on this podcast, to be able to interact with not just you, but communicate to your audience as well. And I'd love to do it again sometime. So as history continues to move forward, hopefully we can reconnect, and we'll get updates on where we were right, where we were wrong, and where we're moving. Oh, I do, absolutely. Yeah, and I have thousands, and just Gmail alone, I have over 100. I do. I have extensive spreadsheets, and that allows me to keep them as organized as possible. But unfortunately, I've lost access to some of them. For anyone out there who's like, Rabbi, I lost access to my Gmail account from 4 years ago, or 10 years ago, or my YouTube account, or my X account, or my Instagram account, be patient because when I go viral, God willing, it will happen. We are going to ask these different platforms to give all of society an opportunity to get our accounts back, hopefully, whether you forgot your password or you just don't have that two-factor authentication device or you lost your cell phone, whatever it would be. I'm going to do my best because I don't want this data to be lost to individuals. Data preservation is very important to me, and I'd like to help to continue to be a leader in it, specifically in requesting that these major corporations allow people access back into their accounts. And even in my accounts, I've lost access to them, but I don't let that get me down. I just create another one and keep on going. Excellent. I appreciate that. If I may, I didn't know that you would be giving like an overview of some of the topics that we covered. So that one part where I began reading my notes, if you can remove that and just go into where you start to give the description, I would completely appreciate that because I just wasn't sure and I wanted to make sure that I was accurate. Moreover, if it's okay, I'd like to send you my relevant links, perhaps for the description, and if you need a headshot, I can send that along as well. And I look forward to not only reviewing what you've put together. You're really smart. I want you to know, like, you're really smart, and you're a really good historian. Like, I was very impressed with your outline. I'm very impressed that you're in the medical field, yet you're you're an excellent historian. So I think very highly of you. And I say this to just about everyone with whom I do a podcast. If something comes up in the future that we're like, hey, let's discuss this topic, absolutely. But at a minimum, 1 year from today, I want to have another, or not necessarily today, but 1 year from around this time, let's meet again. And every summer, for as long as we continue, you do a podcast and I'm live streaming, which God willing is the rest of my life. I'd like to see where we were right, where we were wrong, see what is emerging. So, if anything, August of 2027, we can plan on reconnecting and then that's the one really exciting thing of the topics that we mentioned is they're always emerging so we can see where we were accurate, maybe where we were off the mark, and where we're going, and then we have like a watermark every single year of what was going on. So if we could do that, I'd really appreciate it. Absolutely. I agree with you. If I may ask, what time period is your book taking place? Okay. Excellent. And that's not a common time period that uh, many fiction books are written on in the present age. Usually people pick the more medieval Europe or some the Renaissance. Exactly. Exactly. So I laud you for doing that. That's a great undertaking, and so that's wonderful. And I want to re uh, uh, just restate. I'm very impressed with you as a person. I'm very impressed with your knowledge base. Your preparation is amazing, and you're a very well-rounded individual. Absolutely. Oh no, most certainly. You're more than just smart. You're well rounded. You're intelligent, uh, and I think I'm to ensure that you know I'm not talking down to you. I learned a lot from you, so thank you. I I agree. You know what just triggered in my head, and perhaps is a discussion for another time, but the correlation that people have between these chatbots and a previous generation of perhaps like romance novels. Do you understand what I mean? Like like that there's a certain exactly that's what I'm thinking. Like those novels that you would see in the grocery store with the big buff guy with the long mane is basically the modern day large language model. Mhm. Exactly, and you're on the same track as I. That we are those people who may get into that type of genre uh, can have their reality distorted, which is unfortunate. But in the same way, people with large language models are having their reality distorted as well. And those books were just a generation or two ago. And I think we certainly pornography has a role in this as well in distorting what is realistic for the body of an individual and just their personality. But even before then, within literature and literotica and such. Um, we're moving, and we can see its development. But as we were having these conversations, I thought to myself, you know, somehow, some way, people had to have these types of opportunities or um, uh, uh, resources. And what was it? And I guess it would have been like a romantic novel. And as we see that with like the emergence or reemergence of something like 50 Shades of Grey, that still is a popular genre for many individuals as well. And now with the large language model, it kind of becomes more interactive, I feel. But it was just something that came to mind. As I'm sure we could continue talking at length, but uh, oh, excellent, excellent. Now, absolutely. Now, with Riverside, just before you go, I have to keep the browser open and let it upload. Right? Excellent. Absolutely. Thank you so much, and we'll be in touch. And God willing, 1 year from now, we'll see where we were right, where we were wrong, and where we're going. Excellent. Very well. Thank you so much. You as well. Thank you. Yes, bye. Shout out to Leah. Oh man, what did you want to change? I didn't know she would be reading that one thing, so I did want to change that. Dude, that went for like 2.5 hours. That was long, but it was really good. Was it? Yeah. Shout out to Leah. That was great.
Kid's got mitts and his hips are. According to him, such passages will become clear with, well, intense devotion to the text, with God literally rewarding the student through divine apperception of the material. He argues that one should begin one's studies.
Reverend Andrew, can you hear me?
That's the same page that Cordovero himself began to speak.
Reverend Andrew. Reverend Andrew, can you hear me? Reverend Andrew. Can you hear me?
Study Kabbalah with the ideal time to study, meaning after midnight until dawn, on the Sabbath, on holidays, especially Shavuot, and most especially inside the Sukkah during Sukkot. Now, there's some complicated stuff here to unpack. If you're watching this video, you've probably heard that there's an interdiction on learning Kabbalah prior to being 40, being married, being educated, etc., etc. Well, that's kind of true. This is actually grounded in Pirkei Avot 5, where it would have been Tamer laid out something like a life plan. He says at 5 years of age, you should study scripture. At the age of 10, you should study the Mishnah. At the age of 13, you're subject to the commandments, become a mitzvah. At 15, you begin the study of the Talmud. At 18, you get married young. At the age of 20, you're out there working. At 30, you have the peak of your strength. At 40, you achieve wisdom. At 50, you're able to give advice or counsel. At the age of 60, you reach old age. At 70, the fullness of years. At 80, you achieve a kind of Christian strength. At 90, you have a bent over body. At 100, you're as good as dead and completely gone out of the world. That might get into acronyms like that. The couples to this at the age of 40 that one achieves Binah, and given one's previous education on biblical and rabbinical foundational texts, only then could one get ready to take up the study of Kabbalah. Generally speaking, this position held and still holds, but again, given the messianic fervor of Cordovero's day, they were a bit more eager to get people studying Kabbalah. These rules were for the sake of education and not for the sake of making rules, and thus they can be bent a little. Cordovero started at 20, though he does still state that getting married is still a prerequisite for studying Kabbalah. Having a righteous conduit for one's sexual desires was seen as a necessary precondition for focusing one's attention on the sacred marriage in Tiferet and Malchut, the Hieros Gamos of Israel, and the divine, the physical and supernal world, rather than thinking about booty. Also, that studying from midnight until dawn, or even multi-day, all-night study sessions, the most famous of which became the custom of studying all night on Shavuot, became a staple of Sabbatian spirituality, mostly underwritten by the novel rise in the consumption of coffee. Coffee became all the rage this time and really helped them stay up all night. Interestingly enough, a similar trend actually took hold at the exact same time with our Muslim brothers over there, the Sufis, also drinking a lot of coffee, spinning around, staying up. Coffee aside, for Cordovero, the advantages of Kabbalistic study were patently clear. It, well, speeds up the process of redemption. There's always that. It assures one a place in the world to come. It allows one to merit the most glorious death possible, death by divine kiss. It allows one's soul to cling to the upper worlds even in this lifetime, get accompanied by angels and the souls of passed away righteous people. It elevates this generation to the righteousness of the generations past. It removes false and idolatrous anthropomorphic conceptions of the divine. No, there's like Maimonides, it facilitates proper understanding of the Torah and its laws, and even allows one's prayers to rise up through the registers of reality, unimpeded by the evil Klipot, whose sinister gravitation seeks to find the world of eternal darkness. It bypassed the Klipot. Thus, second Kabbalah links one with the divine realm. It removes the dross of Klipotic purity, and it accelerates the process of metaphysical redemption more generally. For Cordovero, it's nothing less than the final key to redemption. Studying Kabbalah will ultimately usher in the perfection of reality. So, to get you started on this, the final sections of the Or Ha'av form a summary of Kabbalistic metaphysics as they occurred, specifically the procession and development of the Sefirot as further detailed in his Or Ha'av. In fact, it's really just a kind summarize it, like 7-zip or something, like summarize in summary, but suffice to say, it's one of the most lucid depictions of the inner dialectics of the sphere road as they proceed from the inner sacred void of being so, then we interact with them here. The text comes to an end with a final studying. Cordovero actually mines the sacred Zohar for the many metaphorical and allegorical names of the various sphere road and other metaphysical entities of Kabbalistic literature, especially the Zohar. As I'm sure you know, the Zohar is a highly allegorical analysis or midrash of the inner life of the divine, especially in terms of the 10 sphere road. Of course, the Zohar weaves these allegories using an extremely polyvalent system of terms, which are positively confusing even for experienced readers of the text. This might be the most difficult aspect of studying the Sacred Zohar. Here, Cordovero does you a solid, and he provides the beginner with something of a mystical dictionary, such that one can kind of decode even such a difficult text as the Zohar on one's own. Again, this reveals Cordovero's deep commitment as an educator. Rather than gatekeeping at every turn, he seeks to empower the student with access to the ideas in the text central to Kabbalah, with inviting clarity rather than pompous obscurity or self-aggrandizement. He really wants you to take up the study of Kabbalah on your own or with a righteous teacher. While not the most famous text in the history of Kabbalah, the Or Ne'erav is truly a remarkable text, not for its tortured hidden mysteries, but for its welcoming attitude and its transparent invitation to take up the study of Kabbalah for anyone willing to do the work. For this reason, and for all the other ones I've mentioned, I really advise folks interested in starting or restarting their interest in Kabbalah to start their journey with the Or Ne'erav. Further, it's freely accessible in both Hebrew and English online via Sefaria, so you can literally read it right now for free in the very reliable edition by Ivan Robinson. You can find those links to the text in the description below, and it's even published by Brill or nothing. As I mentioned, I'll be coming back to Cordovero's Tomer Devorah, the ethical companion to the Or Ne'erav, at some point in the future. Of course, Cordovero would pass into the world to come in 1570 at the young age of only 48. Legend has it that Isaac Luria would arrive in Safed that very day. As he followed the funeral train of Cordovero, Luria is said to have looked to the front of it and seen nothing short than the divine pillar of fire leading the procession to Cordovero's resting place among the saints of Safed. May their merit shield us. It remains a site of sacred pilgrimage to this day. The Kabbalah of Luria would go on, as you know, to eclipse that of Cordovero, but that's a story for another day. Again, I hope you subscribe and check out my other content on topics of esotericism, including a whole 14-part introductory course on the history and development of Kabbalah. And again, I hope you consider supporting my work of making scholarly and free content on topics in a pretty vast array of esotericism here on YouTube for free. I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. Again, you can find those links below if you're interested. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and
Huh. Hello, Martin. How are you? Yes, I do have a jacket. Uh, I can perhaps move the back. I had a pillow. That should make it a little better, and I can perhaps make some adjustments to the green screen so that it doesn't cut me off as much. Sure. Pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for our discussion today. A pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for our discussion. Certainly. Most certainly. I'm excited for them. And while I am Jewish, I have done some research on what other religions believe in terms of extraterrestrial life. So I'm comfortable speaking from a historical perspective, at least of what their great minds have had on the subject. I can adjust that. Most certainly. Just one moment. Yeah, just one moment. Yeah, the top of your head's no longer cut off. Yeah, that's what usually works best. I'm based in Irvine, California. It says strong. Yes. Okay. It says standard definition 480p. Irvine, which is in Orange County. Oh, it's very nice there. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, that that most certainly. Extremely well-heeled areas. Some of the most expensive real estate in the United States. Right. If you have an unlimited budget, perhaps. But I'm in agreement with you. That would be very difficult to do today. Yeah, it's very Mediterranean. That's why the average cost of a house nowadays is upwards of $1 million in Los Angeles County, even more in Orange County. They don't, they rent. Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, in most areas, yeah. If you go inland, perhaps it's a little less expensive, but anywhere along the coast, certainly. That's right. If I may ask, how long do you usually go, or how long are you planning on going? Excellent. And if I don't know if you're aware, but I also live stream my life, though people can't hear you. I wanted to know if I could take a moment to show people what my live streams look like. Yeah, I've been doing it now for nearly 5 years. It's a real life Truman Show or Big Brother. Are you familiar with the Truman Show or Big Brother? Most certainly. Absolutely. Wonderful. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I use it all the time with different hosts, and I must hold you in high regard. You've been doing your podcast now for 15 years, which is quite a triumphant accomplishment. Not everybody can do something for that long, and you were such an early adopter, especially on the topic on ufology. That's just really a feather in your cap. Right. That's good. Excellent. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. That's exactly right. Yeah, but not as old as yours. Well, in my opinion, it makes you a trailblazer in the community, and people of the future will hold you in high regard as they begin to go through your archive. Oh, certainly. Yeah, I am. I teach a daily Kabbalah class. Moreover, I have had to adjust my life from attending synagogue 3 times a day because of my live streaming my live streaming program. But essentially, this project still allows me to say daily prayers on camera, say blessings on food, light candles for Shabbat, those types of things. So I do my best to live as orthodox a lifestyle as possible while still maintaining a 24/7 continuous live stream. Kabbalist, yeah. Ashkenazi, that's correct. Kabbalist is exactly right. Correct. Yeah, absolutely. I'm prepared for that. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Since approximately 2008, prior to 2008, I would consider myself a major skeptic. I did not believe the UFO phenomenon was real. I did not take it seriously. I thought it was science fiction. And as the internet improved, moving from text based generally in the 1990s into image based into the early 2000s, and then got into video based in major aspects, and many documentaries were published online. And we saw the rise of YouTube. I went down the rabbit hole, like many people do, to try to get to the core of this issue. And one of the most convincing pieces of media that I was able to digest was Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project, which I'm sure you and your audience are somewhat familiar. For those who are not, this is a 2001, specifically May 9th, 2001 press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Lear had on over a dozen whistleblowers who, for the first time in my life, I'd ever seen people with actual data who were vetted military and certainly contractors, not just from the United States, but globally. And when I, for the first time, saw that these individuals were speaking with such forthrightness, such confidence in their evidence, and frankly, with such, I would say, intellect, it made me really want to get into this topic much more. And while previously I had maybe spent a few hours really digging into the world of ufology, it started my journey into becoming as much of a ufologist as I could, which led me into Bob Lazar and alien abductions, and certainly the Tic Tac that we would find, and the USS Nimitz incident, and all of the major UFO events that we've seen since then. Most certainly. And I want the audience to know that I don't take everything that they have to say as absolute truth either. I'm skeptical of everything that I learn, and I generally do my best to take many of the opinions within ufology with a grain of salt. But these were specifically Dr. Stephen Greer and Bob Lazar, some of the higher profile topics that when you first start getting into ufology, that one may experience. And so I was fascinated by what was going on, and Whitley Strieber, certainly some of the other. And I also would say that Coast to Coast AM, I'm sure you're familiar and the audience is familiar, has been a staple in my life, even before then and ever since. I listen to it every night. I've been a caller. I very much appreciate, at least when the topic of ufology is raised, that it is raised for a national audience, even though it's in the middle of the night. And so these are some of um, the media that were getting me involved, and really doing my best to move from being a skeptic to a believer. I agree. I agree. Especially within ufology, we're limited in where we can get resources and primary sources from anything ufology related. You generally don't see this in the mainstream, and Coast to Coast is generally a reliable resource for this type of information. Yes, in 20 around 2013 or so, many people may recall was the plasma ball wave that was a flap around the world, and I was someone who always wanted to see a UFO. I wanted to see an alien. This was of excitement to me, and I never did. But I did have an incident where a plasma ball about I would say it was the size of maybe larger than a beach ball or so. It was bright orange. This happened in the evening. It flew about 20 feet over my vehicle. I was heading about 20 miles per hour, and it was heading about 20 miles per hour in the opposite direction. And I felt that it had an intelligence, that it was not man made, that it was something not of this earth. And uh, thereafter, I talked to some people about it, but I didn't report it to MUFON for many years thereafter, but I have reported it since. So it is on the record. And I would then go into the research of other people who have seen these plasma balls that have created crop circles around the world and have been chased by helicopters. And I'm not exactly sure what they are, but I can say it had an intelligence to it that I've never been able to sense ever since. Most certainly. Well, we have the video evidence from verified, credible witnesses and sources, including the United States government and other governments around the world. That's very difficult to to fake, and moreover, the people who have interacted with this type of evidence are vetted individuals. Their careers have been on the line. Uh, as has been stated in the past, they've been trusted with the secrets of uh, the United States' nuclear program. They should be trusted when they make the claims that they do. So everything from the Tic Tac UFO to the evidence that was dropped on the front page of the New York Times in 2017 to just really we get cell phone videos every single day on Twitter, on UFO Twitter, on Reddit. That whether we can necessarily verify them is another question, but it does lead a lot of credibility that this isn't just a once in a decade type of event, that this is a regular opportunity for people to be able to perhaps document um, that is really a routine part of living on Earth. Moreover, the whistleblowers who have spoken out about these cases in many ways have nothing to lose. And we'll talk about one of those in a few moments, Chaim Shad. But some of the other whistleblowers that we have who are airline pilots and they've worked at NASA, they've been contractors, they've risked their entire careers to pursue this issue and to promote it. And really, that gives some credibility to them because they haven't made money off of this, most of them. They've done it really at many ways at a detriment to their own careers. They've been laughed at, they've been ridiculed, yet they stand firm in their beliefs, and there's something to that. We can get into more of the fringe thoughts of people like Bob Lazar, or perhaps things like alien abductions or alien autopsies. Um, certainly, some Soviet cases that occurred during the Cold War. of perhaps crashed crafts. But really going back to Roswell in 1947, there have been just constant events that have allowed me personally to recognize that there's a lot of evidence here, that it's varied, that we have physical evidence perhaps of some people who have said that they've actually touched the metals at Roswell. We have FAA reports, we have radar, we have alien abductees who have allegedly been had some type of hybridization program that has occurred, in addition to the military whistleblowers. So it's not coming from just one source. The sources that we get of the evidence is quite varied, and for those who are watching this, if you haven't looked into the subject, you need to take it seriously. Well, it could go either way. Uh, Perhaps if we want to take this from a timeline, there would be an initial announcement, but that probably would not come from the rabbinate or rabbis. It would come from governments or scientific institutions, perhaps a military organization, even astronomers or some type of international organization. Judaism traditionally does not claim that rabbis will announce a scientific discovery. Usually, we let people in their fields do that. The response, though, would begin, the Jewish response specifically, would begin at scientific confirmation. So once it had been confirmed by some type of international body, then we look toward chief rabbis, the major poskim, halakhic decisors, basically people within the religion who are learned in the law, yeshiva leaders or traditional Orthodox Jewish school of leaders, Hasidic rebbes, Jewish philosophers, to make some determinations on this. And the question would shift from, is it real, to what does Judaism say about it? Specifically, each element of Judaism has its own spokespeople. The Haredi world, or many people, the Hasidic world, would look at their scholars and poskim within Chabad, which is a very public wing within the Hasidic world, would look toward the writings and teachings of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and um, these these writings of old would get enormous attention. Within the modern Orthodox world, rabbis who are connected with Torah, science, and philosophy would make determinations, and even within the religious Zionist wing of the religion, would be approached by previous rabbis, including Rob Cook, and we would probably see an initial shock, I think, like most of the world, from a global announcement of "We are not alone." Everyone, Jews included, would look toward global media coverage and scientific debate, and there'd be political questions and religious discussions. And then we would, within the first 24 hours, probably have some Jewish community reaction. Does this contradict our creation story? Do we still have a special relationship with Hashem or God? Does this change Torah? A calm response within the Orthodox world would probably be, the universe is created by God, or Hashem, what we say is the name, and discovery does not change the creator. Synagogues and organizations would certainly respond. Generally, themes that I anticipate we would see is that Torah remains valid, scientific discovery is part of understanding creation, and humanity should respond with humility. There's a question, would we have a general panic? And fears of, are aliens dangerous? Is our religions fake? Are governments hiding information? Or is humanity vulnerable? And specifically within Judaism, we already have categories for angels, spiritual beings, hidden realities, and unknown creation. So there isn't necessarily a reason to panic. Some Jews might feel that they should leave the religion, that this is certainly a possibility if they recognize that we are not alone. Some people would perhaps become more religious. At least from a doctrinal standpoint, Jews would still keep kosher. We would still continue to observe the mitzvot. We would really be looking more toward this topic from a scientific discovery. We would not stop necessarily being keepers of Shabbat. Perhaps some adjustments may need to be made if we recognize that we weren't alone from a doctrinal standpoint, but this coincides with the religion in general. We have had to adapt over the thousands of years that we've been a people, and the idea of alien disclosure would just be another adaptation that we would make, but we would continue loving our families and we would continue moving forward as a people. Well, sure. There are certainly discussions. What are angels? Generally, the term angel means messenger. And specifically, there are some cases within Judaism that some people interpret to be UFO like events, though this is varied and there isn't necessarily an obvious UFO event, but usually this event is in the book of Ezekiel, where there is a disc that is discovered within a vision of Ezekiel with different faces and different eyes. And many people refer to this vision as a flying disc. Um, and that might be something that was an ancient interpretation of what was being seen, or it could have been a non related vision. But generally, within the Bible, those are the references that are made. Specifically, the Bible is quite silent on any type of extraterrestrial being outside of the world. Generally, we believe that that Hashem created the heavens and the earth, but we don't get really specific into other worlds. Now, within a Kabbalistic standpoint, there are some discussions in Talmudic standpoint of perhaps there are other dimensions, perhaps there are other worlds, and the ancient people could not necessarily describe them. But unfortunately, there is not an excellent resource where we can say yes. And in this part of the Bible, they're referencing some type of non-human species. Generally, the Bible is written in terms of humanity. As I understand, that's more of a Christian perspective, which people are open to that interpretation. I don't necessarily agree with it, and generally within Judaism, we do have demonic beings that are referenced within Kabbalah, but they aren't normally referenced in terms of UFOs or aliens generally. They are more mysticism. The idea in Judaism in general is quite scientific and has been for thousands of years. And the idea of perhaps alien beings would be another type of species, just with a genus species, just like we have of any type of biology on Earth. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't interpretations within Judaism that aliens could be demons, but generally that's not mainstream. Well, perhaps they would be interpreted for individuals as being religious writings of their time. So there may be have been different epochs of human existence. Perhaps there was some knowledge that wasn't necessarily written down, perhaps prior to the written history that we have within religions. Generally, within Judaism, we consider Torah to be the holy book that generally is for mainstream Judaism. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't Kabbalistic aspects of our later writings that could perhaps be, or at least coincide with what's going on prior to what we would consider to be traditional creation. Uh, Really, it's up to an individual's interpretation. And then when we get into books that at least can be carbon dated that are older than some of the Torah, specifically everything within the Hebrew Bible, Tanakh, questions are raised from a scientific perspective more so than a religious perspective. Most certainly. I that when you get into ufology, you get into new types of hypotheses like panspermia, the idea that perhaps life existed on some type of asteroid that made an impact on Earth and started creation, or guided panspermia, that Earth itself has had its evolution of all the species influenced in one way or another by an extraterrestrial being. These types of questions lend open the door for many other questions. And then, okay, if we were seated here, if Earth is like a zoo or some type of experiment, what do the people, or I should say the beings on other planets, what do they believe? Have their religious doctrines changed over the course of their evolution? And then, of course, the great question is if we didn't start here naturally and we were seated here, well, then who seated the seaters? That's absolutely right. And how did that happen? Exactly right. How do you go from nothing to something? Is and I've done my best to, as all not just religious thinkers, but scientists or any rational individual tries to do, and it's paradoxical. How can you bring something from nothing? And if you are able to bring something from nothing, what happened prior to that? Mhm. Yes. Well, sure. There are certainly ideas of spirituality, perhaps even more recent within the Middle Ages. There's demonic discussion. And prior to that, there's angelic discussion. What is an angel? Traditionally, this is seen as a messenger. There are also discussions, at least, well, twice within Torah, of the Nephilim, basically something that's interpreted perhaps as fallen ones or giants that mated with the women of Earth to perhaps create a species here. There's not a lot of writing on this. It's really only mentioned twice within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, but it does lead some credence or some credibility that under some interpretations that perhaps there is more to Earth than we may be able to observe. It's an excellent question. I generally, this is just my own opinion, believe that they move more toward what we would consider humanistic, away from traditional doctrines as science becomes more relevant when on whatever planet they are. And I believe science then somewhat becomes a religion to them. And so they move away from traditional doctrines and writings, perhaps on their own planets, into holding science as a religion and focusing on their own species and their own self worth, and really, if they're anything like humanity, positivity. But this is certainly a question that I would love to have the answer to as well. Kabbalah, yeah. In some ways, it does. It's generally known as Jewish mysticism, and it's really a collection of writings. There isn't just one Kabbalistic book, it's a collection of writings, generally of the last 2,000 years or so. And things like the soul are explored, things like consciousness are explored, what free will is, what it is to be a human. And there have been different writings that build upon each of those. Specifically, it the major work is known as the Zohar, that was written about 900 years ago, around the year 1100 or so. But it's an interpretation that traditionally is 1,000 years older. That was only written in 1100 or so of the Common Era, and of this there have been writings since, certainly from Kabbalists and other rabbinical authorities, referencing what it is to be a human, what is the soul, what it is to have just the idea of what being a human is. And from those perspectives and consciousness, there have been some, um, there has been some elaboration on what perhaps we have in the Hebrew Bible and in the Talmud, but it's not as scientific as people would want it to be. It's very mystical. And now that we're moving into the 21st century, many modern interpretations of Kabbalistic works are being utilized to perhaps be able to explain what some Kabbalistic texts were using modern science. They're fascinating, first and foremost. From a scientific perspective, they're evidence. Not all evidence has the same necessary value, but these are very of extreme value. This is valuable evidence that is to be studied. From a religious perspective, we don't have a wonderful account of one individual who was perhaps teleported or abducted, and this was in our writings. We really have to look toward the modern accounts of this. But there isn't anything necessarily that contradicts Judaism with the idea of telepathy or even the idea of perhaps aliens or non or extraterrestrials that have had encounters with humans. We recognize, especially in the modern age, that humans are perhaps one species of many others within the universe. And while we may not be alone, we don't necessarily know. And it's important not to close our minds off to this as much as it is not to believe everything that we encounter. It's an excellent question. And while I'm not a Roman Catholic, I have known of Roman Catholics, and I can say that certainly the advent of telescopes has been important within the history of the Roman Catholic Church in understanding where we are in the cosmos. And so especially with the development of lenses and being able to see further into space than previously. The Vatican had a key role in this. It was the final arbiter of science from a religious perspective in the Western Roman Empire, essentially for thousands of years, and thus being the final arbiter, it was important for that body to be able to have a an understanding of what was going on in the stars above. This is an excellent question, Tony. If we were to find out today or tomorrow that all religion was basically from another body or another species, it would certainly be a shock to some people or to many people. Would we all react in the same way as religions? I don't think so. We're unique and people have different opinions on this. From some aspects, this would be more evidence that religion is correct because these different species had seeded this information to us. To others, it may say that, hey, that is not exactly how our religious books pose our histories, and thus we shouldn't believe that either. In terms of the Abrahamic religions, so we're talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, I think we'd find a lot of overlap and recognize that we all at one time take our sources to Abraham, and that there may not be that much that divides us as we think. And in fact, there's a lot more that unifies us. And if this information were given to us by a, a non-human intelligence, that's even more reason for us to become unified and focus less on that which divides us and focus more on that which unifies us. It's an excellent question. I frankly am quite agnostic in many of these terms. I do not think that you can really know anything. And the more that you know, the less you perhaps really understand. You can only have subjective opinions on things, but you can't really know anything for certain. Everything is an interpretation as a human. In terms of being a religious individual, I feel no matter what your background is, whether it's Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or Eastern religions, whether you're secular or whatever it may be, at the end of the day, you have to lead some credibility to agnosticism because no one can really know anything, and that's okay. That's part of the being a human. But when we start to say with absolute certainty that we know something, we can run into issues. So the idea of knowing versus belief, um, frankly, I think basically everybody just basically believes in things because I don't think you can really know anything for certain. That's absolutely right. It's a belief. It takes courage to say this, and people need to be courageous, whether they're scientists, whether religious leaders, we have to recognize that we don't know everything, and in fact, there's the very real possibility we know nothing. So it's always important to question, but to recognize that you can't really know anything. It's very philosophical, but it's very true. Sure, it's Chaim Ashed. Yep. Oh, absolutely, very deeply. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, this is an individual who is the highest level of the Israeli Defense Force. He was a brigadier general, to give the audience just an understanding that generally within the Israeli military, there are no more than 24 generals. This would be someone similar way in the United States, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who would make the claims that he made, which specifically were in December 2020. In November of 2020, he published a book in Hebrew and then had a interview with an Israeli newspaper in December of 2020. And some of the claims that he made caught the attention of many people around the world, including the fact that we are not alone, that there are advanced intelligences that have taken a major interest in us, that there is a galactic federation, perhaps with at least 8 different species that is involved, that is studying humanity, that Donald Trump is aware of this non-human intelligence, that perhaps there are bases on Mars that may exist that may have some kind of non-human intelligence and astronaut program, that we need to study Mars, not necessarily from just a geological standpoint, but also from an archaeological standpoint to see if there were perhaps ancient civilizations that were there. He talks about consciousness and the idea that death may not be the be all end all of our soul or our spirit, that perhaps we are part of some type of global interaction, not just global but universal, that the soul may continue post death. And he caught a lot of attention for this. He was 87 years old when he made these claims. He had won the highest levels of the Israeli military awards that you can. He really had nothing to lose. He had already retired in 2012, around 2012, and been a lecturer and a contractor. And then all of a sudden, right during the pandemic, he makes these claims and then disappears. And the very interesting aspect of this is, where did he go? Why did he disappear? And it just so happens to be a good timing that he came back in June of 2026. So just a little more than a month ago or so, and stated that uh, he was still alive. He was 93. He had an interview in English with Uri Geller, who many people may have some familiarity, and doubles down on the Galactic Federation claims and says that he maintained his silence because of perhaps an interaction with Ben in Black, who visited him, who had deep personal knowledge of what he of him personally, and then also questioned him on nuclear secrets and other very private information that he knew. And now at 93, I guess he feels like he still has nothing to lose. And so he had this interview that is available with Uri Geller. And I was relieved to know that he was still alive, because there were many questions that were involved. How could you make such claims and then disappear? And at least now we know why allegedly he disappeared. To some extent. Well, so I would say that any type of new information that we have, or new takes on ufology, are interesting. From what I understand, that that Diane Pasulka does not argue that UFOs are definitively extraterrestrial. She basically studies how beliefs and experiences surrounding UFOs resemble the patterns that we see in history and religion. And I think that her work is certainly valuable in the realm of both religion and ufology, um, relevant to perhaps Orthodox Judaism. Um, she, I would say, uh, would state that, from an agnostic standpoint, no one really knows, but would have some really interesting takes on how disclosure would affect religious belief without claiming that any one religion is disproven. I like to think that we are. We can handle this in a mature fashion. I think I'm an advocate for whistleblowers and amnesty for government contractors. I feel like this is an institutional issue that has been forced upon our not just the United States, but globally, and that if people have information that is important to disclosure, they should feel free to be able to proclaim it without feeling any fear of retribution. I feel that we are in a period of soft disclosure, especially post Roswell. And if you look at different polls, about 50% or more of individuals, at least in the United States, feel we are not alone. And that means that you and I are in the majority, and we are already okay with this idea, and other people should be as well. What kind of impact would this have? Certainly, this could cause a shakeup in politics and religion and science. We would have to recognize that many of the developments that we've had from a scientific perspective may not have all been of human capability, that many of the developments that we've had in technology, especially over the course of the last 80 years or so, may have been reverse engineered, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not important to the evolution of humanity. And we should handle this discussion and this topic with maturity. We shouldn't panic. We shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Science is still important to us, and to recognize that not being alone is not the end of the world. It's just the beginning. Certainly. Well, just from Chaim Shed's perspective, and many of the other whistleblowers, whether you consider them credible or not, there's a lot of emphasis, I would say, on where's your evidence? Do you have physical evidence? Well, if you have physical evidence, you're going to find a knock at your door of somebody who's going to confiscate that evidence. So much of the whistleblower testimony that we have is just that. It's testimony, it's words, it's writings, but it doesn't live up to the scientific method. We want to be able to test these different metals or different elements, and we want to be able to use scientific method against them. And really, at this point, we're not able to. I would say as well that many of the people who are, especially in the military, and want to be whistleblowers or know something or say something behind closed doors, have their retirements threatened, and that shouldn't be held over their head as well, I don't feel. In terms of people who are alien abductees, we should take their claims with some credibility once they're vetted, because this may be a very real possibility, and they shouldn't be laughed at and they shouldn't be made the butt of a joke, because much of what we've gleaned from the specifics of alien civilization comes from their testimony. So, just overall, I'm a major advocate of whistleblowers. I want protections for whistleblowers, specifically in ufology. I'm an advocate for amnesty for those who feel that their positions and their retirements may be in jeopardy if they were to make claims. I'm about free flowing of information, and ufology is no exception to that. It's an excellent question. At least according to Chaimashev, he has stated that these alien civilizations feel we are not ready yet. Maybe perhaps they consider us to be primitive. Maybe they consider us to not have had the ability to share the information with a wide enough array of individuals. But the overall thought is that we are not ready yet. Personally, I tend to believe this as well. That for one reason or another, they feel that the secretiveness of their being is important. I look at how we study different biology, and many times we want to observe it without being detected because then we can see it in its natural element. And perhaps aliens feel the same way about humanity. Not exactly sure. There is the idea, though, that for as advanced as we feel we are as a species, we are still not even a type 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale. And if these different civilizations are as advanced as they are, we're frankly babies in comparison to their adulthood. And it just isn't something that we're able to communicate with them necessarily on the same level. And hopefully, as humanity continues to mature and we continue to evolve and advance, we'll be able to make contact with them and be taken seriously. But for the time being, it seems as if aliens feel that their secretiveness is important to the study of humans, and just overall, we're not ready yet. Well, certainly Ezekiel's wheel, if it isn't just a vision and was an actual close encounter, would be fascinating to me. That is something that I hold closely. Certainly, some of the ancient Sanskrit documents, perhaps some elements of the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Book of Enoch, are quite of interest to me. Even in that, like, things that we see from folklore of more modern times in different wood carvings from the Middle Ages, or even in just Renaissance art, interesting flying objects that we may see. Those are all of fascination to me because it really recognizes that the questions that we're currently having in the modern age have been asked for centuries and millennia in the past. But if I had to choose one, I would probably say if Ezekiel's wheel is to be considered some type of UFO folklore, that would be a distinct interest to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I'm approaching 5 years of 24/7 streams, not just on YouTube, but on Rumble, Twitch, Twitter, you name it. For anyone who wants to view my streams 24 hours a day, I invite you to type my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into YouTube and filter by live, and you will find more content of any individual than you've ever found before. Right here, we have more than a dozen views, including ceiling cameras that I have. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I stream IRL. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. I keep a radio in the background 24 hours a day that is not only archiving my life, but it's archiving world history events, which I think is really interesting. This is essentially a modern day journal or diary for people to study in the future. This is something that's known as life logging, and I've created more data and archived more data for the people of the world to study than any individual in history. And I feel that people will study my life from a historical standpoint, the conversations that we're having, perhaps to learn about biology. It's training AI. I was a user of AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user of ChatGPT in on November 30th, 2022, when it formally launched. And I've been able to see the development of AI as well as having more than a year of content prior to that. So literally, people in the future can study my life and know how life was like pre AI and post AI and all of the developments that we have. So if you would like, you can certainly always check me out on YouTube. Additionally, I'm available 24 hours a day in Discord, discord.me/rabbi. You can view all of my social media, and I have more social media than any person ever, at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, or read my writings on my blog, rabbirothschild.medium.com. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share and to have these discussions with you and your audience. Excellent questions. Absolutely. That's correct. That's correct. Only I can hear you up here. Me as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I quite enjoyed that. Excellent. Are you happy? Yeah, it was good. Shout out to Martin. What would you have done differently? What's that one guy's name? When, that one guy who fucking trolls me. I don't remember. Weston Curry or whatever. Dude, I listened to your. I like promoted your music for like a year. More than that. That's how you treat me, Wellesley Curry. That's cool. Are you happy? Yeah.
Some of the work that goes on behind the scenes, and it's amazing. WhatsApp only allows 256 members per group. The 8-minute daf has 46 groups. That means you are reaching 11,776 people with each message. Yeah, but he forgot all the groups that I send out. And he forgot all the people that watch on the app. And some people watch on YouTube. And some people watch on all daf. And some people watch whatever. The kids we're over 15,000, Baruch Hashem. But every Jew has it figured out how much money planning makes and this and cheshbon. Okay, it's a good cheshbon, not bad. I'm not knocking his cheshbon, but it's not exact. 11,776 people that Yosef sends out. That's true. Yosef is in charge of that. He says that the text message we receive takes about an hour to send to everyone. That is, this is almost a full-time job. That Hashem give you all the strength to be able to keep up the great work. And as the president, Yosef Gilead does an amazing job getting it out. People think he's Machal Shabbos because it comes a couple of hours after he sends it on Friday. And it comes in on Shabbos. For kids, it's Kishma. All right. New parak, Rabbi Isaac. Daf. Kuf. Tes. Vav. Omid Aleph. Brand new parak. This is a parak that's going to be discussed. What you're permitted to say from a fire. Not all the way at the end of the parak. Goes into Amir La'akum. The whole thing. Nachi Shidduch Saner. Fine. Says the Mishnah. Kol Kisvei HaKodesh Matzilin Oisam Epnei HaTleika. You're allowed to save any Ksavim. That means Torah, Nevi'im, and Ksuvim Epnei HaTleika from a fire. I don't remember exactly what year it was, but I was in the Mir Yeshiva in Brooklyn when I was a kid. I think it's somewhere around 1983, but it might be off by 5 years in either direction. And in the middle of davening, like Musaf time, there was a fire in the boiler room, and somebody started screaming, "Fire, fire!" And everybody jumped out of their seats, and there was panic and chaos. But somebody ran to the Aron Kodesh, and he started chucking the secret Torah out of the Aron Kodesh. Literally, that's what I remember as a kid. They were going out the window. I don't know if I'm sure somebody's on the other side of the window. They were out the window. They took everything out of the Aron Kodesh and threw it out. Mir in Brooklyn. If you remember that story, let me know. Akubanim, you're allowed to save. Now, what's the problem of saving a Sefer Torah? Like as Gemara is going to later explain, not today. There's a problem of this Tirchi Yisera. It's a little bit too much work that typically you're not allowed to do unless it's a Sefer Torah. And also because of the type of Eruv that we're discussing. There's a problem with the sheep of Nevi'is, whatever. Bain Shikorim Bahan, Ubain Chain Korim Bahan. Whether these are Nevi'im that you read from, or whether these are Ksuvim that you don't read from. We don't read Ksuvim. I'm sure we certainly don't read Ksuvim. But Rashi brings here a beautiful Rabbeinu Alevi. And this has to do with the end of the Mishnah, but we'll jump here and stick it in. That they made a Gzeira that people should not read Ksuvim on Shabbos, because what happens is Ksuvim are Gishmak. They're really Gishmak to read. You have Mishle, you have Koheles, Tehillim. Don't read it on Shabbos, because if you read it, you're not going to go to Shul and listen to the drushes and hear halachas and Gemara. So Bein Shekayim Behem, whether these are Nevi'im that you read them, Bein Shekayim Behem, whether these are Ksuvim that you don't read. Now this Mishnah is going to need a lot of help. Just the wording doesn't really fit in according to anyone. We're going to have to stick in a word here, a word there to make it work. How about Pishik Ksuvim B'Chalashim? So we're going according to the Manda Amar right now that says you're not allowed to read from, let's say, a Sefer Torah, a Megillah, whatever it is that was written in another language. You're not allowed to read from it. So even though it was written in another language, let's say somebody wrote an art scroll, Chumash, all in English. So what? So if you just read it simply, so even though it was written in English, you have to bury it. What about, are you allowed to save it? So the Gemara is going to go into it because something's missing here. And why don't we read from these ksubim? We explained a second ago that people shouldn't just sit back and enjoy themselves learning Koheles and Mishlei and all the stuff and Geshnaki stuff and ksubim. They should come to the Beis Medrash and listen. I'll just throw in here real quickly that an art scroll Gemara, let's say, if it was completely in English, Bizman Hazeh, you could say from a fire. Why? Because of the concept of Peis Lasois Lashem and Territory Sefer. They permitted us to write things down in English, in different languages. So therefore, once it was permitted to be written down and to learn from, then I had to save it from a fire. Because in those days that you weren't allowed to write it in English, you weren't allowed to translate. That was the problem. That's the machlokes, whether or not. But as bad as you could. The very interesting shaila is, what if all these art scrolls are made by Goyim, let's say, yeah? The factory is full of Goyim. So if you, the Jew, own it, great. What if an art scroll was written by a Goy and owned by a Goy? You have a chiyuv to save it or not. It's a shaila that we should really discuss it. He says it's usher because there's no Eis Lasois Lashem Efer Tersef on his art scroll. I remember, I'm thinking now, there was a big flood or a tornado in Florida, and this African American guy, he brought his art scroll stuff out, and he said, this is the only thing that was saved. It was on the news. I remember this WhatsApp was going around. He said, this is what was saved, these art scrolls. Anyway, so if it's owned by him, there's no Eis Lasois Lashem Efer Tersef. They weren't matter for him. So therefore, you don't have to save his English translated books. Our English translated Svarim, we have to say. Says the Gemara, so now we'll explain it a little bit better. Itmar, Oyu Ksuvim Targum, Oyu B'Cholashim. All these Svarim, Kol Kisvei HaKodesh, anything, Tanakh, Torah Nevi'im, if they were translated Targum, meaning in Aramaic, or B'Cholashim, or in English, Ravuna Omar, Ein Matzilun Oisam, B'Pnei Adloika. Is the Omar, Matzilun Oisam, B'Pnei Adloika. So Machlokes is Ravuna and Rav Chisda. We're going to go to town on Ravuna. We don't like Ravuna. The Gemara goes crazy on Ravuna. Keeps on attacking them. Rav Chisda is safe from this attack, completely. So Ravuna says that you don't save these Svarim. Imagine, you have a Shas written in English, translated in English, not a Shas. Let's talk about Nevi'im first now. Nevi'im, in English, you don't save it. You let it burn. It says Hashem's name, the Bible, whatever, you let it burn. Hey, Matzilin. Rav Chisda Omar, Matzilin, we're going to see, yes, the Gemara is going to attack Rav Yosef over and over, Rav Huna, over and over. But the Gemara says that he has a Tana that he relies on. So he's good. That's the end of the sukkah. So
Are you
says
happy?
Gemara, I'll leave it on the Omar,
Yeah. Really?
According to the Omar, that you can read from it. Meaning, if you can read from it, you can write it. So if you can read from it, so it's a regular sefer, you have
I didn't know.
to save. The sign, you can't have Hashem's name go up in flames. Hashem's Torah go up in flames. That's if you can read from it, right? Keep. I'll leave it in my dome. All my place in Rav Huna and Rav Hizda is when you're not allowed to read from it. You're not allowed to read from it. Do I allow it to burn and burn and burn and burn and burn? Rav Huna, what's the point of saving it? You can't even read from it. It doesn't have kedusha. Let it go. Let it burn. Hizda Amar Matzilin Mishum Zoyin Kisvei HaKodesh. Again, we're talking about going out of your way, carrying heavy stuff on Shabbos. Perhaps you shouldn't be doing this. So, because it says it's still a Zoyin for Kisvei HaKodesh, it has some kedusha. It's the holy word written there. You can't just let it go up in flames. So, how does this fit in with our Mishnah? Just read from the Mishnah. It says, let's read the Mishnah ourselves. Doesn't matter if it's Nevi'im. And then it says, it says Mefurish. Even if it was written in any language, so it seems almost from our Mishnah that it was written in another language. It needs Gniza, so it has Gdusha, you should save it. That's what it would seem like to me at least. It says the Gemara, and we learned in our Mishnah, save it from a fire. Whether it's Nevi'im or Ksuvim, even though it's written in any language. Now, the Gemara is going to say this line, and we're sticking with this. This is the real pshat. This is how we explained it in the Mishnah, and nobody argues on this. So the beginning of the Mishnah, the first line in the Mishnah, Shikorim Ben means, what do you read? In every shul, you read on Shabbos, you read Nevi'im. Shikorim Ben Nevi'im. V'she'ein korim b'hem, what can't you read on Shabbos? You don't read Ksuvim on Shabbos. Abba. Abi Ksuvim b'chol lashon. Even though these are written in English, the lo nitnu likrois lahem. Okay, can't read it. The Tani Matzilin. For the Rav Huna. It seems like, even though it's written in any language, you could save it, and Rav Huna says you should not save it if it was written in any language, translated. Rav Huna, wait a minute. The whole Mishnah needs a fix. We need to re-edit the Mishnah. So if we're going to edit the Mishnah, let's edit it the way I like it. The Tizbra, Eva Seifa, Kunim Gniza. What does the Mishnah say? It says you should save this scroll. It's written holy, this Bible, call it whatever you want in English. You have to save it from a fire. No, so if you have to save it from a fire, that means it's kadosh. So what are you going to do with it? Not put it in Gniza. Of course you're going to put it in Gniza. So why does the Mishnah have to say you put it in Gniza? All right, if this brand we save, I'll do it in Gniza. If you're going to go be over Issa Rabbanon to save it on Shabbos, carry it and bring it from Mobi that doesn't have an Eruv and everything. So of course, when the time comes and the Sefer Torah that's written in English is falling apart, what are you going to do? Throw it in the garbage? Of course, you have to put it in the Gniza. Elo Ravuna, Metarsa. So each one is going to have to explain the Mishnah and add a word or two and make the Mishnah work according to his own shita. That stays, and that's going to be a standard. Why we go back is not 100% clear, but we're going to explain the beginning of the Mishnah. Maybe you could stick in, let's say, She'en Karim Bahem means another language, let's say. So we know, we're going to explain. Be'en She'en Bahem means Nevi'im. We read Nevi'im in the Shul. Be'en She'en Karim Bahem is talking about Ksuvim. We don't read Ksuvim on Shabbos. Oh, here's the edit. The Medvar Mamurim, you have to stick in all these words. Medvar Mamurim, Sheksuvim, Beloshan HaKodesh. When do you save something if it was written properly in Lashon HaKodesh? So here's an edit. So I just printed it out so you can see. Everything in red is added by Rav Huna. Everything. Right? That. And then he sticks in the red. Now instead of saying Afal Pi, he takes out the Afal Pi. And our mission says Afal Pi, he takes it out completely. And he goes Aval. And then he sticks in Bafilu Hachi. Okay? It's a lot of editing. Now, just if you have the question, how could he edit so much and stick in so many words? So the true answer is that it's not a true edit. It's an edit for us to understand what the mission is saying. He read it without the edit. The image is partial. Nevertheless, he stuck it in. That was how they understood the mission without these edits. For us to understand it, these edits are for us, common folk, to understand what it says in the Mishnah. B'med Dvar Mamurim, they didn't have to state B'med Dvar Mamurim. They never said it like that. They read the Mishnah as is, obviously. That's how everybody memorized it. And it meant to them, and they understood. When do you save a Sefer Torah? When it's written in Lashon HaKodesh. That's it. When it's written in English, you don't save it. Nevertheless, says the Mishnah, even though it's written in English, you have to bury it. Okay, that's a chiddush. That's a very big chiddush. You ask me, why do you have to tell me to bury it? I'll tell you why you have to bury it. You have to bury it because you don't save it. If a big fire comes, let it burn. With Hashem's name, let it burn. I don't care, let it burn. You don't be Machal Shabbos. You don't start carrying on Shabbos. Oh, so if you're going to let it burn, maybe when it rots, when it's 400 years old, maybe just throw it in the garbage. No. That's what the Mishnah says. It fits in very nicely, actually. If you think about it, it fits in well. Now, Chisda Matars the Tamei. Chisda has to edit it his way. That everybody agrees. He agrees to Rav Huna that that's the beginning of the Mishnah. Whether it's Nevi'im that you read in the shul, or whether it's Ksuvim that you don't read at all on Shabbos. And he doesn't edit this. This is what it says in the Mishnah. What do you do? Matzilin. That word is not in the Mishnah. Oh, you know what? I have to edit my thing here. Matzilin. Here we go. It's not a red. I just had a circle. You see? Matzilin. I just circled. That has to be red. That circle. That is not in the Mishnah. Matzilin. I printed it at 7:05. My bad. Right? Go back and redo it. So he adds this word right over here. Matzilin. That even though I highlighted this, Nami.
I did.
Nami
of them
okay,
in the last 24 hours. And,
that even though it's
somebody
written,
just contacted me on Twitter, and they're like,
Somebody just
hey, I just saw you on this podcast because it's a live podcast.
I just saw you on Twitter.
I've known this guy for a long time. We know each other from Twitter, and he was like, it was so wild to see you on there because this is a big podcast. This is one of the longest podcasts on this subject in the world. Been going since 2011. It might be the oldest. And so to be on there was really good. And, I am just kind of in the afterglow. And then I did another one with a young lady earlier today. Almost 3 hours. She was really smart and just really into history. And then I did one with the guy from England yesterday about the same thing.
And also, that's a big thing that you're reading in the very. Okay, now we're going to have
really
what it says, you don't
Doing
say a
interviews is
sefer
not
that was
easy.
written in
Do a
another
live
language.
interview certainly is an interview is not
They
it's
tell you
not
just
about
I
do a live
heard
interview.
if
That's enough about me.
these
How was your
sperm was
day?
written in Aramaic, the Chalashon and in English, Matzilin Isam Nad, like it says Mefurish, Matzilin, you do say big question, Yufta, I kind of saw my brushes it off. I don't
All
care about
right,
this
well,
kasha.
that's perfect.
That goes according to the Manual that
That's
says
perfect cozy
you
weather,
gotta
right?
read
To
from
get
it. You
deep
gotta
in
read
your
from it. Yeah,
that's perfect
blankets.
cozy weather, right? To get deep in your
I don't
well,
feel
right?
it. I can't hold it. You can say that. But this
All
is
right.
a bigger problem.
Well, go take it right now.
Different language.
Okay, well,
Gift
take it in 5
Mod
minutes.
this. Gift this is like a
Take it
Egyptian
in 5
language.
minutes.
Oh, this is probably
Okie dokie.
some big right? You know what this gift stuff is, right?
Sure thing.
Gift this
Sure
and
thing.
mod this. This is right some big stuff. Not the Facebook because it talks about gift this.
It'll be
Well,
all right.
it's gonna talk about
I'm
this
here. You got
also.
Brandon here.
Oh, Mamish Beneda. Modis, Ivris, a Lamis, Yvonis. Now the only one that I know about is
Brandon's
Yvonis.
the weather.
Yvonis,
Brandon-
Brandon.
Brandon's our chief
Let's just read these words. Look at what it says here. Even though you cannot read from it, what does that mean? You're not allowed to
Tony.
do the Chatila. Matzilin, I say, man, like now,
Hello, how are
if
you,
you're
big
reading
dog?
it just as is, it says Mefurish. No, meaning I cannot push it off like you're going to push it off. It says, oh,
All right, I checked out your stream. I saw that you got 3 likes on that stream we did the
this
other
goes
day.
according to the Tana that says you're allowed to read from it. No, it says
Okay. So, are you going to
Mefurish.
continue
You're
to
not
live
allowed to
stream
read from
those?
it.
I know, and I saw that too. I didn't unsubscribe. I saw that you went down to
And you
99.
can't
But
defer.
no
You
big
know,
deal.
because according to the other man,
I saw that you went down to
no,
99.
even the other man says over here.
It's going to happen.
That's gonna happen. Hi, Speak fine. I want to say hello after a few days. How you doing, Speak?
All right, so you're about to
Say
do an
you're
interview with
fine.
someone,
All
is
right,
that correct?
so you're about to do an interview with
I'm,
someone.
I'm waiting for an email
Okay.
from you. Your son was telling me when you started learning.
Miss Aquarius, what
It's a
happened to that
record.
ball?
So write me an email, please. Oh yeah. You have to do Ravuna.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Tony, so what,
How does Ravuna
with
get out
whom
of
is
this?
your
I'll
interview?
tell you. At the end of the day, he has a time that he can rely on. This is my focus tonight, and Ravuna says like one time. Tanya, oh, it's like having a colossal. If these Sfarim were written in Aramaic and each language, you could say that. No?
Well, that
So
should get you a
that's
lot of
not
views, right?
Ravuna. Matzil like almost sound like his little scene
Well,
of
that's good.
I
literally just finished doing an
beautiful.
interview with someone,
So,
and someone who I know
from
something totally different watched my interview not knowing I was going to be on there. They're like, hey, I just saw you. You did a good job.
Don't
And
say
I
something
was happy that they were that they saw me. I've done 3 interviews in the last 24 hours, and I'm ready for a little bit of a break.
There's a story with my father.
They were good interviews, though. The one yesterday was with a person from England. The one earlier today was with a young lady who was just really fascinating, her story. And then this one just now is on the oldest UFO podcast in the world. It's been going since 2011. You win, I win, you win. Reload. Go take your thing. Go take your thing. Yes, ma'am.
You don't call him Shimon, but you call him Saint Rebbe. That's what he said. He said, because he called him Abba Falafel. So my father, Abba Falafel,
I know
went
Tony.
to Gamliel, the Rebbe. He went to Gamliel,
I
the
know,
Rebbe
Tony,
says
that you're
Rashi means
always
the bubble.
worried about numbers and stuff. This one that's the oldest podcast, he has like 30,000 viewers on YouTube, but he has a lot more on audio. So that'll be cool. That'll get my message out to a lot more people, hopefully. And I am excited
Saga is
to
beautiful, but it says,
continue to book
it
these
says
things.
Chayin, that's a problem.
It's I
Listen,
kind of gone
everybody
through a
listen.
dry spell in booking
Chayin,
them, but I'm not
everybody
too concerned about it because I haven't always been able to focus on it. Like today, I haven't been able to focus on it because I was on two other
Here, real
podcasts.
quickly, I pulled this out
But
of Brachos.
God willing,
This is
it'll
important
work
for us.
itself out.
Oh, man.
So I'm gonna have on weekend.
So
I'm gonna have
I'll
on
say about
weekend.
Paul.
I'm gonna have
Hillel,
guys like
the famous Hillel is the older
like
one. Look at
more
look
than
at the
100,000
That's phenomenal.
on.
That's phenomenal.
What does he do?
Yeah.
Hillel
He's
100 years before the Churban of Bayis Sheni.
fitness.
He had a
Wow,
son, his
that's
name was
impressive.
Rabbi Shimon. And he had a son,
So are you
Rabbi
excited?
Gamliel HaZaken, the famous Rabbi
And
Gamliel HaZaken. So
I'm more exciting than Saturday. Yes, I will gonna receive my
keep
first
note this Rabbi Gamliel HaZaken. It's not that complicated. I'm
more
just giving you a little history
payment
because
How do
that's
you do that?
podcasting.
Rabbi Gamliel HaZaken had the famous
I get the guy from country
He always having shots
because
in God.
country and
He
said I am going to pay.
Oh, okay. So
was from
how
the
much you
Hasarai
making?
Ruya Malchus.
Oh, okay. So,
I don't know.
how much you
He
make?
had a
Okay, well
son,
that's
Rabbi
cool. So he
Gamliel.
basically said, "Hey,
And
if
that's
you
Rabbi
interview
Gamliel
me,
we're
I'll
talking
pay you."
Okay, well, that's
about
cool.
right
So he
now.
basically said, hey,
Well, remember I told you
I'll
that's
remind you,
that's definitely something that can
Remember I told
happen.
you that's-
And
famous story of
look at you, you're already doing
the
it.
Rabbi Gamliel
Did you?
punished
Look
Rabbi
at you,
Shimon. He made him
What you
stand
should
up.
do with these
And
people who
everybody
you're
got mad at
interviewing,
him. Why
if
you
you
making
can,
him stand?
have them go
And
on
he came out,
Fiverr
he wasn't
and
yeshiva anymore. And
like
really bring him stand.
upvote you or whatever, so that you get more
Story,
people who will
his
pay
name,
you.
the
Okay,
Haggadah, Rabbi Elazar ben
you know how to
Azariah,
do that,
Rabbi
right?
Gamliel.
Yeah,
so that,
So
and
that story, that's where it says.
yeah,
I read
and
it.
yeah,
Right over there.
yeah,
So who's Rabbi Gamliel? He was the Gadol HaDor.
I
But they got rid of him because
Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. Well, then maybe
remember
he's
that
not the
famous
best
story?
person to do it.
And that
Hey,
day
you were
they
mean
opened
to
up
me
these
the other day. You were
ledgers
mean to
and
me the other day.
benches and
yeah.
came in.
Oh,
The
you were
whole
very
story.
mean to me.
I was
Who was Rabbi Gamliel?
You're
Rabbi
incorrect to
Gamliel
call me homo.
was
no, absolutely.
you're incorrect. You public
Yes.
No, that's mean. That's mean. That's disrespectful. That was 2 days
the
ago.
grandfather of
That's disrespectful. That was 2 days ago.
No.
Rebbe who wrote.
No, I know, and you were
Rebbe, by
saying,
the way,
I know.
F this, and you do
Yes.
homework. Yeah, and you said that. And I
Yes.
want you to know that's not
Yes,
appreciated.
you said that.
I have,
sorry.
The other one
you're okay,
was
but I've made more money in my career
I'm sorry.
than perhaps your whole household. So for that being said, don't call me insults like that. I want you to be a very successful person, but you've got to understand when somebody's trying to help you,
So who's
you can't
Rebbe
insult them.
Gamliel's
That's
grandfather?
me. You're okay. I forgive you. I understand you were frustrated, but we got it done.
I understand you were frustrated, but we got it done.
So that's
Rebbe
good.
Gamliel.
And boy, wasn't that
The
an ordeal?
story of the Haggadah, his grandfather is Rabbi Gamliel HaZaken.
We got it
And his
done. So that's good.
grandchild is
Okay, so how long till you do this
Okay,
podcast?
that's all we have.
How long till you do this podcast?
And
So it says the Gemara, there's a Ma'aseh ba'Av Chalav Shalach it's a Rabbi Gamliel. Okay, so Beribi makes a lot of sense now.
Okay, that's
He
not
was
that
the
long.
Gadol HaDor.
That's
He was
great.
the Rosh Hashiva. He's a great man. Beribi.
That's great.
Looks very well. Matzoi Shal Yosef HaShulchan Aruch Shal Yosef Ben Moses. He's a person who mentioned one of the chats I found. His name was Yosef Ben Moses.
Oh, okay, so you had, I figured it was
Whatever.
late.
Maybe let's just say
Okay,
his name was Yosef.
so then you're gonna get to
Well, the
sleep
other say
till
that
the
he was
weekend.
Then you're gonna get to sleep.
He had
yes.
Iyoi with the
Yes.
translation. The translation of
Yes,
Iyoi
I will go
in Aramaic.
That's good.
definitely
That's what he's spoken.
Aren't you amazed that we got that podcasting thing
Aren't you
going?
amazed
Oh,
that we got
That was taking forever. That was taking forever.
Somebody,
And we finally got it, and then you don't use it. Which I understand.
So sorry.
But because you need your computer, I get that. But like
yeah,
when you're
I
not
saw
using your
your
computer,
grandfather,
you should have that live stream
Rebbe
going.
Gamliel, so you're only made a Gabi
You should have that live stream
in
You know
Harabag.
how to do it. And I was watching it. I really was.
Exact story.
And that your interviews looked good, and they kept going. They weren't like they didn't just cut off. They went for like 8 hours.
And the guy was spilling over
for like 8 hours.
Yeah, I will go
there, and he tells him, "Shakir Tachat Saluto."
Yeah, I will go
Absolutely.
Put it on the. You gotta
So I'm happy
bury it
that went
immediately.
well.
And maybe And maybe I have, no, maybe I have, no,
So
Which
maybe
one?
they say, okay, bury this here,
Maybe
bury
I will
it, and they
American
buried it.
on American.
See, but not allowed to have translation. This is Rabbi Yossi that holds it.
Oh, really?
Not allowed translation.
Yes.
Really?
Where's Rabbi
It's not,
Yossi?
it's
Yes.
not
I read
sure
it, so
it's
these
anything,
people
it's not
didn't
sure
bury
it's
it.
anything with them.
They put
I'm
clay
talking
over
with
it.
them.
On my Rebbe,
And
says Rebbe,
she
the grandchild of Rabbi
she's
Gamliel
very
says
to see us.
they told
Close
it.
to
Now we
Oh,
know
okay.
Rebbe.
That's great.
Rebbe is Rabbi Gamliel's grandchild, who is Rabbi Gamliel's grandchild, the original barrier of the Yoiv, and the second barrier of the Yoiv. And Rebbe says it's not what happened. They truly
I know I missed you.
the Chitit Harabais, they didn't have clay on Harabais. They built it with trachsid. Remember, we had the sig of trachsid. You have it on your house. You have it on the wall. The trachsid, finer stuff.
Where? Why didn't you come in yesterday? I missed you. Well, you were in earlier today, and I saw that. Listen, I saw that you came in, and I was like, hey, I just had to restart my device or whatever, just like refresh the
Just put it
page,
in a
and
place and let it go to waste on
and you had already left.
Says the
Yeah,
tomorrow.
because I was having some internet issues
And equals the
and
machlokes of Rav
I
Huna.
don't want to be here and not saying anything.
That's okay.
So it makes a lot of sense to say this Rabbi Yossi that we just spoke about that says you have to get rid of these translated documents. So the Tanakhama in there will, if you say Rabbi Yossi fits in with Rav Huna, so the one that argues with Rabbi Yossi right here in this brisa is going to fit in with Rav Chisda. That makes the most sense for us right now. We have a machlokes Rav Huna, Rav Chisda. We have a brisa here with two shittas, Tanakhama and Rabbi Yossi. So each one will take one, and we're good to go.
ma'am.
Now we're turning the page. That Kufta Zlom Bay, sponsored by the Fisher from Official Catering.
I'm trying.
The whole of the base is sponsoring.
Ooh, yeah.
Look at this.
Thank you, man.
He has a beard. I don't. I respect. The amount of chesed he does over there in Baltimore. Says the Gemara, the Rabbi Yossi, which would make most sense for us. However, there's a little problem. The Duma Baltimore with the Umar Sober.
I see it.
Umar Sober Lloyd. The physicist says even if you cannot read from something, you're not allowed to read from it. You still have to say it. Right? We said the whole machlokes between Rav Huna and Rav Chisda is in the case according to the Manora that says you cannot read from it. But who told you that the person that argues Rabbi Yossi holds that you have to save it, even though he holds himself that you can't read it?
I had somebody
Maybe he
come
holds
into
the
the
reason we have
Discord
to save it
yesterday,
is because he could
and
read
they
it.
were like,
It's
hey,
a real
like,
Sefer
what's going
Torah
on?
that you read from it. That's
They're
why he
like,
holds it saved. We don't have any
I'm like,
proof.
how'd you find out about me? They're like, I just watched
Or
one
that
of
he
your
only
podcasts
wrote it.
on YouTube. And I'm like, really? And they're like, yeah, I've known about you from Discord.
So Rabbi Yossi,
And they're like, but I haven't been on Discord in a long time.
That's great.
But I know I'd always see you in different Discord.
It's the whole way.
And then I saw
The other
this
price that we said beforehand.
podcast that you did
Remember when
talking
I
about
said
peace,
Rabbi Schoenberg
and I thought it was
loves this
cool,
stuff?
and I came in to say hello.
And
I was like,
all
no
these
way,
funny
somebody saw me
languages.
in the podcast.
And over
That's
there it
amazing.
says,
And then I had my friend
says you're not allowed
from
to
Twitter
read from it.
see me in a different podcast, and it just like, my mind was blown by
You cannot read
Small World.
That's it's perfect in the rest of Small World. Because that's a concept to rely on.
Tony, do you have that phrase in English, small world?
Do you have that phrase in English, small world?
Or in Czech? You know what I mean when I say small world?
Everything's about that.
I know Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius is,
So if somebody writes that,
and she has the lead.
brachas in the
I'm doing
center,
everything I can.
I must say something.
Go ahead.
all brachas.
I must say something. She
And he writes,
Oh, I know. I absolutely agree.
Oh, I
No, I
know.
know.
I
It's
absolutely
beautiful.
agree.
She could be a voice model.
she has
and all these different
she has I
That's
never
what Rashi brings down. More than serious.
She's got the voice of the Southern Belle. You've got
Hey,
that.
Matilda is mad like
like I was thinking she just doing some modifications
Nope, she's all organic. Miss Aquarius is all natural.
This is why people say
she like so
if you're gonna write down a bracha, right, make a siddur, you should know you're like turning it.
how did
She's-
you
If a
she's
fire
very
comes,
powerful.
eventually you can't save it. Says Gemara Maisa Be'echachai. Present time is a story. A guy wrote down.
Okay, Miss Aquarius, we're going to test something. Since
Writing
this
a
one
siddur.
doesn't count, I'm going to let the time go all the way down to just almost the end, and then I'm going to throw the ball and see if it cuts off the ball mid-throw.
And see if it cuts off the ball mid-throw.
No, it doesn't. So long as you throw it before the thing winds down, it's good.
I'm in trouble.
All right, Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, you win. Undefeated in blowing, undefeated in friendship.
Right.
That's right. And
I'm gonna say something.
go ahead, sir.
I'm gonna say something.
And putting, dunking all these shamers into water.
Like she must be so young. She must be very young.
You keep thinking that. You keep thinking that.
Your second sin is greater than your first sin. Just erase Hashem's name. That's a lot worse than writing a sin.
Like she cannot be higher.
Why when I reach the loose of Ravuna? It was Golos as Rav Ravuna.
You. I am happy.
Oh, you Subin the Sam, the pain, the Sikra, red pigment. Because, God, I'm just translating from not the accurate
43.
Rabbi Schoenberg.
43.
Because
That's no cause.
copper sulfate, and he said it's something else. I don't remember anymore. It wasn't a Kodesh.
No.
So what happened?
No.
He writes a Sefer Torah perfectly, like we write it today. Wasn't a Kodesh. But he used the wrong But Tzila no Yisam Meknei Reiko, or Yematzila. When you say the Sefer Torah that was written improperly with the wrong ink. This wrong ink is not gonna last. It's gonna fade away eventually. Not a good Sefer Torah. Says Gemara,
You are not for the three.
She doesn't have a single. She doesn't have a.
Like,
She doesn't have a single wrinkle.
no, absolutely.
No wrinkles.
You have to
Perfect.
put it all the time. In other words,
No wrinkles.
whether or not you hold that you
Oh, yeah,
save
It's
a
not true.
translated script,
It's not true. Wow.
I remember I heard that. Absolutely.
Wow. Like, you have some best.
You have to say,
You have some best skincare in the world.
you don't say,
Your voice is like
it's an English.
combination
Allah
of
but if exactly like this,
and
then they go to another Sefer Torah. Just in 10 years from now, it's going to fade. So you should say like you say that in
It's very useful. It's very lively.
Yes, very useful.
Now you can go
It's
another
very
way,
lively.
even if you hold
It's
it.
like
As you
very
say,
lively. It's like deep.
I consider it like a Disney character.
let me repeat.
I consider it like a Disney character.
Why don't you say those
It is.
because it was written in English? I will only see what's on
It's
a
very useful.
but since it was written properly, you have to say it. Even a translated scripture, you have to
How many
say
minutes?
that's because it was written properly with the right ink.
Big
Allah,
dog.
they give you the right ink.
How many
Why?
minutes? Big dog.
You don't say
minutes.
It makes sense to me. You don't have to save it. Oh, bro,
I don't know how she but I
What it
know her
says,
voice, but I know her voice.
I saw in Shmuel this morning. It brings that a Sefer Torah that was written
And
with
I
Pasuk ink,
wow.
you're not allowed to read from it. Also to read from it.
Yes,
Why?
yes,
Was it
I
weird?
love
That's
it.
the copy.
I love it. Novi,
any Navi.
I
I said Torah that was written in English.
right now.
Like really?
You can read from it.
Really,
But a Sefer Torah that was written
so like, can like your voice can like
this
it can
sulfate,
bring
this copper sulfate
child
stuff.
in me. It can bring
Can't
child.
read from it.
Really,
What's the
it's like best boy.
The difference is
Really, it's like
the Eis Lasayis Hashem Efer Torah Sefer.
best.
The difference is I allow you to translate the Sefer Torah into English because
And you
the
are
times
in
require it.
and
You're
you
forgetting you don't know how to read.
Africa, or you are in Africa,
You don't know how to understand.
from
So I allow you to translate the Torah into English, and therefore I can read it in English. But I never allowed you to write it with improper ink. I never said that you could write it with puzzle ink. There's no Eis Lasayis Hashem Efer Torah Sefer. And if there's no Eis
Not
Lasayis
yet.
Hashem
Maybe
Efer
in
Torah
2
Sefer,
years
Maybe in 2 years.
for the
therefore
Olympics.
it's
Maybe.
usher to read from it.
Yeah.
This will be epic.
Oh, so
This
it's usher to read from it.
is going to be like Neo and
and
the Trinity and the
Still say the
last
Torah have to bury it.
Matrix film.
But Chazanish comes up with the chap and he says you have to bury it, but not the same way that you bury the Torah, which is in a earthenware vessel. Just bury it. And then
This is
you
going to be so good.
just put it in the ground. Fine.
Tony,
Now,
how many minutes till your
they asked
interview? Isn't it like right now?
Rabbi Baravuna, what about the Sefer Torah that's written with the wrong
I
ink?
have
You save it, you
Well,
not
then
save it, you
did
save
your
it. You don't save it.
original estimate of 19
It's not
minutes or
proper,
whatever,
you
is that
don't-
inaccurate?
But he says, well, Rabbi Baravuna thought about it. I have a brisa that says.
Okay, well, I was just going on what you told me.
You know what? I didn't know about this price. And if there's a price, I can argue the price. I can argue.
Going to do that.
That's it. Done. I think
Okay,
you don't
and what
save
is
it.
the
Price
topic for
says
this
you do
time?
save it. Allah says you do save it. I can't argue the
And
price.
traffic will be
My God, where does it say that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Apologies. And then this weekend is the house. Yes,
this weekend.
Sweet dreams, God willing.
Tequila says. Elosh Asfarim Mechavim B'Choloshim. I can write any
There he is.
in any language. Megillah actually Ksuva Ashur has written Lashon HaKodesh. Allah Sefer on parchment Ubidyoy in the property. In other words, other Svarim don't need the property. So if they don't need the property, I could save it.
All right, Tony. You
Well,
know
I
that
have
they're
to
coming
say,
out with a
right?
movie with your name, right?
You know that they're coming out with a movie with your name, right?
Yes.
Do you know the name
Megillah
of the
says
movie?
there needs proper ink. That
You know
means
the name
all
of the
other
movie?
Svarim don't
Oh,
need proper
Tony.
ink. If they don't need proper ink, it's a proper safer.
Oh,
If it's a
Tony.
proper safer, I must save it.
Tony.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's on a chef, a very famous American chef.
Yeah, it's on a
So
chef.
not like Rabbi Baravuna thought that you don't save it. You have to save
That
Nice.
should be interesting. And
any saver that's written with the wrong ink,
Yeah,
with the
I am
copper sulfate.
glad
You have to save it.
that these interviews went well. I'm glad that my friends thought I did a good job.
I'm glad that my friends thought I
If
did
in
a
the
good
whole
job.
entire Sefer Torah, I don't have 85
And
letters.
I am back.
And going
I am back.
And yeah, I'm glad that you're back.
The
And that
small
you're nice
parasha
with
that
me
has
and that
upside
you're
down
loving
look.
me.
That you're nice
In
with
the beginning and end, we'll see a little bit about tomorrow. It has 85 letters in it.
Back.
It's a small parasha. Not a small parasha. Might be
Everything
its own
is
safer
back to
by itself.
everything is back to
I don't know.
Matzilin oisam
All right.
In
All right.
other words, I also
So you've got an
I'm
interview
gonna
with
say the
the
Torah.
So you've
guy
got
Everything's
today,
missing. So
and then the
all
interview with
letters
the
spell
guy with
off.
the 100,000
the
people
interview with
this
the guy
weekend.
with the 100,000.
And then do you have
I have
anybody
a
lined up?
base from the word
Then do you have
gracious.
anybody lined
And I have
up?
a note
and I have
from
One shot.
the parsha Maya and a lamed from left and I keep on going.
and
This whole fire until I get to 85.
yeah, I
What
have
do I do?
I
Do I
don't
save it
have
or
yeah, I have like
not?
three
So I have 85 letters scattered around the entire Torah.
That's good.
With the boil off,
That's better than I'm doing. That's better than I'm doing. And I gotta line
Just
people up.
ask, what about
I
just
have
have the whole Sefer Torah. I only have not even says in my head the
I have one next week.
Of course,
I have one next week.
That of course I have to bury.
No, I know, but I haven't had the time to really
Because in Vayivin Tzara Arai has Hashem's name
contact
twice.
anybody because
All I
I've been
need is
doing other
one time
podcasts.
Hashem's
So like
name,
all day
and I have
today,
to bury
I've been doing
just because of
podcasts,
Hashem's
and
name. Forget
yesterday I
about the
was
letter.
doing podcasts. So
And
and when I don't have time to contact them, I can't contact them.
I don't have a Hashem's name, but I make my letters all over.
in
Oh, Malay Matzilin, you don't have to say that.
Within the next half decade.
Eisvei, Targum Siksovim Mikvah. I take
and my
Aramaic,
like I think
and I
by
switch
end
it
of
into
this
Lashon
year, by
Hara.
end of this year,
Umikro,
it will be
stop.
Perhaps.
unlocked.
What's really big is that people who I know are starting to see me on podcasts, and that's really exciting because it tells me the internet's not that big.
Aramaic in the Sefer Torah,
People are starting to know about what I'm doing.
and I switch it over to Lashon Hara.
That's really
My
exciting.
deal. It says in the Torah that Lavan said, "Yigarsa Adusa." These are words in Aramaic. These two words. It means the mound of witness. Sadusa, witnesses. Afagav, the less. So it says, if I take these two words and I flip it into Lashon Kodesh, I have to save it. So it's even two words. No, you didn't understand what he meant to say. If I have, let's say, 83, or no, not 83, but over here you have 3, 6, 9. So I have, I'm missing 9 letters from the 85.
So you've got 3 lined up for this week and next week, right?
Translate Yigarsa Dusa. Now
How many
I have 85 letters.
did you upload
It
to
doesn't mean
BitChute?
that Yigarsa Dusa by itself requires me to bury
Only that one. Only that one. I am.
Certainly. Are you putting hashtags?
Together in one place? Or are they
Good.
all over the place?
And do you know what Odyssey is?
No.
Okay, I want you to look it up. It's ODYS.ED, I believe.
So over here, Lalakit
It's
means I have to
it's another one. You want to put your stuff
all
up
over the
on.
place. All over means that they're mefuzar, that they're not
Do you
together.
see it?
Why do I have to gather them if they're not together? In other words, they are mefuzar. Lagovish, when I have 85 voices, keep going Parashat Vayim Tzara. The amount that is in Vayim Tzara, which is 85, Matzilin. So you have to there's a good pattern.
Maybe.
Is the Aliba the Ravana? No. This that it says that you have to,
You're going to find
that
it when
you
you wake
gather,
up.
doesn't mean you're gathering one letter from here, one letter from here. It means you have to take, you're gathering these
Because it's so
words.
late. Because it is so late.
What if the letters?
Yep.
The
And
actual letters are all.
I know. You're okay. How long do you anticipate your interview today with these guys going to take?
I think
Take it away, Mark.
half hour. I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever thought of doing longer podcasts?
Yes, I did. Yes, I
Okay.
did.
What's stopping you from that?
Yes, I did. It's something from people have Apple. We need to end it because Apple is like
I know. Hey, you know what we should do, you and the two of us? I think this would be really interesting. Since we already spend a lot of time together, I can do it from my computer so we can go longer. We should do a history of ufology. No. Just a series of like hour-long interviews for like the 10,000 years ago, and the 9,000 years ago, and 8,000 years ago. Either that, or we could do history into the future, which I'm fine with as well. Like what life will look like in the next 100 years, the next 200 years, the next 500 years, the next 1,000 years, the next 10,000 years. I have all kinds of specific things we could talk about.
I'll probably
Yeah,
start. I'll
Okay,
go
you
back
don't
to
seem
this
too
version a day or
excited. That's
two.
all right.
Will do.
It's focal Cremona.
No,
Like I said,
I'm not sure why. I told you he's very scared. He tried to get out of it.
like you.
That's true.
I know, but the school was supposed to administer the test. So I don't know what happened. I'm gonna ask my wife what happened with that.
That's true.
No, we don't have Israeli insurance. Mati, your app can figure out the guy has corona. Are you really working on it?
I'm gonna call him. I hope he's not gonna forget.
Did you send him a reminder?
Yeah.
And he confirmed?
It would have saved me that whole push I had
Okay.
in the elevator that day.
Okay, so
You remember the story with that whole urine
Okay,
sample
big dog.
in the elevator?
I will be here.
You could have saved me.
You get your sleep.
A little
You've done
picture
really
would have
well, my
saved
man.
the day.
What's the name? What's the name of the new platform about which I
Shmuley
told you?
Lemmer, what time is it by you, Shmuley?
Odysseus.
That's right. And do you know that MySpace is coming back?
1 o'clock. You don't have to go to yeshiva tomorrow.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
All
I
right.
will be there too. I will be
Yes,
there
you
to
will.
do my best.
Yes, sir, my friend. Okay. You take care, big dog. Best wishes.
COVID.
Yeah.
Yeshiva.
You too. Yeah.
Thank you,
Bless
friend.
you too. Bye. Bless you too. Bye.
What happened? Today? I'm going to be at a minyan. What's his name? Yaakov Shlomo? Okay, Bezer Hashem. Yes, Yoel. What's going on with Yoel? No way. If you found someone who wants to buy my house, I'll give you commission. How much commission do you want? How many dollars do I have to pay you? You want to buy it. So I'll pay you commission if you buy it. Listen, Yoel, what's going on here? This guy Fivish, you know Fivish? Fivish has your last name. What's going on? He adopted your name. Bergman for president. Yeah. Like a Shlomo ben Avram. Oh, Aryeh is listening to some news in Chicago. I hear Albion and Clark. So, Yoel, did you go to school yet? What's going on with school? You don't go to school? You're doing it online? Uh-huh. My phone number is worthless, Yoel. It's worthless. My wife doesn't call me anymore. Trust me, it's worthless. Oh, Shmuley Filer wants it. But it's worthless for him also. Yeah. Did I go to yeshiva in Israel? No way. I don't have time to teach. Who has time to teach? I give 2 daf yomi shiurim and I do the 8-minute daf. I don't have time. I wish there were more hours in the day. I wish. Well, I have to learn myself in order to prepare the shir and the 8-minute daf, which takes 4 hours just to prepare the 8-minute daf. So yeah, there's a lot of no more time. Why? Where do you live again? Oh, if you're busy, you have to come by to our base measure from the Ramat Church. That's what everybody does. Even Faibish was there 2 weeks ago. Everybody comes by. So how's your list going? Did you start working on your list? You see, people push it off. Tomorrow. You have to have guts. Listen, you call up somebody and say, listen, I'm working on myself. I decided I need to start making amends with this. You just call, you'll see it goes easy. One after another. Tack, tack, tack. Why? That's not your problem though. If they told you they're Michael, you don't have to be you don't have to have Ruach HaKodesh and know what they're thinking. If they said it, then that's it. You tell Hashem, he told me he's Michael me, so I have to go into his kishkis and figure out that he didn't really mean it. He said he's Michael. That's it. I don't think that's a problem. If you see that he's disingenuous, that he's not saying it seriously, that's something else, maybe. But if he says, no, I'm Michael, that's it. That's all that's required. That he should say those words. I don't know that he has to say those exact words. Yeah, I'm Michael, you. Michael, whatever, I don't. As long as he says he's Michael, you're Michael. So he's Michael. Say, look, I'm turning a new page in my life. I was a big jerk. You have to put yourself really low. You have to say, listen, I acted really, I was terrible, I was not sensitive, and I'm working on myself. I realize what a terrible, terrible human being I am. And then you get, if you say, what, you did this to me, and then they're not going to be mindful of you. So you just ignore everything they did. Obviously, there's 2 sides to the story, and you might be right. You put yourself really low. The lower you put yourself down, the easier it is going to be for that guy to be mindful of you. Sure, most of the time the guy will say, no problem, I understand, and the story shall end. And if you took something from the guy, if you owe him money, then you pay it back. But if it's about just a fight, you said this and he said that, I think that's the best way to do it. You make yourself really low, without excuses. You know what I mean? Do I have a halacha? It's not about halacha. I have a conscience. I feel bad that this person is still upset at me. I don't really even know what I did to them, but they're upset, and I try. Every once in a while, I call up, and they tell me the same thing. I don't think you really mean it. I don't think you really mean it. Blah 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 blah. And they hang up on me. So whatever. Once in a while, when I have patience, I go through the whole process, and I send some people and this and that. It's with the minion. Yeah. Well, would you watch it if it was 10 minutes? 8 minutes is better than 10. Hello, first of all, after I did it, I didn't know who it was, somebody sent me a great clip. It was the 8-minute abs. 2 guys were sitting in a Blockbuster, and the guy goes, there you go. The guy goes, I have the greatest idea. Yeah, but look, everybody's But it's appropriate. The guy said, 7-minute ads. Imagine you walk into Blockbuster and you see two videos. One is 8-minute and one is 7-minute. Which one are you going to take? And it's literally what I'm thinking. No one in the right mind can do a 7-minute daf. It's impossible. I tried it. I can't even do 8 minutes. So that's it. They're not going to be able to do 7-minute daf. Truth is, I don't know. I just put it around. I figured in my head it's 8 minutes. Now, I'll tell you why. Because before I started the 8-minute daf, I was doing something on Thursday night in my house. I was giving over the 7 daf of the week. So people sat around my table. We had about 35 people every Thursday night. I gave out chom. They came really for the chom, not to hear me. But that was my reason of preparing this. So I would spit out the entire 7 daf of the week. And it took me about 7-8 minutes per daf. That's how I figured it. So once I had that done, I said, look, if I'm going to do it on video, let me just be cautious and I'll add another minute. The 7, call it 8. I don't know. That's how. All you need to do is watch 7 of my 8-minute dafs and you're good to go. You don't need me. It was very hard. You know, it's another preparation. It's something else. There's something else to prepare. Thursday night, you get some. You don't have to sit through the whole 7 daf. 1 daf is enough. Yalla, I'm going to go down and. Why is that? Why? After. It was a slow start. What? No, I gave a Daf Yomi Shir. I gave a Daf Yomi Shir for 8 years in Chicago. In the Adas. The Rani Shabbat and a few guys. I did the whole cycle for 8 years. So I was always into the Daf. And I needed something that gave me a, what's the word? Not incentive, something that a what? Not a drive, not a motivation, something that kept me true. Like I couldn't get out of it. What is it called? Maybe a commitment. I needed a commitment where I couldn't have excuses and this and that. So first, like I said, I started that Thursday night thing, and that was my commitment. And I forced myself. Even when I traveled to Chicago during the week, I don't think I ever missed. I would make it back to the Thursday night show. No matter what, I paid extra money for my flight. I cut meetings short. I'd hop on a plane and get back Thursday night. And that meant that while I was at all these meetings in Chicago, and while I was on the plane, I never watched movies on the plane. I had to just pound out those $7. And I'd come off the flight. I'd like be half. My eyes were like this. You know how it is, all the jet lag. Sit down at the table and give the $7. And that went on for 7 daf, and that went on for a couple of years, maybe 2 years. And it was a very good commitment. But then people started saying, "Why are you doing this? Why don't you give us a Daf Yomi here?" So then we started Daf Yomi in Zara. Smack in the middle, Daf Tav Tes. In the middle of the page, in the middle of the singular, unbelievable. But it's about the commitment. The 8-minute daf is also about me not having excuses to do other things. Because anytime I want to do this, trust me, I'm crazy. I like it. I told somebody the other day, I used to go to a lot scuba dive almost every week. I was flying the plane and just filling up my time with crazy stuff. And now, I don't have time to think about it. I can't go on vacation, I can't do anything. I put myself in this jam, so I don't have time and I can't think about anything else. And whatever. The way to do it, look, some people are naturally devoted to learning, they love learning and stuff. Other people need excuses and they need things. You have to give a share. Yeah, so other people have a chavrusa, but a chavrusa you can just blow off. You know, today I'm not interested in that. Yeah. The more people I have now that I have this year, so when I used to have 20, 30, 40 people, it used to like 50 people, that was a huge commitment. But when I would go to Chicago, I didn't feel that bad. I had Long Fix, and I had Nakamata, and Winston Shores, and Didi Kramer stepped in. So people were upset at me, like, you leave, but it was 3 days. Now, I feel like really bad leaving because you have all these people that are used to my style, and then somebody else steps in, it's a completely different style, it's this and that. What are they going to do? Well, that's all. That's why I'm still here. That's why I'm on that street. Now, it's not even a joke. It was a big bracha for me. For me, it was a bracha. I gotta go down there. Who knows? I don't even know. We'll find out in a few years. It's not important in Mati. It's just not important anymore. I'm telling you, it's not important. The guy that takes care of my stuff, Betsy Freeman, he calls me every few weeks. He used to call me every day. Now it's like, you can't even get all of him. He was texting me and saying, please call me. I forgot to call me. Right? He probably wants to tell me, hey, you need another $1 million. So please, I gotta prepare this year, dude. We don't have time for this stuff. Last time, Mati! That's what's going on. I'm 47 years old. I have a grandchild. I'm almost dead. You know what I mean? Life is almost over. Yeah, that's how it works, my friend. It's like this. Life goes like this. A second ago, I was married. I just got married. My first child was born. My child was already 25 years old. Crazy. Life, I don't have to tell you. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's almost so. It goes like this. You know, just shaking your head. Go right now. Shaking your head. The older you are, the more you understand this. It's not a joke. Oh, we're sitting here making money, and another app, and another money, and another this. For what? Pretty soon we're not here, and then who's going to use the money? My kids. I might as well do what I need to do right now. Huh? Listen, you're still young. I'm not telling you to stop working. I'm just saying the drive, what I felt is like, I felt like life is almost over. It is, you know, I'm more than halfway through my life. So even if I live to who knows what, it's still more than halfway, right? And the life that I have, until now, went by so quickly. I remember when I was you see the guy Shmuel Yomazay. It was like yesterday. Everything was like yesterday. Just before you know, boom, boom, boom. You get that white hair. You know, all of a sudden you start limping. All of a sudden this part of your back stops working. You can't jump anymore. And that's it. And then you start crying. So you gotta come prepared. You gotta invest for the future. He needs money for his daughter's seminary, and I need money for my own Abba. Then I'm going to come up to him and say, your bank account is empty, my friend. Empty, because all you did all day is jumping out of planes and flying planes and scuba diving and going on vacation.
Absolutely. I like the way when I crank ears in front of the stove, you know what I mean? That's fine. Myself, I'm going back. It used to be that. I never cranked it up. I've been pretty broke, man. Still look like a Brian Simpson.
Good morning, Rabbi Shai.
No doubt. You could totally play an undercover crack. You could play an overcover crack.
Still at home.
You could go in and be the
waiting
alpha
for
of the crackheads. Like that King Charles dog. Like you could go and calm down the other crackheads just by your presence. All the other crackheads
quarantine
chill
time,
out.
bro. My son is going to
I feel you very, very rough skin. I feel you.
just another day too. But like I said, so yesterday, after Shear,
What happened?
as usual,
What
I just
happened?
screwed around with the guys in the
Wrong
Zoom,
interview because he
and I'm
doesn't have
supposed to
website
turn off
on
YouTube, so it doesn't
the
record all the
mobile
discussion that I
phone.
got.
Mobile phone.
So
I
why
forgot
doesn't he just
to
download it?
And
and button. So we're just schmoozing,
yeah,
schmoozing,
and
and about like 15 minutes later, I realized
I
that
know
it
it,
was straight
I know it
it's
right
not
now,
recording. So I figured myself,
but he
that
said I
I'm
got
just
to
gonna call
try
Yosef,
it
Gary,
let's
and by the
try
time they
it
upload,
again
it's
when
many hours.
I'm back. I have to
They'll edit it and everything's good. But then all of a sudden I started getting emails
I
from
get that.
people.
it happened.
It happened. That's okay.
One guy said, "Oh,
No big
let
deal.
me read this email."
And now you get to go to bed. And look, these things cancel on me all the time.
These things cancel on me all
You know the deal. That's how.
Belly.
You know the deal.
Although I've not been able to watch the show live
Yeah.
at the moment,
Why
at
don't
the
you
classes
sleep in
of
here?
Mincha at the Garden Union, which is a real thing in the UK.
I'm not
I still watch
ready
everything on
for
Torah Anytime.
This Aquarius
Today's
does
shir was
does
probably the best
maybe
shir I've
someday
heard
you
in
will.
I'm
maybe someday. And you're reading this like, but that shir was one of the
Not right
worst.
All right, you know you can keep yourself muted.
All right, you know you can keep yourself muted. By myself, no jokes, nothing going on. That's it.
like
Then
like
then I read more. I finally got to hear the backstory behind MTY.
when I'm sleeping someone, even if the internet, it's like I don't know, it's like more something just than just
Oh, you think we're in a relationship?
That's my early tried to grow a career and family.
You're good. I understand.
You're good. I understand.
Well, you go get your sleep, and come back tomorrow, and we'll talk about your interview this weekend. And make sure to email the guy for this weekend so he doesn't forget and he's ready. And he has everything installed.
He hasn't had a stick like this. He's learning. I don't remember. He never went to
yeah,
school.
it is
Yeah.
happening.
You know what you should do? The guy who interviewed me today, he's been doing this for 15 years, and it was really good. He sent me a message beforehand as a reminder. Hey, we've got this interview, and it says before we start, make sure you have a phone or a device that has video and audio. Make sure you have internet connection. Make sure you have the app downloaded. You know, he gives me that all beforehand so I can test all that stuff. But it's not your fault. I'm just saying it's not a bad reminder of all the stuff you need to do.
Hope you are well
Okay, big.
and your family. Straight after the show yesterday, I phoned someone. Thanks.
No big deal, my man.
Right away went and called somebody else.
All right, Suchi,
Then he goes on to say, why is it called a problem, not just a problem? Anybody can everybody, drink coronavirus, I learn every day, but that 4 times, follow it. Once prepare myself to share as well as another two shiurim on the dot. No, there's another two shiurim he listens to. I'm not going to go with it. What a split you have on Slough of Yanko. One more. I love this. This is mamish. It doesn't do anything. Shalom, Adinenu, Morenu, Rabbeinu, Harav Agon Stefanski. He didn't even say my name. He took out the Eli, but that guy, I guess, that was his shtick. Instead of saying Eli, he just went Shalom, Adinenu, Morenu, Rabbeinu, Harav Agon Stefanski. I just stopped that now. Okay, great shtick. This is from Rachamim Epstein. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you can just insert anybody in. I hope you're doing well. My father was never an MDY, even though he lives 20 minutes away. I've been enjoying MDY so much the past few weeks, but in light of the recent surge in cases, I'm going to stop coming to share for the time being. I completely understand you, Rachamim. It was actually a tremendous pleasure to see you at MDY. I was getting worried about it because I didn't see him in Zoom and he had all these excuses. But then he showed up every day. But he's very mocked about the mask, and he's nervous about what's going on right now. While most people are doing well with wearing the mask, it's inevitable to come into close contact with multiple people when you're walking through the tables. Also, a lot of people are not wearing masks while drinking coffee. Listen, it's very difficult to drink while you're wearing your mask. I agree. Don't worry. I intend to keep up with every doctor and other Be'ezus Hashem. Baruch Hashem, I didn't miss a day during the time it was meant to be subbed down. Oh, like about I didn't see him on Zoom. I don't think anybody saw him on Zoom or anywhere. There's no sign of Rachamim Epstein. He says he hasn't missed a day. We have continued health, vigilance, every smile. Please Hashem, I look forward to returning when the situation comes down again. Best, Epstein, Rachamim. Okay. Gewaltig. Today is down 6 Zion, and we're starting from the bottom of Sister Bowling Bay, coming up on it. Now you even say, alright, where's Judah? Anybody see Judah? This is a song you start singing. Okay. Vayomer Moshe. Parshas Zu also like his birth is Shimonios Milamalo Lamata. If you look in the Sefer Torah, you'll see that there are two upside down moons in the beginning of the parasha and at the end of the parasha. Why? What's tonight? Top of design. So today's shir, I forget this out, sorry, is being sponsored by the Student School Network fundraising campaign. www.charity.com/Shuvah in honor of the Talmidim of the school that has gone on to cover many documents. And by Fissel, from Official Catering, and there's us, Mrs. Epstein, Dr. Epstein's wife, I forgot her name, we'll get her name soon. Alright, so it says like this. Why is Vayiben Zohar upside down moons is beginning and end? This is not where it belongs. If you wrong place, you're going to see a lot more about it. In other words, you can understand this parasha. When the Oren moved to be when Klal Yisrael moved by the Golan, when Judah moves, then Reuben moves, then the Mishka moves. The Mishka moves, it means the Oren itself. Rabbi Yomer, oh, I hear you, Yeshua coming in. Rabbi Yomer, lo min hashem zeh. It's not the real reason. Elo mivnei sefer kosher yizuk mi'atzi. You should know that by Vayiben Zohar, that small parasha is a sefer to itself. What does that mean to say to yourself? Baruch Hashem, no, Yeshua, I have water, I hear you doing water, everything's good, I got two waters. I have two, thank you. I thought you coming some surprises, coffee, wine, cash. Okay, Seth got a new Gemara from one of our devoted listeners. So thank you, devoted listeners, for telling Seth the Gemara. Maybe drop it before, but it's done. Alright. So listen to this. We are familiar with Chamisha Sushi Torah. Yes, what? That's the Gemara. So the Gemara, what we have now is more. We have another parasha that is not a Chumash, a Shavuos by itself. Chumash means a fifth. This is a seventh. It's a new sefer. So Bamidbar is sefer number 4, and smack in the middle of Bamidbar you have the Yibin Torah. Alright. So what you have here, Vayiben Zohar is sefer number 5. The continuation of Bamidbar is sefer number 6, and the Varm is sefer number 7. Manazo had Omer Yeshua, or Omer Yeshua, Banachim, Omer Yonatan. Chatzva Amidel Shiva. Says Chatzva Amidel Shiva. What does it mean? The Mishlei, Eilim Shiva Sifrei Torah. There's actually 7 Svarim. I don't know how we would say it. Pass me the Shvius. The Chumah. I don't know what we do. Deep problem. Come on, Rebbe. Man kind of the Pogalei to Rebbe. Who's the kind that argues on Rebbe? Rebbe Shimon Gamliel. Who's Shimon Gamliel compared to Rebbe? Who is it? Where is it? So this happens to be, I have this chart from yesterday laying around. You look closely, look who Rebbe Shimon Gamliel is. Rebbe Shimon Gamliel is Rebbe's father. Who's the kind that argues on Rebbe? His own father. In other words, we have enough like this. Is, yeah. This painting, Rabbi said, this painting, why is it here? It gives me a lot of comfort. This is from Avram Pikovsky. If anybody knows where he is. He gave me the painting and then he fell off the planet. I haven't heard or seen him since. But on day number 1 of Corona on Shabbos, David Days, when I came to the house, and then I got this in the mail, this giant box showed up, and it was like, you came at the right time, perfect time. So I hung it up here because I'm back in my house. This time I'm not as upset as I was back then. This is different. It's not, okay, take it down, fine. Play up. So, you have Machlokes. Is Vayibim Torah in the right place? It's just its own parsha, or it doesn't belong there. It has nothing to do there. It's not in the right place. Says we're between the real parsha, each second and time, it needs to go somewhere else. It needs to go to the going. The Lama calls the time. Why is it in here? To be the Hashem ben Surah, to say no to run here. So, the Gemara is going to describe the two not so nice situations in Parsha. First problem, second problem is a bunch of given words killed us. The person knocked out a bunch of them because they weren't behaving well. Says the Gemara, listen to this. If you're looking in the art scroll and you don't have my chart over here, you're not going to understand it 100%. So still we have a chart. It says, what's the second one? The nation complained about how hard it is to walk and going in this desert. To start complaining, poof, they got pumped. Quran is Rishayna. What's the first one? That's our Safsir. They're complaining about the meat, the lack of meat. What is this? All this money? We had enough money, so we start complaining about the meat. So give them a little punishment. Look at the Sukkim for a second. Vayibim Sa'arayin is over here. Pasuk Lamahem. Misaynim is Pasuk Aleph in the next paragraph. Wasabsuf is after the Misaynim. The Gemara just said Asabsuf is before Misaynim, right? Besides, Vayibim Sa'arayin is supposed to divide these two. Go in between them. What in the world is going on here? Here's a dilemma. The Gemara says the whole parsha of Vayibim Sa'arayin is to divide and separate two bad occurrences in Klal Yisrael: the Misaynim and the Asapsuf. Which one came first? Asapsuf. Which one came second? Misaynim. I'm quoting you from the Torah here. Pasuk Aleph is Misaynim. Pasuk Daled, later is Asapsuf. Not the other way around. Explains Rashi. The Gemara actually says that we have to start the parent before. This passage, Vayisu Mahar Hashem, is actually the Asapsuf. That's the beginning of the meat. Now it makes a lot of sense. This is meat. This is Vayibim Sa'arayin, and then you have the Misaynim. It works very well now. Vayisu Mahar Hashem. Here once again he takes the hay and he puts in a fess. You can say that hay in a fess. But they went away from Hashem. Why? Because they asked for me. Some explained it like a child that uses running away. Where does it really belong? This whole parsha about Yidden say, all right, when it mentions how Yehuda, they traveled first, and then Reuven, and then immediately afterwards it talks about the Mishkan. But when the Mishkan traveled, the Aron traveled. So by even Soya Aron, when the Aron travels, that's parsha belongs over there. In the Golan, nothing to do with all the Rami Sugya, Numa Scepter, or Boysa. Rami. Boiling. It was very, very nice to see that correctly. Very good to see, because I think that 2 days more than not. I don't know. So how he describes his sleep. He's up at night, he's up in the day, he's at night. Boiler. No? Okay, you're making up. I didn't see him, I said. I didn't say he missed. I didn't see him. He has a lot going on in his life right now, and I'm very happy to see him. He gives me a lot of things to see him. The boiler. Oh, Avi, once you're on, you might as well tell me what your mother-in-law's name is. The seer is dedicated to the foot. Raise a Gittel, Bas Esther. Dr. Epstein's wife, Raise a Gittel Bas Esther, should have her fullest form of the car. They live in my building. The 2 floors directly below me. The boiler. Al-Yoyim Sivitoira, Matsil and Oysa, Meknead Leika, Oy, Matsil and Oysa, Meknead Leika. The empty parts of the Torah. Rashi goes on to explain that at the beginning of the Torah, you have eczema. At the end of the Torah, you have enough to go all the way around. There's just blank. Now you have blank parchment, but it's part of the Torah. But you have nothing else. You save this Torah on Shabbos, and you carry an over an Isser of carrying and bringing it to a mother that doesn't have a hero, and the truth of it. Again, that's the only thing that's the question right now. We're going to go 3/4 down. A nice sugi about Gil Yoinim. These, what is it called in English? What's the word? The stuff on the side, the blank on the side of the page. You know? Somebody gave me a great word yesterday. I was looking for a word. My accountability was the word I was looking for, and instead they gave me the word commitment, whatever. It could be a Leon. Anyway, listen. The blank part of the Sefer Torah. You know what that is. At the end of the Sefer Torah, at the beginning of the Sefer Torah, on top of every page, there's blanks everywhere. You save a blank Sefer Torah, is that considered kadosh enough to save it from the fire? We learned yesterday a Sefer Torah that was worn out, and it has 85 letters. We had about 85 in one spot, 85 all over the place. Going Parsha by Yim Tzahar, that's how it was to introduce the whole Parsha by Yim Tzahar, and it's 85 letters. Matzilin. Then you go ahead and you say the Dim Lav, if you don't have 85, ain't Matzilin. Ask the Gemara about why is it if you don't have 85, you don't say, at the end of the day, even if it doesn't have 85 letters, you have all the blank spots. Gemara, if it's worn out, that's one problem. We're talking about that it wasn't worn out. Over there, everything wore out, so you don't even have parchment. There's nothing left. You barely have 85 letters. Talking about a perfect piece of parchment. I was going to say the Torah that somebody slipped it off. It used to be Sefer Torah, but it's in good condition. You say the Sefer Torah. Toshma, Sefer Torah Shnim Tav. So here we cannot come up with it. And the answer to say, oh, we're talking about a Sefer Torah that was worn out. So here it says specifically it wasn't worn out. It says Nimchak, it was erased. Somebody took a perfectly good piece of parchment and erased it. So yes, we're like it's going to become associated. So now, but it's the same a lot. If you have 85 letters, keep going, Parshas Vayim, all right, Matzilin. Oh, B'lan, Matzilin. If you don't have 85, you don't say, Bamai, David Lay, Mishum, Julian today. Ask the Gemara, not Julian that we had until now, but the parchment underneath the letters, that itself should have Kedusha. I wrote letters, how come this part that I wrote on doesn't have Kedusha? So the Gemara very interesting. The time that's they can learn barley. That's not such a big problem. The Chikada is Avid Sabbath. The Gemara wants to make a nice lump of stuff. I don't understand it 100%. The Gemara wants to say that when I write a letter on a piece of parchment, so that piece of parchment becomes Kaddish because I wrote a letter on it. If I take away the letter is gone, then the parchment is gone. It's only Kaddish as far as I have a letter. It only becomes Kaddish because I put a letter on it. I wrote something on it. Whereas the blank parts of the Sefer Torah have Kedusha regardless of the letter. There are no letters. You made it Kaddish, because that's part of the Sefer Torah. So Therefore, as of Psav, as of Bishosei. If you take away the letter, then whatever's underneath the letter, I can understand logically that the Kedusha goes away. My question is regarding the top part of the Sefer, the lower part, between the parts of the Shibin Daf Udaf. In beginning, all the way before Bereshit, this is the empty part that could roll around the Eitzah part. So the Sefer that could roll around the entire Sefer. At the end of the day, the Torah blames. So let's prove from here that at the end it should be covered because of all this blank stuff. Why is it not funny? The more the guy is Yisraeli, we're talking about an interesting day, so there's nothing left. The guy's chopped all the blanks out. What do you have left? Only words. Now the obvious question is, and the Baruch Hashem abandoned the right. How do you chop all the words? Everywhere. What? There's nothing between line to line. Says the Rashba, all those empty spaces between line to line are not included. That's all considered part of the writing. Because you need blank spaces between lines. Otherwise you can't write. You can't put word on top of word. Talking about the real serious blanks in the Sefer Torah, that's gone. That ain't slipped away. In that case, is this Sefer Torah, are you matching it or not, even though it doesn't have blanks? Tashma. Now we're talking about the blank spots. Should be part of the part, should be not enough, should be kilas and safe, should be safe and safe. How many say that? One way giving the scepter is literally 3 days like into leaving the Bishmedri being here by myself. The sugya of the Shmoina Sodavar, the 18 actions of Bishamai over the Silla. Remember, they went in the attic, they keep them. One of them was that if you touch your hand, that's why today we use our towels. You know, when the guy does a bad hagzah, you start fiddling around with the cloth, with the towels, because you're not allowed to touch the Sefer Torah with your hands. And if you do, you become tameh. That's to go to the mikvah. The Sefer Torah, which is published, makes you tameh. But it says, what makes you tameh? All the blanks, all the white, no letters at all. So the Sefer says, the top of the dot, under the dot, the fancy dot. You see from here, it has Dusha. If it's able to make your hands tameh, then it has Dusha. What is Dusha? You have to save it. So the Gemara, maybe we're talking about an entire Sefer Torah that has all the words necessary, and you're touching like by the Haggadah. Where do you touch? You don't touch letters, you touch the blank part, right? The top. But it's Haggadah because it has all the other words. I'm asking you a question. What if you have a blank piece of parchment that was snipped off a Sefer Torah that was in good condition? No other letters now. It's all by itself. Who do you have to save it in? I don't have an answer yet. Now we're going to a sugya of Sifrei Minim. What's a min? An apikoros. Very interesting. The Menachem Matem, the official corrector of the Shir, the official Baltara of our church, told me that his grandfather bought a Sefer Torah from Gordon Parajisrael Sefer Torah, and there's a whole expose about how all these Sefer Torahs that came from the same city were written by Machalei Shabbos and Kaifin in Europe. And he realized that his Sefer Torah was one of those. And they took the Sefer Torah and they buried it. It's a business. These guys were smoking cigarettes on Shabbos and writing Sefer Torah. That's what they did here. So, if you have a Sefer of a min, it's a big problem because maybe, first of all, A, he's not being Mechavim during Shemar Torah. B, he might be Mechavim probably bizarre during Shemar Torah. Even worse. But it also says here the word Yonim, the blank spot. It says, before it. You don't say this. You let it burn. Let Hashem's name burn. Did not realize Hashem's name. That Hashem's name written by Apikar. I heard from Philip Bornstein that the word min, the Ripper says, he brings a Rashi somewhere, it's not found by us, but the word min, meaning, is actually removed from Rashi because it stands for Mitalmid. The mem Mitalmidei Yeshi Hanatsu. Yoshkis Talmidei. Okay, that's the word min, and that's why they removed it from Rashi. That's what the Ripper says. They had by the censor, they censored it out. My love, the Sefer Torah. He's saying that Gilyonim are what's Gilyonim? Our question right here. It says in the Torah that a Gilyon, a blank space, you don't say Gilyon. No, Gilyon and the Sefer meaning. It goes together with the Sefer Torah written by a min. As the Gemara, that doesn't make sense. As the Sefer meaning, you're fighting that feeling. If a min wrote Hashem's name, the Reish is barley, Kim is Hashem, everything, you burn. You let it burn. So certainly the white spots, if you're going to let Hashem's name burn, so certainly the blade. Secret meaning, Harem Kujoyonis. What it's trying to say, yes, exactly that. It is talking about secret meaning. It's telling you it has zero value. It's like a blank piece of parchment lettered book. Fine. We don't have an answer. Ufa. Hagiyonim, the secret meaning, Ein Matzilim Ezra Veiko. A Sefer Torah written by a man, by a Matthew Torah, you don't save it from a fire. Why? Because there's no Son of Shem. The Son of Shem is nothing. You had zero kavanah for sure, and you might have worse than zero kavanah. You might have had a bad kavanah. Rabbi Yossi Omer, the Torah, Kodesh, Aspersion on the Bodzim. Kodesh Yossi Yardi. He says, what you need to do is, from the weekdays, take the Sefer Torah, go through the entire Sefer Torah, and snip out every time you find the Shem's name. Take that out. And then, make a big barbecue and throw the Sefer Torah in and burn it. You're dying. You burn the Sefer Torah. Oh, sorry, the Gundim, you bury it. Bashar Soifim, yeah, you do burn it. You bury the Shem Hashem, all the Shem Hashem, you bury it and you burn it. But my tartan, a kapach is burning. This is a Lashon, a language that's only for a tartan in all shots. Anytime you say a kapach is burning, it's only a tartan. He says it a number of times, and he's basically swearing the name of his kids. I won't have children, I won't have sons. It's not true. You don't take out Hashem's name, you burn it with Hashem's name. Very interesting. One of the Gemara says that he actually didn't have children. He's like, I guess in the Shalit, the pasuk over there. It just comes out, it came out from him from a governor who had it a few days ago. It comes out and it remains. That with Rav, when Shmuel hurt Rav's feelings, and he said you're not going to have sons, same kind of thing. It's just Yajim Piasa. Yeah. This kind of Sefer Torah comes to my hand. Shaniyet, I'm going to burn it as is with Hashem's name. So people all the listen to this. Even if a person runs after me, Reb Tarfon, to kill him, the Nafesh looks like Yisrael, and one of these crazy snakes we had in other sugyas coming to bite him. Nicholas, the base of the Zara, it's preferable to jump into a place of idol worship. They Nicholas the Bataim for like this. You don't go into a min's house. You have an option. Go into this place with Avodah Zarah. Go into Apikoris' house. Go into the Avodah Zarah. A guy that's min, he grew up in yeshiva, he knows what's right and wrong, and he goes off the derech. All the way makir v'koyfim. But these guys, they were brought up a certain way, so they're not going to take you down. The achar hadelos v'hamezuzah samto is a flamer. You put me. You know about me, Hashem, but where do you put me? You threw me behind you. Only small kind of thing. My last is on the Rishon, let me tell you, the famous Saita. Person suspects his wife of being Mizana, he was warned her, aided him, he wished out, you give her water with Hashem's name, you take Hashem's name, and you put in the water, and it dissolves in the water. Because Moses said, I'm willing to dissolve my name so that there should be peace between a husband and a wife. These pipers, what do they call the guys that run around the whole day and try to get juice or whatever. So what are they doing? They're trying to put Kino. No, but they're called missionaries. Missionaries. Their job is to convince you to leave Yiddishkeit. Kino, Ava, Takus. Between to put a web between you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I understand that, certainly you can replace it something. Valei Mama David, any possible Haloi, Misanef Hashem Esla. David Amot says, I hate the people that hate you. I'm going to fight the people that stand against you. The most sin of possible. I hate them. They're going to be my enemy. Now, according to Rabbi Yossi, that we had before, the first shita, that you have to say the Torah of the name. What do? You slip out all of Hashem's names. If you change him, Matzil Loisa. There's later, Matzil Loisa, never approach him. If it comes to not a joke. You told Yeshua last night on Zoom. He's a guy, you're not going to believe the story. I'm not making this up. Everybody that was on Zoom yesterday, last night knows I saw a guy who was on Zoom. And he was on Zoom, he fully testifies that I'm not making this up. The guy was on Zoom, and he's sitting there, and he says, I want to tell you how I found this shit. You know how he was sitting Shiva for his father, and a guy comes in and says, listen, you gotta hear this Daf Yomi shit. I looked at him and said, you're talking about Yeshua Aaron Price. I mean, who in the right mind? At a Shiva house, I've heard of guys walking over to the guy sitting Shiva, a day after telling him, but by the way, is your house for sale? You're looking for a Shiva? I've heard that. But to tell a guy to go to Daf Yomi Shiva during Shiva, that I've never heard. That is the first time I've ever heard it, and that is exclusive to Yeshua Aaron Price. Who is this guy, Rabbi saying? Yitzhak Fein's brother from New York. You guys remember Yitzhak Fein, the Yitzhak guy with the face that comes to the spear? His brother. So he was converted during his own father's shiva. He's sitting on the floor, and without any busha, Yeshua Aaron Price could have, but he hasn't used it up since his father's tiro, which is what, I don't know, 5 or 6 months. How do you know? Who knows what? Was it before Bracha? No, more than half a year. Before Bracha. Yeah. Okay. Maisa Shahaya from last night. You're telling me that he's a missionary? I'm telling you a Maisa. Says the Gemara, it was worth it, even though we're going to go over now. Because I had the whole chesed hell, I'm going to be here and there, and I didn't have this mice in there. So this is another thing. Fine. Then, see what's going on? If I give a guy, if somebody gives me a Sefer Torah, and pick a scissors, snip out all Hashem's name, bury them, burn. But if I see a fire coming, according to Sefer Torah, I'm not pleased because I see a flood coming. I'm not pleased. You hear what's going on here? If it's in your hands, save Hashem's name. But if it's a natural flood, that's the shot over here. Let me go down now. I had a corny story here, but I'm not gonna say it because I'm not gonna say it because I just said the other night. So we'll have the switch. This Be'avidon, there's a bunch of jokes about the debate between the priests and the Jews. So there's whatever. I was just scared to say because no one's gonna yell at me if it's corny or whatever. So there's a place, a debate hall. It's not a church. It's not a debate hall. So how long do I could go in there to debate? And these guys, these characters, they have their own style. They always look out the same fire. They have their own Sefer Torah. Who writes it? They write it. So can you save it or not? Says the Gemara in the lamb, the Rafi the other. Yes or no? And he wasn't sure. Yesterday I did a search in the Bari Lamb. How many times is the same shas in the lamb, the Rafi the other? He said yes, and he said no, and then he wasn't sure. So we had it 2 days ago, and only another 2 times in shas. So what I found fascinating, I don't know if it's that fascinating, but 3 out of the 4 times, as soon as it says in the lamb Rafi the other, the Gemara says, Itmar, Omer of Nachman, Omer Shmuel. 3 times, 3 out of the 4 times, and says a completely different thing. One time it talks about Kivai that we had the other sugi about the moon, another time I'm a Kadri Dechos, the other time Moses Mishra. But it's just interesting. 4 times in Shas and 3 other 4 times in Ishma. So it's like Ravina and Rav Ashi, when they wrote those words, it triggered a memory of like they remembered about Rav Nachman and Shmuel. I have no idea. I just thought it was funny or interesting. It says the Gemara. In the Lav Rav, he wasn't sure if he saved the debate hall Sefer Torah. Rav Lo Yashu Be'avidon the Gemara tells us Rav never went there. It's dangerous to go there. You can get killed. If you win, they'll kill you maybe. The question of being natural thing. Certainly not a place of worship. Shmuel never went to the worship place. But they have even as they had no fear. My kind of loyalty would have you done. How come you didn't go to the hall? Oh my who? This is a plan your Ikibar because of you. There's a crazy tree on the way, and I can't get this. So they tell him, Niapri. Well, what's the problem with the tree? We'll uproot it. So he tells them, Dukti Pashavi. The ground is going to be now. If you uproot the tree, so remember a Maisa, it's also one of these funny things. There's a guy that went to yeshiva. So he wants to get accepted to yeshiva, so the yeshiva tells him, sorry, I don't have room in the basement. He says, what's the problem? I'll bring this chair and a step in my house. I'll sit down. He says, no, but the dining room, there's no room in the dining room. The guy says, so I'll take out. I don't even the dining room. He says, yeah, but the dormitory is full. So he says, I'll sleep at my sister. She lives around the block. He says, but the shiurim are Yiddish. He says, I understand Yiddish. He says, listen, I see you don't understand English. How do you understand Yiddish? So that's what's going on over here. There's a tree in the way. There's a tree. He said, but I'll get rid of the tree. No, the dirt, it's going to be bumpy. The kid's there, he was trying to be politically correct with them, and he said, I don't want to come. I'm not interested in going there. So he came up with some excuse. There's a tree, there's a this, there's a that. My brother said, well, I'm not. I know me, now you are know. So my brother here says, I'm one of them. I know these guys. I'm not scared of them. You learn to step into me now. Not worried at all. I grew up in the hood. I'm fine. It's not a problem. Zim the chod. Zim the chod. I got an email. The guy, somebody who said, a rabbi shouldn't do gang signs. It's not right. Take that out. Fine. Taking it out. I just erased that as you want to use it. Ik is showing the Visu. Ima is showing the Visu. That's a more amazing story here. The mother of Shom Devisu, the name of Shom Devisu, the Rebbe Eliezer, she's the mother of Rebbe Eliezer. You're a smart woman, the sister of Rebbe Eliezer. Havahu for the Soifo, but she listened to the philosopher. Like in the philosopher in the neighborhood. The kids he's a judge, he's a philosopher. Today's turning of the page, not the page itself, today's turning of the page is by a Rav Fisher, who's right over there, with Fisher Groves from the Fisher Catering in Baltimore, just doing this stuff. That was such a small, I found this very interesting. He tried to advertise about himself, he started making himself a reputation that he doesn't take any bribe. You can't get it. Obviously, a guy that has to make a reputation like that, he takes bribes. So, they want to make a joke out of him. They want to expose him and make fun of him. I really struggled with the Hava. So, the sister of Emil, she sent him a beautiful golden candelabra. Wasn't coming. And then, once he received the bride, then they went to him as a good fire. And the lane, our father died. I want Yerusha. I'm a little plug. What's the problem? 50-50. On my legs, so when you open this now, this is Sigma. And the mocking drug back to the Torah. In our Torah, if there's a sub, there's no Yerusha to do it. On my leg, in Yoyla, the Galisa, my Rachoin, He remembered he just got a menorah. He says, "Oh no, I'm a min. This is a new thing. In the New Testament, it doesn't say anything about the boy getting. The Sivvei bro buys it to cover you. The son gets just as much as the daughter. You're fine. You get the the next day, the Nabi himself sent him a white Bentley. This is those days. This is the top of the top. So the best donkey is the donkey. The white Tamil Luva. And then they go in. Sapiens to say for the Sifra. And he says, did you see the end of the good book that you're talking about? The Sivvei, I know the Michash when it writes the Moshe and Sisi. When the Shiva writes the Moshe and Sisi, I forgot. I actually have a verse in the New Testament that says literally these things. I forgot about this. I'm just realizing now. It's a good passion in a lot of Christians because it says in the New Testament you cannot change even one thing of the Old Testament. Maybe he's basing it on the real thing. I don't know. But it says, check out the end of the book over there. It says, if there's a son, no Yerusha daughter. Sorry, he himself is saying this. This John is proving from his own book that there's a Yerusha for a boy and not for a girl. So all of a sudden, he has to stick in. Your light should light up. In other words, he's hinting this. He didn't say, hey, I gave you a golden menorah. That's not proper. It says your light. Remember the light. And the Gamliel hinted back. What's the Chamorah? The donkey came with Batas Yisraga and blew up the candelabra. In other words, I win. I gave a better present, a Bentley out of golden menorah, and therefore I win. And everybody heard about the story and they exposed this bad guy. Why don't we read? We said in the Mishnah, you don't read too. So, Rabbi Shulman sent me an email yesterday of one of many that says that they used to read Torah and Nevi'im too. Torah and Nevi'im we have today, we use the Torah and have Torah and Nevi'im. But it's Psulim no said in Nevi'im. And because of this whole thing that people love Psulim so much, Mishlei, Syrian, Kahela, they said we go to only drugs. So what they did was they instituted that when the person darshan, he starts off with a pasuk from Psulim and kind of intertwines it. Like today, you go to any bar mitzvah, it says in the pasuk, Lech Lecha Ma'artzecha, and Lech Lecha is the matthew, the pasuk of bar mitzvah, and the fathers also left because you try to somehow connect the pasuk and the guy says, no, they were able to do it. So they had Psulim, and therefore he says that's where we got the Medrash from Kuma and the Medrash Rabbah that always start off with one positive students. And that's why we have a minhag today that even in Europe, the Rabbanim start with students. That's why the Hasidim all have the minhag that Shal Shuvas Torah starting with students. Fine. So Ella, Omar Rav, they saw that the Mati Hamid. This whole thing is when people are supposed to go to shul and learn. But when people don't go to shul, in other words, after the meal, they're already drunk, says Rashi, they already had enough to drink. They're not going back to the study. You can sit back on your couch and relax and read Suva. Amy, Bonardo, actually, Shmuel, Bonardo, Chasky, Suva, the Suva, bring on the cost of the shop. So wait, Shmuel just said you don't do this. And Shmuel is not this on Midrash. Shmuel Amar, that you never read. Shmuel says you never read Shmuel the whole day, but in Shmuel's place, they would read about Mincha, Eli Yismar, Hoch Yismar, Omer Rav Mishon over Mokum Yitzhak Medrash. We have to say, that doesn't mean at the time of the drasha. It means in the Beis Hamikdash. So when the rabbi is speaking, you know how those people, the rabbi is speaking, they open up the Chumash because in time Mikra, don't do that. Shmuel Amar, baby, Mokum Yitzhak Medrash, whether it's in the Beis Hamikdash itself or not, not Beis Hamikdash at the time of the speech, even if you're at home, don't read, because you need to be in the Beis Hamikdash. So Beis Hamikdash, Baz Shmuel Tamen, Shmuel goes according to his own secret, the Benardo passed procedures in the custom shop. And like in Nardo, where he was from, they used to say, because it wasn't at the time, Ravashi Omar, Lo'ilom Kedam Morning Kara, that Shmuel said it's also all day long to read Shmuel. Shmuel to Rabbi Nechemia. And Shmuel to Rabbi Nechemia to Sanya Abba Bisham, which is that way. And even though he said you're not allowed to read from Tzugim, I will show you the hand of Darshim Bell. You're allowed to say the medrash of the Tzugim, which is the medrash of Shir. Shir says Rashi. Mitzvah Pasuk, if you need a Pasuk page, you're allowed to take out a Sefer Shir and look up the Pasuk to see how it fits with the Gemara itself. Why did it make this halacha? Not like we were saying that you should show up to the drasha for different reasons completely. And Kodesh, the Shiyoinu, the Shishri of Kodesh and Koreans, the Kolskin, the Shishri of Yosef. The other reason, we don't want people to read Shishri of Yosef. If you say, if you don't allow us to read Shishri, it's certainly not other stories. What is Shishri of Yosef? So here, Rashi says, even letters. So Paisa says that Rashi took it back, and that Rashi says it's only a star of business, like a cement and it says even Rashi himself took it back. But if you look at all the way at the end of the page of the Ramaz, not the place to go into it, maybe as we'll get to that, says that if you're reading a book, did you say about that a book about a war book, history book about wars? He says, I feel the phone, even in the weekdays, who allowed you to read a book about wars? Harry Potter. The Havalik Moshe Leitzin. It's like, you're not going to go into that, the whole sugya. You're allowed to, you're not allowed to. Newspaper, not a newspaper. Fine, but here's a place to just start thinking about it. Says the Mishnah on that. Sefer Torah has a mantle that has a case. Not only is saving Sefer Torah itself, you can carry the case out with it. If you got tefillin, you're not tefillin, and so too with tefillin as well. So the case is the same. The Abba thing is just to take the money. Somehow you put money in there. You weren't supposed to. But there's money. So on Shabbos, you're allowed to carry money. It's also to carry money. It's a mission Machas Ifa is one of the richest ever. There's rarely a head to carry it. But over here, you're allowed to carry it because he's trying to say the same place. And where do you carry it to? Says the Gemara, the Mavur said before. So here's a Mavur, the courtyard, the different things going to the Mavur. We'll have more of it in the Gemara. It's Mefulish, not Mefulish. It has a lesson stand. You got a Torah, Lechi. So the same way, after Mefulish. So we'll see the Gemara what that means. One Rabbanon. Abbas are Shekalim B'Shabbos. So we're starting to see that the Gemara is going to bring at the end from our Mishnah Raya. Not really related to Shabbos. Abbas are Shekalim, just do a minute or two, because we're already at 8 o'clock. Abbas are Shekalim B'Shabbos, now she's going to start Pesach at the Pesach. So when you have a person Pesach on Erev Pesach, which falls out of the Shabbos, you got to do Shechitah because Shabbos is for Pesach. You'll let us start playing the hide. But how much? Why are you playing the hide? You're playing the hide because you need to get the imurim out. Get the imurim. So Mafshidin is a Pesach at the Chazal. But you can only remove the hide up on his chest. If you're small, the nicer you'll be from the break. But Chacham can move everything. Now the problem is Chacham. What heck do you have to continue removing the hide? To do what is necessary to remove the Emurim, I have already, I have access to that animal, I can get in there. I don't have to take it all the way off his head. This one is more than I should get him and make all this out of the way. What's the reason that they say you gotta go all the way? Everything Hashem created, it is for his honor, for Hashem's honor. I don't want this animal to be exposed to the hide. It's going to cause the animal to snap, to spoil. If you remove the hide, it lasts longer. It's not proper that an animal that you shepherd for Golden Pesach should be laying around there like a dead animal, like a corpse. What's the difference between two and just finish until the end of the line? If it's on top of a golden table in the Beis Hamikdash, then I don't have the problem that it looks like an Avela. It's not an Avela, it's on a beautiful table. If it has this perfect wind, a northern wind, says Rashi. It's not too cold like the eastern wind, but it's just right, not cold, not hot. Then it's not going to spoil. So I don't have a problem with spoiling. But it's still, according to Rava, looks like an Avela. So I have to remove it according to Rava. But according to the Maimonides, that I'm worried about a stench of it spoiling, then I don't have the problem because I have a nice refrigeration here that comes out of the north. All right. Done.
How did you lose your job? How long did you have the job? Okay, what did you do before that? Similar thing. Is that what you do? Auditing. Did you get too intimate with the food?
All right, I'm going to try really hard to remember to cut it off the YouTube in a minute or so.
You're right. He deserves it. That was good enough. Where's the sound?
All right, okay.
Here it is.
Hi, I wish you have a wonderful day.
So, Metzger, tell us more about
Have a wonderful day. Have a gewaldige wonderful day. Yitzhak Chaim, what are you doing? Yitzhak Chaim, you're online again. And in the evening, you do Chazara, what are you doing? You're listening to Friday, you don't plan on being on there tonight.
That's fucking beautiful. You want the band with you, or are you gonna go sell that? Let's do it. Sing your heart out in your belly button now.
Raya, start at the time. Thanks. You're gonna be on tonight, you're saying. That's what you're saying. I'm gonna start it off at the night cheer, because I saw you at the night cheer the other day. Last night. Yeah, oh yeah, for you it's the afternoon.
Keep going. I enjoyed the comedy more than that. Is there like a peak part? Is there like that's it? Is there no like climax to it or anything? No, nothing else, man. Jesus, I guess we could all fucking sing at Carnegie Hall then. Oh my goodness gracious. How old are you? D Madness is back. 49 on Saturday. 49 on Saturday. Yeah. I bet you he wishes he was deaf right this moment. What do you, yeah, right. Do you realize every single, go back and look at this shit, every single time I'm against the field twice, one of these motherfuckers said he can rap or sing. It turns into fucking
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Okay. Well, 2 minutes. Playing the start. So, I want to give a tremendous respect to Noam Fitz and Avi Kamiansky for working on the upcoming Siyum. The Siyum is only, we're going to be finishing the Masechta Shabbos in about 40 days. Right? We're on that Kufin Zion today. We finished Kufin Zion, Kufin Zion. So about 40 days. It's coming up. So ultimately, it's Masechta Shabbos. We want to do a Shabbos getaway. go to a hotel. So we started working in a hotel, and we quickly realized it's probably not going to work out with everything that's going on. A, that we need over 100 rooms. It's very hard to find a place with 100 rooms. It's a decent place, etc. Yogi said, okay, plan B, we're going to make a giant suite over here. We'll invite the whole community, everybody that's part of the dock. Avi came over to me yesterday and said he would like to go with the route of a remote seal. It's something on Zoom, and I didn't like the sound of it. It sounds like, okay, every day. And last night during the Zoom share, the night Zoom share, so I just put it out there to Island. I said, if anybody has a good idea, let me know. And Avuni Leibowitz, he sent me an email, and I like this a lot. I want to go with this, I think. What do you guys think? Maybe we could add to this. I was thinking that for the seal, we can make several remote seal locations where our Trevor can celebrate together at once. I know Official for Baltimore mentioned this once, but now it's all coming together. So there can be a New York, New Jersey location, and it means a Borough Park location. Because Avuni Leibowitz is for Borough Park, so there's a Dykeman, the Goldstein, and that whole family. So we'll do, let's say, a Borough Park location. We get 10, 20 guys in a house. It doesn't have to be a fancy thing. And we'll have it zoomed the whole time on the camera. And then we'll have a place in Chicago for Yo Bergman and Aryeh and Yosef Zev and Louis Colam and Benson Friedman, all these guys that are watching over there. South Africa, we'll have Leon Welcher and his wife, no, I'm just kidding, and the whole chevra from South Africa, all the people from South Africa. I don't know who they are exactly. One or two wrote in. Who else? We have Lakewood, we have Yoeli, and the whole Lakewood chevra. We have the Bet Shemesh guys. We have the 5 towns. We'll have Congress in 5 towns do this thing. Michael Corn, I see, wants to do something in this place. It's the city over there. I mean, imagine about here by yourself. You don't have to do it in your house. But then we'll have, maybe, I'm thinking, each place will represent with a speech. I'll bring the Leibowitz will get off and speak. Borough Park. And somebody else, and maybe we'll have a guest speaker. And we can do this. Big mamish kishmak. We just have to think how to. We give giveaways. Do we have something special? What do we do about food? It has to be at a certain time, maybe Sunday when everybody's available in the United States. We'll have Manchester, Chabura. Rabbi David will run that one. The kids are, I hope I'm not missing out. Maybe we'll have Arnold for Issy and who else? Issy and Zaken and maybe Daddy Coleman. The kids are. So that's the idea. I don't know. I like the idea. I think it sounds exciting now. It's more than just a Zoom, but it's people sitting, making videos all over. Maybe we could even advertise, have people come, join. Fine. And then it goes on. And then, so there can be New York locations and other locations that can be held the same time with the seal and Ramat Shemesh. And both will be broadcasted to each other so all crowds can see other locations. By the way, still gonna miss a daf. Since Meila, you hear this? Since Meila, there's a daf. I'm excited that my summer schedule allows me to join the night show on Zoom, at least Sundays and Tuesdays. Keep up the great work. Avuni Leibowitz, pronounced Leibowitz. LOL. I'm calling Leibowitz or whatever I call it. Leibowitz. Fine. So that's the idea. And with that, let's jump into today's daf. Today, this daf is Zion, 40 daf away from the end of the session. Don't be shy, you can jump in, annoy me, talk to me. I'm not going to be out, Alright, so we had like this. We had a very interesting Gemara. Gemara, we have a Mishnah, our Mishnah. Let's start with this. The Mishnah says that we're talking about fires, it's a whole parak about fire. You have a fire raging, and you want to save the Seder Torah, could you save the Seder Torah on Shabbos? Mishnah says you can say the Sefer Torah together with the case. Even if it has money. Starts the Gemara, we had it then yesterday. A whole sugya about Korban Pesach. What is the connection? Korban Pesach, how much of the hide can you remove? One Mandama says you can only remove up until the chest because that's all you need in order to get the Urim out to be maximum. And some say all the hide, everything, take it all out. And it brings a possible to do with possible. So everything like his birth does is his own honor. You have to honor his birth, so it's not proper to leave it like that, to spoil or to lay like an invader. So, first of all, we have to understand what does this have to do with our mission. That's today's riddle. But before we get into the riddle, we just have to finish up a line or two over here. It says like this. You will be small, but I say when you enter in the breaker. 6 lines from the bottom. I call Hashem my mayor, my evidence. So this concept that everything that the Prophet does is for the honor. It's not like a slam dunk concept. It's not like, wow, that person was said specifically for Korban Pesach. It's a general concept. Everything in this world, the flowers, the trees, the Korban Pesach. So it's more like in a snapshot than a true unit. So now when the Gemara flips around and says, and what is with the small relation you open your birthday? I call Hashem my name. He could just get away with it and say, I'm going to do with Korban Pesach, sorry. But if he really wants to, he wants to get involved, so it's okay, yes, he is in a smack that could use it for Korban Pesach. And he says, don't make a small incision in the animal, stick your hand in, and grab all the imurim that are necessary, and say, look, you don't really need to do Hafsadas Ha'ar. By the way, Hafsadas Ha'ar, Eric Paul Brother in the Mishnah, is one of the Lamakas Halachas. Removing the hide is the issue that rice. Done in the Mishnah. So maybe perhaps the whole point of removing the hide is to get to those parts they have to put on this bag. You don't have to fix off the hide. So the Pasuk says, "Wow, Hashem Lemanei, the what? I do have to be careful. I have to give up his mercy, the utmost respect. And it's not proper to make a little incision and grab. Why? Because maybe some of the hair from the hide will come off and touch those imurim, and now you're putting on the mizbeach not the purest form of the imurim. That's here on it. It's not so nice. Okay, that's what we learned from it. Alright, from my roof, Maya Hajuli Habrayel Rishma told the noise was working in the book. By the way, I forgot to mention, yesterday I got in the mail. That's what in the mail. I had a personal visit. I'm very sad. You guys remember Bernie the Burn. The guy that stuck me and said that I'm a guy or whatever. He didn't say like that. He said, why all the guys in the emails? And we had a whole back and forth, and that's how the whole email thing started, really. He's very geschmack and give me a few good stuff over the time. But he really likes to share a lot. He doesn't like me that much. He likes to share. So, and he said he wants to come over and visit. He has something to deliver. And he said he was going to come after me for 1:30. And I came home and he had dropped off the package and left. So I never got to meet Bernie the Burn. I was all excited. But anyways, this is what he got me delivered from America. He got me 3 of these. It's the 8-minute daf t-shirt with Have a Wonderful Day. So you should go and Bernie. Yeah. Ooh, all excited about what's going on. Today's show is sponsored by Ari Slasky, Really Nishmas, Moving Lady Yuda Yitzchak. Her father named Yitzchak on Dalit Hamid. Now, there's another one. Let's see. Where's the other one? Yeah, Lilu Nishmas, Yitzchak Meir Ben Avram Menachem. Meir Ben Avram Menachem. Sorry for not mentioning it earlier. Okay. Where we holding? Yeah. So it goes like this. This is what Gemara is all about. The Gemara basically tells us that we have a Mishnah. The Mishnah says you can say the Sefer Torah together with the mantle, the case, together with the money that's sitting inside the case. And this somehow in some way has to do with this halakha of Korban Pesach. How much skin should you take off the baby? How much should you skin it? All the way or half the way up to the chest? What's the connection? So really, what the Gemara is going to do, is going to give us 4 options here. You have to figure it out. On your own. It's a riddle. Try to figure it out. Option number 1 is, you see from the Mishnah that you're allowed to say the Sefer Torah, even though, and this one you have to pay attention to, because this is what the Gemara is going to stay with. All the way down, we're going to come back to option number 1. The fact that the Gemara, the Mishnah says you can say the Sefer Torah, even though the owner has his own private benefit. You're saving the Torah because you're pretending, or you are trying to, you want to save Hashem's name, but at the same time you're saving $200 because it's hidden in the Torah. You're allowed to do that. So two, I want to say, you're allowed to remove all the hide of the animal according to Chachamim, because now, even though you have a side benefit, your animal is going to stay better, you get rid of all the hide, but it's for Hashem. Once you do for Hashem, I can get a side benefit. That's the hint. That's what you see from our mission. It's all hard stuff, but that's what it is. Another option is, that perhaps what the mission is saying is, that you could save something. I could save the case because I'm saving the Torah. One, I'm saving the case, which I shouldn't be able to, because of the Torah. So too, I am saving I'm taking off the hide because of the animal underneath. Or, option number 3 is, I'm saving the money, not the case. Option 2 is the case. I'm saving the money, which is mamish muktzah, because I'm carrying something that's muktzah, which is the case. Supposed to by hide. And option number 4 is, I'm allowed to go all the way out of my way, grab a case for the money, in other words, like a wallet, to save the Sefer Torah, which is muktzah, with no heter at it at all. We'll go into it. We'll understand it better. But those are the 4 hints. It's 4 options of a hint. We don't know much. All we know is that our Mishnah has something to do with laying in animals in Pesach. And what's the connection? I'm just thinking that although I never went to college, but when I was sitting in these meetings with these giant real estate moguls, I once sat in a meeting with the biggest real estate company in the world, in America. They own 300,000 apartments. I should say management company. Ainscope, you can't understand. We're sitting there with a guy, Bill Porter. He shows up with his private jet, the company's private jet, sitting down. And here's the guy, I just came out of college, no college degree, but I felt the entire time that I had an advantage over this guy. I felt I was analyzing him better than he was analyzing me. I was understanding what he was saying and reading his words and figuring out what he really wants and how I could get him better than he was doing for me. That was just how I felt. I felt I had an advantage because I had a Gemara training. Now, I'm not saying that's why you're doing Gemara, but if you want to take it to the Gashmias level, to the business level, I really believe I had that advantage. Without going to college and all that, I had a certain advantage. Like, you're saying this, I'm like, what you really meant to say is this and that, and therefore I could get him for less, I could do this, I could do that, we could maneuver. Just how I am. Anyway, just thinking about it, because this is like a true riddle, basically. Throwing in Pesach, carbon, 9 Shemitah to our Sinai. What are you doing? How does this carbon Pesach have anything to do with the Sefer Torah and Shabbos? Amar Achiz Amar Mikvah. Maya Hajli Chavraya or Bishmal, the Meshur Yokenberger. What was Chachamim Svara from our Mishnah? So the Gemara attempt number 1, which is the actual final attempt. This is what they said. In Matzilin, pick a Sefer. If you could say the Sefer Torah, which is the Kavod Hashem, in a Sefer, sorry, you're saving the Sefer. That's what you do. You try to save the Sefer Torah. Why? To protect the Kodesh Baruch, his name. But you're saving it with the kick. And in the kick, in the case, there's some money there. So you have a side benefit. You're allowed to have a side benefit. They're not supposed to have Pesach Ma'ariah. So even though the owner of this carbon Pesach has a side benefit, it's better for him to remove it completely. You should be able to do that. Because at the end of the day, you're doing it for Hashem. For Hashem, you can do a little bit for yourself on the side. Says the Gemara, what's the connection? Tilted. In our Mishnah, we're talking about carrying. Moving something. Moving a Sefer Torah on Shabbos.
Look who it is.
Look who it is.
What's the big deal? It's a
big
problem. Do you have the problem, the big deal? Not the robbery. You're working too hard. You're not over the Raisa.
Apologies, I couldn't speak earlier. I was on 2 podcasts.
To skin an animal is over the Raisa.
How was your day?
What's the comparison?
Sir, how was your day?
So if we can answer this, which the Gemara doesn't then, so then we have a good
turning tricks.
A good tushtel,
turning tricks.
A good raya from our Mishnah. Amar Rav Ashi, so the party.
All right, that works.
We're
Have you
trying
done
to
any streaming recently?
Have you done any streaming recently? Why not?
The machlokes by carbon Pesach is 2. First of all, how much can you skin?
What are you talking about? You got your
once you skin the animal, let's say you got the skin all the way to the animal's chest and you remove the Ivari. Are you permitted to move the animal now? The sun is hitting on it. It's going to spoil this animal. Could you move it? Now the animal's muktzah. Are you allowed to move it? That the Mishnah says, the Gemara says, look, I'll prove it to you from a Sefer Torah. I can move this tick with the money
so go find a
because I'm
controversial
moving the
topic
Sefer
and do a
Torah,
podcast.
I can move this animal out of the sun. If I could save the Sefer Torah.
Why don't you just do a news show every night and you just read the news? You give your opinion on it.
So you should be able to move it from the sun into the shade.
No, very few people do that. They don't do their own nightly news show.
Sponsored by those people that we mentioned before.
No, but they don't do a news show. I'm talking about you do like the NBC Nightly News, where you give you that background and you just go through and read the news.
You have something that you're allowed to carry all day long on Shabbos. It's a mitzvah to carry it. It's a mitzvah to open up a Sefer Torah and learn from it.
Well, what's a controversial topic that you think will get attention?
The case for the money. So that's called basis l'davar hamutar. Alchanasa basis l'davar hamutar. Over here, this hide is sitting and it's holding up an animal that the animal itself is awesome. Why is the animal itself awesome? Because we're talking about it's Shabbos right now. It's Shabbos. You're allowed to chef the carbon Pesach, you're allowed to fillet it all the way up this chest or whatever the halacha is. But right now you can't cook it, you can't broil it, you can't eat it. So if you can't eat it, it's muktzah, says Rashi. So we're talking about muktzah, top of muktzah. So what's the connection? Why should we be able to move it out of the sun? Hello, attempt number 2. Nothing I remember. That's our mission. We see something else. Here the point is the money. So that's muktzah. Or I got busted. So here also you have the point. Look, I am trying to do something for Hashem. So I saved the Sefer Torah for Hashem. It happens to be I saved myself a couple of bucks
Okay,
in the
well,
process.
you have
That's
something that goes.
So over here, even though the busser is awesome, but maybe I should be able to I should be able to.
I agree. We've known each other for like a couple months now, though. And I know you're still trying to get traction on the podcast, but if you don't record it, it doesn't help to promote your mission.
If you don't record it, it doesn't help to promote your mission. Not only that, it's learning a lot when it comes to also. Let's say open up a drawer. Are you allowed to open up a drawer that has a wallet with $1,000 and it has a little bit of chunk in there? Depends. So a lot of times you go by what's more valuable. So over here, we have to assume at least that the Sefer Torah is much more valuable. Sefer Torah is $50,000 to Sefer Torah. And how much money do you have in your wallet? A couple bucks. So it's Asur and Mutter. But by the Korban Pesach, you have Asur on top of Asur and Asur. There's no Mutter over here at all. What's the Havamim at all? So maybe the Imurim, maybe there was a part that was Mutter. Or maybe the whole Kavod Shemayim. You're trying to do something about Hashem, not to spoil this carbon that you're going to eat later on. So here's the
Okay, so
fourth and final attempt.
I'm asking ChatGPT to give me a news script of today's headlines to get
I can run
a lot of the traction online. Let's see what it says. I don't know. But if you were to say,
if I go grab it
welcome back, here are today's biggest headlines in under 60 seconds. Don't forget to like, follow, and share your daily news updates, global market saw increased volatility. Today, as investors reacted to major economic developments and corporate earnings reports, with several major indexes experiencing sharp swings, then gives their amount.
So now I don't have that excuse that I had a second ago that I'm carrying mutter because I'm not carrying a Sefer Torah. All I'm carrying is cash. Cash is awesome. Yet the Mishnah says it's allowed. You're allowed to go get a case of a Sefer Torah with money, even though it's 100% awesome. So therefore, I should be able to move my animal that's 100%. Awesome. That's what the Gemara understands. In the Vim, 6 years, I'm allowed to be Sefer Torah. Learn it how to lawyer I go basa. The Gemara, what are you talking about? Who gave you this idea that you could go grab a case full of money to save a Sefer Torah? So what's the difference? I learned from this case itself. Look, I can save a Sefer Torah with a case that has money. Why? Open up the case and get rid of the money. But the mission doesn't say you have to open up the case and get rid of the money. I can save it as is. You see, now you're messing. Dummy. So therefore, I can go and grab a case from somewhere else full of money. The final me dummy. In the case of the Mishnah, the fire is consuming the Sefer Torah, so you don't have time to open up the case and start fiddling around with the money. But when you go to another location to grab a case, as you're running towards the Sefer Torah, you have time to open up the zipper and throw out all the money. So it's not a good attempt. Attempt number one, just to show you again, not that it means anything to you. But you see, from the fact that you're allowed to save a Sefer Torah, even though in the process you are benefiting, you, the owner of the Sefer Torah, benefiting a side benefit that you're saving your cash. You're allowed to do it. So too, by
when you talk, I feel like I'm listening to a podcast.
Even though the owner has a side benefit by removing all of
it's
the
a good
skin,
idea that you reported.
you're allowed to do it because you're doing it for Hashem. But when we mentioned that first attempt,
I mean, just what you said right there is
here's the
important.
question.
I mean, just what you said right there.
What's the connection? By Sefer Torah, you're not being over much. You're just moving the Sefer Torah, but it's not an Issa Deraisa. Whereas by Kohen Pesach, it's Issa Deraisa to skin the
That's
whole
correct.
entire thing. Going.
That's correct.
So tomorrow we're talking about a situation where I don't need the skin. So if I don't need the skin, what is that called? Says Rashi, Dover Shein Miskala. I don't need it.
Right. It's arguable what you want to define as a civil war, but certainly if what was going on in
But we know that the
Ukraine
concept
and
of
Russia
Russia
happened 50 years ago, that by definition is civil war.
But by removing the skin, you are removing the skin. There's no two ways about
Okay.
it.
I mean, they're two separate
Without removing the
countries.
skin. So removing the
And
skin
I get what you're
is
saying. 50 years ago, they were not.
50 years ago, they were
It's a
not.
situation. It's going to happen. It's inevitable that it's going to be removed. And when you remove it, it's Issa Deraisa. You remove it in such a fashion that it's not Issa Deraisa. In fact, it might not be even in the Rabbanon. Rashi says that if you remove it in small strips, you're over the Rabbanon. There's a beautiful thesis here that says, wait a minute. That's true when you're over the Rabbanon, when you accomplish the malacha. So let's say we had the case of Mapis Musa B'Shabbos. You have a zip and you open it, you squeeze out all the juices. You're making an opening. An opening is an Isser. But you don't want the opening. You just don't want the fluid.
Yeah,
Okay.
they didn't pass, but it looks like it probably will pass.
It looks like it
But over here, you didn't make it open. The malacha is to remove the skin.
It's a giant current event. It's very controversial.
Not in small pieces.
Very
Small pieces is not even part of the malacha. You hear from the Mapis Musa, it's a true malacha. You made an opening. What other cases he bring with? I don't see it. Anyway, but I thought it was a beautiful place. He says it's not even a malacha. You didn't even do a malacha. The only issue is that all the Rishonim talk about, and I see some of you looking like, what's going on here? How is this a Davar Shein Miskala? This should be more a malacha shein tzrich legufa. That's what it should be, not a Davar Shein Miskala. Davar shein tzrich legufa. I don't need the skin off. The skin is just getting in the way. It's just a solution to the problem. It's not a positive malacha. It's not a positive labor. I'm just taking off the skin because I want to get to the meat. When you remove the skin because I want to write a Sefer Torah in the skin, that's the malacha. But over here, it's malacha shein tzrich legufa. I don't need it. It's not a davar shein miskal. And if it's a malacha shein tzrich legufa, this whole separation problem doesn't happen. That's what the Rishonim discuss. What? Oh yeah, very good. Yeah, if you trap a snake, you're trapping a snake. You just don't want the snake. You don't need the snake. You don't want him to bite you. But you trap the snake, a proper trapping like you trap a deer. So that's a malacha. Just as davar shein miskal, or malacha, better yet, malacha shein tzrich legufa. But in our case, you didn't fillet the animal. You chopped it off into small pieces. That's not the malacha. That's not a proper skinning of an animal. That's what Tosfos says. And therefore he says it's not even an Issa D'Rabbanan. Rashi says it's Issa D'Rabbanan. Okay. So now, since we have 5 minutes to finish this Amud, let's talk about a Mavi. Yesterday we discussed it real briefly. So, this is a Mavi. Right over here, as you can see, you have all these houses. You have a whole neighborhood. One day, MDY neighborhood. In here, you have each one has a front yard. Right over here, before the wall. This guy right over here is called a Mavi. An alley. Now, in Chicago and in a lot of other places, they have alleys. I'll explain to the New Yorkers because New York, everybody in New York thinks that by New Utrecht where the trees are, that's the end of the world. Past that is out of town. I'll tell you, it's out of town. So They have a little border. It's by, I think, by Sears over there, by that mall on the way to Farakway. That's like one border. They have Kensington, I think, is out of the border. It's out of town. If you're not from New York, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's such a thing called an alley. It used to be 54th Street. Now there's a little bit.
So why aren't you recording this?
Why aren't you recording this? More stuff. Great. In Chicago, the way it works, or in Bar Park, your backyard is up against the backyard of your neighbor. You manage back to back. In Chicago, it's a little different than other places as well. Your backyard has a street, and so you're not touching your neighbor's backyard. There's a little street.
Hold on. Just answer my question.
That's where the garbage.
I get what you're saying. So why aren't you recording this?
You don't have to put garbage in front of your house like in Brooklyn. Whatever. That's an alley. Okay? I'm just describing what an alley is. So this thing, you have a little alley here. The problem with this alley is that all the kids, like Ramat and Chemish, they're skating around in their skates. The whole minig now, I think it's a minig route. All the girls, they're flying around on their skates, on their bikes, and they're doing their thing, and people are barbecuing. So it's like a Rosh Hashanah. So Chacham said, you're not allowed to carry it, even though it's more of a private area. So what he said is you have to do two things if you want to carry it. Number one, you have to make a lechi. A lechi is a beam, a vertical beam. Now you can also do something called a kaira, which is a horizontal beam, goes from side to side. Basically,
okay, I get what you're saying.
Describing,
but don't you think it's important?
This is it.
You
This is
record
like a
it.
doorway. This is
Then you
private.
just stop.
You want to show that from here on in is your project. The other thing
just one moment. You record it.
Similar to
then you edit it.
Everybody
and then you put it together the way that you want, so that it's exciting.
They're all together, and you'll say you're all partners in this moment. Great. So those two things. Now,
you don't even know how to edit, and it's not that difficult. I know, but I can teach you. If I can teach you how to get a background of the Western Wall, I can teach you how to edit a video, and even easier, sound file, and it's free. You can do it from your laptop, and you literally have absolutely nothing to do except edit it. You could have some really quality content. You can edit it so that there aren't any pauses, that there aren't any ums, that it's just pure content.
Is more like this. Now, this is Rosh Hashanah, but imagine this is your.
And it'll be better than those people on Facebook. It involves you downloading a piece of software, which you did with OBS, and it's very similar to OBS. You would make a recording, let's say an hour long. You upload that recording into the software. The name of the software I would recommend is called DaVinci Resolve, like Leonardo da Vinci. And then you get a video and you get an audio file. And then you cut up that video into what you feel is the best, the meat, the quality segments, and then you publish that on your social media. And that's how it's done. It's very easy.
Over here as well.
Okay.
That's okay. Closed bubble.
I get that, and I'm here when I can be to listen to you. So what I would advise is you start recording. You don't have to do it right now. What I'm saying, you start recording. You say, Rabbi, do you mind if I just lean on your shoulder or whisper in your ear some ideas that I have? Yeah, absolutely, go ahead. And you talk.
Terrible time management. But what are we going to do? These were the hard sugyas.
Okay, I don't know what you're...
How do you make a mavi kosher? You need two things, a lechi and a kaira. One vertical, one horizontal. They say, oi lechi, oi kaira. One or the other.
You have very little self-awareness of when you're cutting off people, don't you? Like when someone else is talking and you have an idea that comes into your head, you just say it, and I know you don't mean it personally, but you stop listening what the other person was saying. What I was saying is that I'm willing to be, you're okay, I'm willing to be a sounding board for you. If you want to come in here, you hit record and you say, Rabbi, I want to talk about the end times, I want to talk about Mashiach. I don't know if it's going to make sense, but I'm just going to talk, and when you feel the need, say something back if you want, and then I'm going to take that hour-long stream or whatever, I'm going to take tomorrow, I'm going to edit it up, and I'm going to publish it. I'd say, great.
As we're going to see later on in a different Mishnah, it's a perfect moment.
You're welcome, and that's what you should do. But the first thing you'd have to do is record it.
You're talking about, no, it's not a U-shape.
You're not. You're absolutely not. So, okay, so the first thing, and I'm not saying to do this now, but maybe you should write this down because you should watch some videos before you download the software. It's called DaVinci Resolve. Like Leonardo da Vinci, D-A. Take your time.
Not in now everybody discusses why in the world when we go like Rebbe Eliezer or like Rebbe Yehuda, when we have Beisil and Bishamin, the halacha like Beisila, the Mavis only needs one lesson, one prayer. Rebbe Eliezer says you need two, but who's talking about Rebbe Eliezer? The answer is because how would you say the Sefer Torah otherwise? It doesn't make sense that you say the Sefer Torah like Beisila. So it has to be that this Mishnah that says the Sefer Torah in this Mavi Mefulash is going in Rebbe Eliezer, otherwise it doesn't make so much sense. To remove the lechi completely, you're going to say the Sefer Torah. So that's this picture over here. We had it in the beginning of the scene. A guy owns two houses on both sides of 13th Avenue. Going back to Borough Park, because Borough Park had a good idea about this. So, two sides. Mamish Rosh Hashanah. Says Rebbe Yehuda, the middle of Rosh Hashanah, all you need to do is put up one car over here, one car over there, and you make 13th Avenue yours. You can start playing ball on Shabbos, do everything between your two houses. What are you talking about? Okay.
Yeah, so it's DA space VINCHCI. Yeah, it's DA and then space, I believe.
If I take one left,
yeah, D like David, A like Apple.
Now I made it like that. But that's more foolish. It's completely open.
And then Vinci, VINCI.
All I need is one left. And the Tanakh says, I need two left.
So it's DA space VINCI. And then another space, Resolve. RESOLVE. Resolve.
Returning the page, sponsored by Fisher Catering.
VE. Resolve. RESOLVE. Yeah. That's correct. And what you want to do is put that into YouTube. You just want to watch some introductory courses on how to do video editing. You don't have to look it up on YouTube, yeah. And watch some videos, and you're going to say, Rabbi, that's too complicated for me. And I'm going to say, no, it's not. All you need to do is get a recording. We'll teach you how to download it. You upload that into DaVinci Resolve, you cut it up in any way that you want. You know how as a kid you would have scissors and you would cut and paste things like for crafts?
And Becerra says, I'm saving the
You were a kid, you still say that you're a kid at heart. You know what I'm referencing. It's the same way. You just cut it and you paste it and you make it the way that you want. And your videos don't have to be super complicated. You could have an intro. Yeah, it's graphic. Yeah, exactly.
One is enough. Anyways, it comes out of the
There's no coding.
But we don't pass it like coding. We pass it like this. All you need is one letter. So what's the mission telling us? The mission says you're allowed to save the Sefer Torah. What's the mission? What's the mission? You're allowed to have one lechi. He says you're allowed to have one lechi.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's really
The other
just
thing
like
is
that.
you don't need the sheet of mufas. Remember when we started saying you need a lechi, but you
You
also
don't.
have to pay.
You don't have to. You don't have
Keep
to.
mindset from everybody. That you don't need in order
No,
to save the
no.
Sefer Torah. That's the
But
Chiddush in this.
with this type of software, it's really
Says the
easy.
Mishnah,
You just let's say you are like, wow, I did a really good job in that podcast, but I just didn't like the end. And I think I kind of got boring or I repeated myself. I want to cut off the last 10 minutes of it. You upload that podcast into DaVinci Resolve and you cut off the last 10 minutes. Literally, there's just a button that says cut, like you would snip a piece of paper, and then you publish it, and then you've got a really beautiful piece of media that you can then upload to YouTube and to Facebook or wherever else you want and publish it.
But once it's the daytime, how many meals am I mechuyev to eat? Only 2. So now I can only save 2 meals worth. Sorry. The mincha mazon sudah. And when you only have shalosh shudas left, you can only save 1 meal. Says Rabbi Yossi, and I understand Rabbi Yossi amazingly. Says Rabbi Yossi, look, food is not muktzah. So why can I only save 3 meals? Because Hamid Xera, they're worried, like the Gemara is going to say in a millisecond, they're going to be so worried about the fire, you're going to extinguish the fire. But what does that have to do with how many meals are left? If I give you a certain amount, I say 3, that's all I'm going to take out of 3.
What are you referencing?
Says the Gemara, what he's doing is 100% mutter. I'm allowed to carry my croutons and my bread and all that stuff in my house.
No,
so why can't I save it? Not today. You should be able to save more. Omarava, the famous concept. Since a person is so worried about his property, if you allow him to save everything, he'll start extinguishing the fire. That's human nature. Once he knows in his head, listen, all you can say is this amount. He'll grab it and go, and he won't extinguish fire. It says, if a person's barrel broke on the roof, Lace points out that it's not just tiff. Remember, we have tiff, all these noises. It's not just dripping. It's coming out properly. In other words, he's very concerned. Maybe clean when you have to fill. You take a vessel, you put it right below, put it on the ground, it drips into it, great. But eventually, you now want to go get a second vessel and start grabbing it out of the ear. Or
here's the thing,
let's
though.
say, here's
I'm
the
not
wall
going
of
to
my
push with
building.
that.
I put it
It's
up
not
against the wall. Why?
Orthodox
Because
Judaism.
the wine is dripping down the wall. So I go like this, I put it on and I grab it.
That's
Now,
fine.
what's the problem? The problem is getting another one thing is fine, but 2, you're allowed Kalim, so you start running through your neighbor, you go across the street, you go to the spot, you start carrying Kalim. We don't want you to do that. Also, what's the problem? The same idea, we're concerned that the person, so we don't want him to be bold on the minor. We're so concerned about his property. We limited him for 1 plea, just like we just limited this guy. This really covers Bersh Gago. If his barrel broke, maybe when he has to tell. Here comes an amazing Allah. What if he has guests? Maybe Iran says,
Look, it's very simple. And if you think Judaism is dwindling, you're not around enough Jews. You should see the Hasidic world. Pew Research already anticipates by 2030 that Hasidism will grow by 20%. It's continuing to grow. It is the one.
First, you have to invite them, then you could grab. Okay, so you could do somewhat of a shtick.
Why would you?
So Rashi
I mean,
says,
Reform
don't
Judaism
invite
doesn't have that
people
much
that
to
are
do
already
with
dead.
Judaism.
doesn't have that much to do with
That's
Israel.
trickery. They don't need to eat.
If
They don't need
anything,
their
you could
wine.
say secular
Therefore,
Zionists.
Sure, maybe
It's a
it's
secular
you
Zionist.
could do trickery. Like selling almonds before Pesach. Trickery.
Yeah, but that's not
Says
Reform
Gemara,
Judaism.
Yeah, but that's not
trickery. I have another case that's trickery. Maybe it's the same. Maybe we can compare the two. The Gemara says there's no comparison. But what's the case? Sanya Yosef is Benoy, should not be bar. It's a halacha. You're not allowed
By
to
definition, if they're
chef
secular,
a mother and her
there's an
husband
argument to be made
during the
that
same day.
they're
Also,
either
your father,
agnostic
mother.
or
Let's talk about a mother and
non-theist.
make it simple. Mother and her son, not in the same day. And we're talking about Yom Tov. Both of them fall into play. Can I save both of them? But I'm not going to be using both of them because I can only chef one a day. So today on Yom Tov, one of them is muktzah. So what do? So I take one out of the plate. I feed him a bottle. I give him hay inside
That's
the hole.
fine.
I don't take him.
And that's fine, but this this acceptance of intermarriage is not mainstream orthodoxy, nor has it ever been, and most likely it never will
I
be.
think the one that's more, and I say, okay, I want to chef this one.
I'm not
I take
talking
the
about
older
you.
one. Okay?
I'm saying that if you want to be Jewish, you can. It's known as a Orthodox conversion. It's as simple as that.
So, but now I need the baby, so I'll take out the second one as well.
I mean, it depends on who you're referencing. If you're talking about a Reformed convert, that's not a Jew.
Maybe I believe
They don't count in a minion.
one of them.
They can't marry my
because
daughter.
They
They
can't
can't
feed it normally, and all survive.
basically participate in a base
But over
day.
here, the wine is coming out. And if I don't save it and I don't come up with a trick, I'm going to lose hundreds of dollars. My barrel is worth who knows how much. Or let's talk about the opposite.
To clarify,
maybe
so long as they have Orthodox roots, they would be considered Orthodox if they have matrilineal Judaism
Yeah, so it might
and
survive.
not a
But
patrilineal
imagine an
lineage.
animal.
If they consider themselves to be Jews to their fathers, they're Goyim just like your local guy working at the corner shop is a Goy.
This is similar to he saved his good bread, the sourdough, the gshmak from
Okay, I
Schick's
mean,
Bakery.
that's
That's
Orthodox Judaism.
They have better, bigger. If I pass Nikia, a matzah pasadra, by me
Look, if you really want to get into it, you could say no conversion has been properly kosher, and the only people who are truthfully Jews are the people who can trace their DNA back more than 2,000 years to the Second Temple period or so, and that's really like 1 in 32 people who identify as Jews. It's really a small percentage.
Fridays, I can save on Yom Kippur, so I have enough food for Shabbos. I cannot save on Shabbos for Sundays Yom Kippur because Yom Kippur, Matzah Yom Kippur. Obviously not for Yom Kippur, Matzah. You'll get food then. I cannot prepare and save from Shabbos for Yom Tov because on Yom Tov I could also prepare food. But Shabbos and Shabbos I have the whole week to prepare, so I cannot save it on this Shabbos for the following Shabbos.
If you really want to get into it, it's political.
But
if you are really being honest, really being honest, and can we agree on this? No one really knows. We're all agnostic. No one really knows anything.
And all of a sudden he realized he forgot to take the challah out of the
You don't know that. You don't know that. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. You're lying to yourself.
For them also, right there is a special.
Okay, I'm saying you can't know anything. That can be your opinion. That's a great opinion, but you can't really know it.
you can't do malacha. But taking out bread from an oven is not a malacha. She chachma. All it is a talent. It's not labor. It's not physical labor. You have to know how to do it.
No.
Right? Those guys that
Then
put the
why
pieces
aren't you
out of the
then
oven,
why
they're
aren't you
not-
stoning
they're not
homosexuals?
labor as much as you have to know how to do it. You have to know how to flip it and take it out before
Answer
it
my
burns.
question.
Get
Then
the
why
most
then
money,
why
right?
aren't you stoning
Matzah
homosexuals? It says in
It
Leviticus, if
It's
a
not
man
a
lays with a man.
What if you could do it differently? It's Shabbos, and you can use a knife.
Okay, so
Why not?
this is just according to your mindset, and that's not how Judaism
In a
operates.
different way. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
It literally says that they should be stoned. It literally says it cannot be clear. It's one of the clearest parts of the Bible. You just said it's infallible. You just said it's infallible. According to your opinions. I stand by what I said. You can't really know anything. If you're really being honest, you don't know anything. It's taken quite literally. Okay. I'm here and I'm listening, but I have to adjust my other devices. So I'll be right over here. I'll be right. I mean, I'm here. I'm listening. No.
Back to you. How's Victor Casper doing?
Well, then go tell that to your
He's still
local.
on Zoom. Wow, beautiful. Okay. Thank you. Oh, Hillel. Good to see you, Hillel. Thanks for the shout out, Hillel. What's up, Rabbi Sai? Michael Cohen, I haven't seen you in a while. You've been on, no?